morning, Board. Good morning, members of the public. Members of the public who wish to speak during public comment periods, they may either press *9 or the raise your hand icon. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please make sure to state your full name for the record. Thank you.
Legal counsel, just to be transparent, during a retreat or during a public or special meeting, there is no public comment in the very beginning of the meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. With that being said, we'll go to our regular agenda. We'll start off with Ray giving us an overview of the expectations for today, and to go in with the administration's office. Ray, you want to take it from here?
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Board. Wanted to first welcome you and thank you for making time available today. I think today's going to be a great session. Staff's very excited to meet with you and to share with you some really educational elements of the county from more of a procedural base, operational base than a policy base. So I think it's really going to be helpful for you to tie what you learned today into what we discussed at our very first kind of retreat on policy making. So with that, I'll go ahead and outline for you today what's going to happen. We have a presentation from Dulce Alonso and Edgar.
Can you put my title?
Edgar will be working with her on this with regards to the strategic plan and how we tied it in to assist us in planning for the future and pursuing key areas of focus to strengthen our community. That's what we worked on a couple of years ago. So it'll be a great presentation for you to hear that. Later, we've asked our 2 elected department heads, Joe Paul Gonzalez and Tom Slavich. They'll be presenting AV, trending, as well as tax rates and special assessments that establish our county's revenues. I think that's going to be really key and vital for you to hear that and see that and how it affects our county in particular. Later, you'll hear a presentation on roads, bridges, our highways by Benny and his team from RMA, as well as Mary from COG. And in addition to that, we'll be hearing a presentation on our master plan that was coming out of our RMA shop with regards to our facilities and what work needs to be done on our facilities. So I think that'll be also very helpful for you to understand what our facilities are, where they're located, and some of the work that needs to be done with those facilities. And then what we're going to do is do our best to tie everything together, providing budget scenarios, appropriations versus the available resources, and how local development equals to sales tax, property tax revenues versus cost and demand for services. I think that's going to be an interesting part that I hopefully you'll be able to glean some information and assist you in your decision making as policymakers over your term and future terms. So with that, we have also economic development coming in, EDC. They'll be presenting briefly, and we have rules and procedures. Now, there's a lot on our plate today, so we might push that last one off to another meeting, depending on timing and how everyone feels. But with that, I wanted to thank staff for all their work. We've been working on this, I would say, probably the betterment of 4 or 5 months now. We've been developing the material for this, as well as working, just after hours, trying to get this material to you. So appreciate all the staff members that have worked on their parts. There's a lot of information here. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and invite Dulce Alonso. She's going to go ahead and start us off with the strategic plan.
And Ray, just for the record, there will be no decisions made today. It's only direction. So this is really an informational meeting.
Discussion, informational, and providing us some direction for future if we need to bring some items back to you.
Thank you.
Yep. And the plan is to probably have it's up to the board, but definitely have a recess, probably at noontime, a short recess that we can discuss at that point, and then come back and keep working through. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dulce?
Good morning, Board, and
I'm Dulce Alonso, Management Analyst with the Administration Office, and I'm going to be co-presenting with Edgar.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board.
So our strategic plan is a 5-year strategic plan. It's from 2019 to 2024. I'm going to take you through kind of the overview. We implemented a strategic plan because we wanted to influence our future rather than simply adapting to it. The implementation of the strategic plan has served as a critical guidance tool for San Benito County staff. The plan provides a collective system, and it directs the coursework of action throughout the county. It accounts for our current environment, including both external and internal factors, as well as the envisioned future. So having a strategic plan increases our effectiveness by having a clear understanding of the county's goal and aligning the tactics to achieve them. So that was the vision of implementing and creating a strategic plan back in 2019. How come that is not?
Something's glitchy.
Okay, so next slide, let me.
So, members of the board, I think this county and previous of you board members that are part of this board and our CAO have always had the strategic plan in mind. However, we had never put something in writing where it was of this level. Administration came up with the idea. We went out with a consultant that has helped other counties in coming up with the strategic plan. The way I look at a strategic plan is a quote that I like from Benjamin Franklin is, by failing to prepare, you prepare for failure. And this is a great way of us all coming together with one idea of how to move our efforts forward as we navigate things as a county. We have small resources, and we have to make the best out of our resources and really get the input from the board and members of the public of how we use those resources going forward. And just to give you a little background on what we did back in 2019 on our strategic plan.
So we're having issues broadcasting it, but people participating on Zoom can still see our PowerPoint. So we'll get IT out here to see if they can assist us with that. But we're going to continue with our presentation. So in like Edgar was saying, we're sharing. It's not streaming.
There we go. You just needed to get close.
Yeah.
So we're going to jump ahead a little bit. One of our main issues with the strategic plan is addressing technology. As you could see, technology is our friend, and we're trying to implement things. But back to where we're at.
So here, this was our 2019 strategic workshop. It was actually during our board retreat. Pictures were taken by Benito Link. But it was really a collaborative, we had a facilitator, Angela, who helped us go through an external scan. We looked at emerging trends and demands on the county. We projected significant changes we could expect in the next 3 to 5 years. And also, we looked at the desirable future for San Benito County. With this, we went through a SWOT analysis, so we looked at our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and we drafted goals to consider for a proposed future.
So as part of this process, we had members of the public. It was really nice. I've never seen in other jurisdictions where all agencies from one county come together and collaboratively come up with solutions, ideas, and goals of how to put this forward. So I think it was a really great accomplishment for the board to have so much collaborative effort, to have the city of San Juan Bautista, the city of Hollister give input, and members of the public who participated to really give where is the county going and how can we move best forward. This is a picture. See right there in the front, Supervisor Hernandez is still with us, and our chairman. He's actually smiling, but you just can't tell.
just like I just mentioned, kind of what we did that day is we took all these elements and the consultant gave us, she summarized everything that happened with some proposed goals for consideration that came from this workshop.
So from the workshop, there were common themes that rose across. People use many different words or different meanings to mean the same thing, and there was five themes that came out of that were pretty prevalent, that was sort of the framework for how to move forward.
So with that framework, what the county did is we took we led with it. We took a steering committee that included county staff, and we developed the strategic plan based on really the input we had gotten from the board from our strategic planning session. And this included different members from different departments, so we encompassed, we tried to include all county departments. So it included behavioral health, our clerk recorder's register's office, the sheriff's department, admin, health and human services, probation, and the steering committee helped finalize the strategic plan to what you see in front of you today.
So after the retreat, again, these themes are very apparent to us, but then how do we come up with a plan? What administration came up with is taking a holistic approach and inviting people from our own county within different areas of their specified use. So we had someone from the safety element, public safety, we had the sheriff's office, probation, behavioral health, health and human services, one of our biggest departments, to really provide their input on how to develop the framework of going forward of the strategic plan. So putting ideas and now making these ideas now a plan to move forward.
So with that, we have the vision, which is San Benito County is a community that provides collective and affordable public services through diversity, innovation, and transparency. And then our mission.
To adopt policies that reflect the goals and priorities of the community, design a network of services that prioritizes public safety, equality, and economic vibrancy, while balancing commitments to the region's rich history and prosperous future. And I think the committee did a really great job on coming up with a new vision and mission. The county had not come up with a mission, and it was a bit outdated. So now with the strategic plan, one of the things that sort of Ray gave us sort of direction and ideas of how to, revamp our mission and vision so we know how we're going as a team. As you know, there's no I in team.
So with that, we also have 9 key values that were derived, and they include community, transparency, integrity, collaboration, respect, serve and protect, equality, innovation, and accountability. And then our focus area really came from the board retreat, and they include
Operational development of excellence, planning for sustainable growth, technology, community engagement, and health and safe communities.
and with each focus area, there was 4 key elements that we wanted to expand on each, and these came from trends we saw during our board retreat on issues that align directly with that focus area. So with operational development and excellence, it was staffing, customer service, organizational leadership, and organizational culture.
And all of these focus areas are broken down into themes, and the number one thing that came out of the strategic plan is operational development and excellence, and being our number one thing that is the backbone and really the heartbeat of the county is our staffing, our people. That is our greatest asset, and that came out from that. So to maintain operational excellence is we need to maintain and retain and develop our own staff. On a side note, from this strategic plan, that gave off different ideas and spurred human resources to come up with their own theme, which is Work Here, Thrive Here. And we have many examples of that. One of my favorites that I'll share is Tracy. When we interviewed Tracy for Health and Human Services Director, she shared her story how she was started as an eligibility worker and given the right opportunity, development, and growth is now leading the organization, which I think that doesn't happen in many organizations, but it does happen in our county. So we took that as a theme of Work Here, Thrive Here.
So with planning for sustainable growth, we had 4 key elements that the board wanted to focus on, and one is economy, housing, infrastructure, and in our environment. With the economy, we wanted to ensure that the county had a diverse source of funding where we would be able to foster growth in a sustainable environment and really encompass our social values.
So just piggybacking on what Dulce said, the economy, one of the ideas that came out or the themes that came out during our strategic plan was really promoting for economic development, but using our assets, our number one assets, right? What sets us apart as a county? San Benito County is unique, just like every other county, but we're different and we're unique. And how do we promote our economy to really push it and develop it within what uniqueness that we have in this county?
With housing, we were looking at more prioritizing of affordable options for our community that promoted healthy growth. With infrastructure, we looked at sustainable patterns of development by engaging our community through advancing and preserving our social, economic, and ecological process.
And lastly, the environment. As a county, we have to set the best example by putting green innovation, green technologies. One of the things that your board and with Ray's leadership and admin is the NG project that is really focused on the environment. Like I said before, I think the county has always been forward-thinking and had all these ideas and had a strategic plan in mind, but never had put in paper that now we have measurement and data-driven results. You want to talk about the green thing we got?
The NG.
Yeah.
So with the NG project, we have solar, and you guys have probably noticed them in our parking lot, this solar panels. We also have some on top of the library on probation, and the jail, we have a solar array next to the jail facility. And those help get clean energy to sustain our it offsets what we're consuming. Also, it included an update of replacing all the lights to LED and energy efficient. It was a countywide, it also included our HVAC system and updating that. So it was an override looking at our buildings and making them as efficient as we could within our parameters. So the next area that's a focus area is technology. Technology is really huge because it's evolving, it's changing, and we realize how much we rely on it more now than ever, especially with COVID and having to shift operations. So the 4 key areas under there are external in the community. We wanted to look at internal in the county, innovation and security.
So one of the things that now is very prevalent now with COVID and to some degree, it's very nice to see that even back then, this theme came out of technology with really engaging our external community. And right now, we were thinking of that back then to be more accessible to the public, but now it is a must because we are in this COVID environment. So I think we've been innovative when it comes to that, of being transparent and out there and, you know, being accessible to the public. One of the things that came from that is with Ray's leadership and our former budget officer, Stuart Patry, we worked on a technology innovative budget solution, which is OpenGov, and we were one of the first counties, we were the first county in the state to go completely digital and interactive, and thus our county winning the innovation award with CSAC. And the county had not had won an award in the last 10 years, so that was a really big thing for us to be acknowledged by our peers, our counties, our other 57 colleagues in the state.
And then the next one is community engagement, and really we wanted to improve cross-jurisdictional relationships, really work on communication and public and private partnership, really capitalize on that, because sometimes partnering with private makes us more efficient.
I think the greatest example of this is the public-private partnership, is our current partnership with the Great Plates, having a nonprofit help us out to provide these services. And I think going forward, sometimes the thought was that, you know, public is public and private is private, but it has been shown when, you know, these partnerships are successful, they can happen and they're very fruitful. And I think we're an example of it with our Great Plates program, where we've developed a partnership and they are able to deliver our services at the benefit of our community.
The next key focus area is healthy and safe communities. And with this one, we wanted to promote healthy choices for our community. We wanted local justice, community support, and then we wanted to look at recreational and leisure. So those are the 4 key elements on.
And I think this one's probably the most important as of right now. It has elements that are very, very truthful right now, given that we're in a COVID environment.
So since 2019, we implemented this at the end of 2019. In 2020, we were able to tie it in with our budget. At the beginning of this year, we implemented our strategic plan into Novus. So you'll see on agenda items what on each item, how it's aligning with what goal. Or do you want to? So going forward, what we want to do is continue to expand on our strategic plan and really set smart goals with our departmentals. So we want specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely goals that align with our strategic plan, and begin tracking the progress. How are we doing to meet those goals? Would be kind of our next step that we envision, going further, a little further more into really implementing the strategic plan.
The biggest way to prove the success of a strategic plan is measured results. One of the things that we came up in administration is really to show the public and your board what each item that goes to the board is on the focus area. In order for it to be addressed by your board, it should be part of the strategic plan. It should be part of a focus area. So with Ray's leadership and idea and admin, what we came up with is, how do we get Novus, one of the programs that we maybe change, and it's limited in resources, how do we show where each item shows a focus area? Is it operational excellence? Is it planning for sustainable growth, technology, community engagement, or health and safety? And you may have some items that hit all 5 or just one, but we're really trying to promote all items that go to the board must be part of the strategic plan, because that is our plan, and we need to stay with our plan to move forward in a structured manner.
And then lastly, just kind of in closing, the board, primary responsibilities, the strategic direction and ensuring the long-term vision, which I believe we've captured through, the strategic plan. And staff is really in charge of making the tactical decisions that really support the direction of the strategic plan. But with that, that is all.
That is it.
So,
We'll open it up to
any
questions
questions?
from the board.
I'd just like to say one thing. Great presentation, and I don't mean to be rude or rain on your parade, but when we speak of words, these are just words. We need actions,
Right.
and it starts with us five up here.
Yep.
We have to be able to demonstrate effectively that we're following the strategic plan, specifically the mission statement. If we don't follow this or we don't act in these manners, then all these things, I mean, I'm just sorry to tell you, it's worthless. So we, as the five sitting up here, we need to demonstrate this on a daily basis. Whether you're on the dais or you're out in the community, that's what we need to do. And that's what good leadership and public servants do. So I just wanted to make sure we all understand that, and I believe that 100%. So any questions from anyone? No comments?
I just appreciate the handout. I'm a visual person, and as you were speaking, I was taking notes, further explanation. But for those new members on the board, this is ideal because, again, it puts us in check. Every item on the agenda relates to the strategic plan, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Supervisor. Just a little note, what we wanted to, as part of the strategic plan, is really market ourselves, the strategic plan. We need to sell it to each other, like the chairman said. We want to live it and breathe it every day. So one of the things that we came up with is creating icons. So you can tell right away what that is, different colors, so you know what red means, what, teal and purple and green. They all have themes, like the economic development is green, money. We thought of red, community engagement. It's just, we were trying to really market ourselves and sell it to ourselves and to the public, where we can market what we're doing and tie it to the strategic plan. So I really appreciate the feedback.
Thank you.
I'm glad that now that you've made the presentation, I have an explanation, so when I look at the agenda, I understand what those little
those little-
icons are. I would agree with what Mark says. I've been through a lot of planning documentations for various boards over the years. So often, those kinds of things, they get put in a binder and they go up on the shelf. So it's great to have it, but I agree with Mark. You've got to live it for sure.
I think that might be a District 4 supervisor theme, because those are almost the exact words that Supervisor Gillia had told us. They're great on a binder, but it doesn't work if they're just stuck somewhere.
That's true.
And we really put a lot of work and effort to get this where it's at. So it's no value of us to put it in a binder, and like the chairman said, we need to do it every day.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Kazmicki?
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you for the presentation. I thought it was really informative and very well done. But I just, again, would echo what everyone's saying. It's all about putting this into practice, and I appreciate the staff having that sort of perpetual, consciousness of this strategic plan, and it's something we should be thinking about on a daily basis. So thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry if you can't see me on video, it's because I guess there's issues with my internet or something, because the video is glitching from what the clerk's sharing with me. But thank you for what you shared, Mr. Chair. I've been thinking about this a whole lot, because to me, when I look at the strategic plan, it's basically like a business plan for the county, right? How are we going to tackle the issues and the necessities of our community, and do it in a way that's very diverse, that addresses different layers, but at the same time is consistent. And I would say that that's kind of the goal. So I appreciate what Bunsa and Edgar had been working on with our CAO. It is a huge deal. It's a big lift to do a business plan that involves all levels of the county business. But I've noticed even through the agendas, which I think has been really good work, and I thank them for being focused, to even add the color coding and to add the reference points, even how on the agenda those things match with the strategic plan, because it really does go back to what is the vision, what is the mission, how are we going to enact this, how are we going to do it together in a unified way where we're not ignoring, right? When you set up a plan, you got to implement, and I agree with you, Chair. It's useless if we just talk about it. It just can't be a meeting about what the issues are and what we would ideally like to see. It's about figuring out the game plan to implement it, and that gets into a lot more details. It takes a lot more time. It's starting a new business to a certain extent, but the opportunities are there, and I think this is a good start. And I think that was kind of because I was there last year with Chair Medina and Supervisor Botello and De La Cruz, and we were all wondering, like, is this even going to fall flat? Are we actually going to get anything done? But I'm grateful that our CAO is bringing this back, and it brings us back into focus, so that way when we just think about our decision making, that it references what the big picture goals are of the county. Ultimately to represent our community and to make sure that we're taking care of their needs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez.
We're done with this. Thank you for the presentation. Open up to the public for
Any
comment.
public comment? This is
Members
on
of-
item 1 and item 1 only.
Members of the public who wish to speak on item 1, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. We have no speakers at this time.
Seeing none, we'll, thank you very much. We'll head on to item 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we'd like to go ahead and invite up Tom Slavich. I believe Tom's online. And he'll be discussing with your board assessed values, trends, and some work, some new things on the horizon that's coming down that he's going to be working on. So, Tom?
Morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
We can hear you.
Great. So I have a little PowerPoint here. We're talking about assessed values and trends in the assessor's office. We'll go ahead and start. Okay, what does the assessor do? So these are really the responsibilities and functions of the assessor's office. Now, our job is to locate all taxable property in the county, and we identify all the ownership, and we value all property that is subject to taxation, and then we apply all legal exemptions. We're also responsible for mapping all real estate parcels within the county. Now, in the assessor's office, everything revolves around January 1st, which is called the lien date or the assessment date. And as of January 1st, we determine the assessed value of all taxable property in the county for property tax purposes, including real property, personal property, business property, leasehold improvements, and Williamson Act properties.
Tom, we're sharing your presentation. Just let us know next when to move to the next slide.
Okay, the next slide.
Thank you.
So this slide is actual breakdown of the property tax dollar. Property taxes are the county's biggest revenue source. The county receives roughly 11 cents on the dollar, and the next biggest property tax is schools. They receive roughly, their allocation is roughly 68 cents. You see 56 cents, and then the 12 cents is for ERAF. And ERAF stands for Education Revenue Augmentation Fund. And it was passed back in 1992 by the state, basically to shift local tax revenues from cities, counties, and special districts to schools and community colleges. We can go to the next slide, please. Okay, the next slide here talks about taxable values by type of property. And as you can see here, the residential, is our largest value of over $7 billion in assessed value. we have roughly over 17,000 parcels. That's over 3/4 of all our parcels, and value is in residential type properties. Ag properties, we have over 4,400 ag properties, which makes up 20% of all our parcels and 15% of all our total value. Commercial and industrial parcels consist of 800 parcels, which represents about 4% of our total parcels, 11% of our total value. We'll go to the next slide, please. Okay, the residential real estate market has been quite strong. The COVID-19 pandemic has not affected these values, and residential values have been increasing since the beginning of the pandemic. Overall, the coronavirus will impact some of our January 1st, 2021 assessed values, primarily affecting the various commercial properties and small business assessments. And that's going to result in temporary value reductions for some of these properties. And we're going to be evaluating any temporary value reductions for this tax year. If we look at the chart there, we can see that the total assessed value of the county, let's see here. Oh, excuse me. So our county has over the 5-year history there from 2016 to 2020 shows residential values at roughly have increased by $2 billion in assessed value over the last 5 years, which is about a 42% increase. We grew by over 2,300 residential parcels over the last 5 years. That's an increase, 16% increase. Ag parcels grew in assessed value by $211 million over the last 5 years, with an increase, 18% increase.
Hey, Tom?
Both commercial, yes.
From 2016 to 2020, you had indicated there's a parcel increase of 2,365. So
yes,
just by looking at the numbers here, that's an annual growth of roughly 3.5%. Just
yes,
it's 3.5% from 16 to 17, 3.7, 17 to 18, 18 to 19 is 3.02, and 19 to 20 is 4.82. So I just wanted to, let everyone know that the growth rate is roughly 3 to 3.5% a year.
Yes, that's correct. So both commercial and industrial properties, grew in assessed value, by $210 million over 5 years, with an increase of about 25%. The parcel count for ag, commercial, industrials had no growth, basically stagnant, and slightly decreased over the last 5 years due to consolidation of parcels. Okay, we can move over to the
What do you mean by consolidation of parcels?
Yes. You had a question?
Yeah, what do you mean by consolidation of parcels? Are you saying that the ag stayed the same, but some parcels were bought up by the same people and they just came into one parcel instead of two parcels?
Yeah, sometimes they did mergers or lot line adjustments where they actually took various parcels and actually made them bigger, so consolidated parcels. And actually, if you maybe had 10 parcels and then you consolidated parcels, now you have 5 parcels.
So the actual acreage of farming land may have increased, but in this presentation, it's hard to see.
The actual acreage stayed the same. It was just basically the parcel count changed.
Okay, perfect. That's it. All right. So it stayed the same. Thank you.
Okay, you bet. So on this chart here, page 6, the county had a total value in 2020 at of 9.9 billion. That's the county gross value. And that's roughly a 7% increase in total, $651 million increase in assessed value. And when compared to all the other counties in the state, San Benito County ranked fourth in percentage assessment growth increase in 2020. And it's been ranked from third to seventh for percentage growth assessment increases for the last 8 years.
So Tom, on that increase,
Yes.
that has to do directly with the sale of the property or the value of the property. Therefore, if we have less residential growth in San Benito County, whether it's Hollister or the county, the values will probably be higher year by year because we have lack of supply. Would that be safe to assume?
Yeah, the lack of supply is driving the price up on residential properties. That's correct. And of all the new construction that's going on and the various changes of ownership.
Okay, thank you.
So in the governor's budget this year for statewide property tax revenue projections, they projected an increase of 4.5% for fiscal year 2021 and 5.6% in fiscal year 21-22. Now, our county has been usually higher than the projected statewide property tax revenues. And as I previously mentioned, we had an increase this year of 7%. And for the 21-22 year, not quite sure what that number is going to be at this time, but if I had to guess, I would pretty much align it with the governor's statewide projection. We can go to the next slide, please.
Tom, question, how much
Yes.
how much of our ag land is under the Williamson Act? What, like on a percentage basis, or however you want to?
So basically, of all the acreage in the county, about 75% of all our land is in the Williamson Act. So if you go back and look at, we had, I think, over 4,400 acres or 4,400 parcels in the Williamson Act. Roughly half the parcels are in the Williamson Act.
Okay.
I believe we have a 2143 to be exact for this year. And we have about 569,700 acres under contract. So that's about 75% of the privately held ground is in the Williamson Act.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, sir? Okay, I guess we'll move on then. So if you look at this chart here, it has basically the secure tax roll, the unsecured tax roll, and the utility tax roll. And you can see that the total value there is roughly in excess of $10 billion for the 2021 year. So that $10 billion is going to generate roughly over $100 million in revenues for schools, cities, the county, and special districts. Out of that $100 million, the county is going to receive about $11 million in property tax due to the fact that we get about 11 cents on the dollar. And if you look at all the way up to fiscal year 2012-13 to current, our assessment rolls have increased roughly by 75% in assessed valuation. That equates to about $4.4 billion in value. So that's a tremendous increase in a short period of time. Let's go to page 8. Okay, page 8. This one really talks about the history, and you can see, going back to 2005 and 2006, we had really some good years there, 9%, 10%, and so forth. And then, of course, we had the Great Recession. And so for 5 years straight, we had actually negative growth. And then in 2013, we went back to positive growth. So from 2013 to 20, we've averaged about 7.3% assessment growth per year. And And, range-wise, you can see that's a little over 6% to a little over 8%. Now, excluding the decreases for the Great Recession time period, the last 8 years of property taxes have been a steady and pretty much stable source of revenue over time. And as I mentioned, for the 2020 year, we were actually fourth in assessment growth, and we've been consistently, up there in the top 10 of all the counties as far as assessment growth. We'll move over to the next slide, number 9. So I wanted to talk a little bit about Proposition 19, and the title of that is the Home Protection for Seniors, the Severely Disabled, and Families and Victims of Wildfires or Natural Disasters. And that was passed here November 3rd, and it really has 2 parts to this proposition. The first part, it really limits the children inheriting the parents' property tax base, and it limits it to only the family home, which has to be used as the primary residence of the children. Now, all other types of real property will no longer qualify for the parent-to-child exclusion from reassessment. Now, this portion of the law is actually effective today, February the 16th. The second part of this proposition allows homeowners 55 or older, severely disabled, or victims of wildfires or natural disasters. It allows them to transfer the assessed value, which is the Prop 13 value, of their primary home to a replacement home anywhere in the state, up to 3 times per individual, and you have to do it within 2 years of the sale of the original residence. So in this situation, the homeowners are going to be able to trade up and still receive a tax breaks on their home. And this portion of the proposition goes into effect April 1st, 2021. Let's go to the next slide, please. So I'm really concentrating on this because this is going to really have an impact on our office. And Prop 19 will make important changes to 2 existing statewide programs that we have, different propositions. It's going to replace the Prop 58, which is parent-to-child transfers, exclusion from reassessment, and the Prop 193, grandparent-to-grandchild exclusion from reassessment. We don't have too many of the grandparent-to-grandchild. In order to have that transfer exclusion work, both parents have to be deceased. So mainly it affects parent-to-child transfers. And under Prop 19, you can only transfer the assessed value of your home to your children with a new value limit, and I'll get into that a little bit later. Now, the other types of properties, residential rentals, ag properties, commercial, industrial, will no longer qualify for transferring the assessed value, the Prop 13 value, to the kids from parent to child. Now, under the old rules, under Prop 58, which are out of effect as of today, you could actually transfer $1 million of assessed value per husband and per wife, so a total of $2 million per husband and wife of assessed value for any type of property, transferring the Prop 13 value to the kids, and plus the parents' house of any value. And as I mentioned, this exclusion is gone as of today. The next slide, I should say, staying with this slide, the next part of it is it replaces Prop 60. Can we go back to page 10, please? Excuse me. Oh, 10. Next one. There we go. Thank you. So on this particular part of it, it replaces Prop 60 and Prop 90. And these are the programs for the home value transfer, basically taking your Prop 13 value and transferring it to another property. Now, the current rules allow you to transfer your assessed value, your Prop 13 value of your home to a replacement home. It has to be of equal or lesser value and has to be within the same county, and you have to be 55 years or older or severely disabled. The new rules under Prop 19 will allow you to transfer your Prop 13 value of your home to a replacement home of any value within the state up to 3 times per individual. if you're 55 or older or severely disabled or a victim of a natural disaster. So this new part of Prop 19 is going to let you, as I mentioned, trade up to a more expensive home and still receive a tax break. We can go over to the next slide now. So I thought I'd give you some examples here. And this is a parent-to-child exclusion. This is a value test. And in this particular example, the fair market value of the family home is less than the sum of the factored base year value, which is the Prop 13 value, plus the $1 million value limit formula. And this is all new with Prop 19. So in this example, the Prop 13 or base year value is $500,000. There's the $1 million exclusion. That's the value test, which you have to add back in. And it gives you a total of $1.5 million. You compare it to the actual fair market value of the home, which is less. So you get to keep the old tax bases. The kids get to keep it, and it's valued at $500,000. So it has an annual savings of $4,000 in property taxes. So page 12. Page 12 is parent to child. This is another value test, example 2. In this situation, the home is actually, fair market value of the home is equal to or more than the sum of the Prop 13 value plus the $1 million value test. So in this particular example, there's going to be a partial adjustment to the current taxable value. So if you look at the example, the Prop 13 value is $450,000. You can add your $1 million exclusion limit of $1 million to that. Total sum's going to be 1.45. You're going to subtract that from the fair market value of 1.6. You come up with a value difference of 150, and that's going to be added to the old Prop 13 value to give a new adjusted base value of $600,000. And that's going to be roughly save about $10,000 in property tax. You go to the next slide, please. So this pertains to the principal residence when you transfer your base year value. So in this particular example, the replacement residence is of equal or lesser value than the original residence. So in this example, there's going to be no adjustment made to the base year value. So it shows here the replacement residence, the fair market value is $900,000. The original residence sells for 1.2. So really there's a negative $300,000 or a value difference of 0. So you get to keep the $500,000 transfer base year value, and that's the value that's enrolled for property tax purposes. Approximate tax savings, annual savings is roughly $4,000 per year. So in this situation, you get full relief is available. If you go to example 2, next page. In this particular situation, the replacement residence is of greater value than the original residence, so there's a partial adjustment made to the base year value. In the example, the replacement costs fair market value is 1.5. The original residence sales price is 1.2. Value difference is 300,000, and you're going to add that to the transfer base year value of 700,000, and you're going to have a new base year value of $1 million. An approximate annual savings is $5,000. I wanted to show you all this because we have to document all these different situations when they occur, and we're going to have to put these on our appraisal records every time. And I've been receiving many a phone call from people from Santa Clara County and other counties that would like to move to our county, and of course bring their old tax base here. So, as I mentioned, we'll be transferring Prop 13 values not only from other counties, but also from homeowners in our own county. They're going to be trading up and, still receiving a property tax break. So if we can go to the next slide, 15. So, and what are the impacts of Prop 19? Well, all this is going to have a tremendous impact on the assessor's office. It's going to require additional administration work, appraisal work, along with software modifications. We have to develop tracking systems. We have to coordinate with other counties on the residential base year value transfers. Get all the information from those counties, develop forms, work with the state on the tracking, because I imagine they're going to be involved with the base year value transfers per person, because you can get 3 transfers to different properties, and somebody has to monitor that. But overall, we believe Prop 19 will have a negative impact on property tax revenues for our county in the future. However, there's a little bit of a silver lining in the fact that there may be some backfill from the state affecting those counties like ours that are going to have, property tax revenue loss due to Prop 19. And so it's a big deal that's coming down the pipe. We had 2 propositions back in November, Prop 15, which didn't pass, and that was revaluing commercial and industrial properties every year. However, Prop 19, did pass, and it was narrowly passed. I think it was 51% of the vote, but, good enough to actually become part of the law. It has a lot of cleanup work left to do, and they have to go back. There's a lot of things that haven't been answered, so they have to go back and actually, kind of iron out some of the stuff. And the state tells me this stuff will probably be done early summer. They should have all the answers, to Prop 19. So, but in the meantime, we have to implement it as of those effective dates. At this time, I'll just like to open it up for any questions you might have.
I just have just one comment. I want to let everyone know that on our webpage, the tab where it is the assessor, he does have annual reports available, and these annual reports kind of mimic what he's presenting here. Goes back to 2006. That's just on here. It's a lot of good information. So I just want to let everyone know that also, that it is available online.
Mr. Chair?
Also, all our Prop 19 information is also available on our website as well, and much more detailed information if somebody needs to look at it as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I had a question.
Hold on one second, Supervisor Hernandez. Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to add a couple of comments to this presentation. Thank you, Tom, for working on it. One is, if you don't mind, Dulce, can you go to slide number 15, and then we'll go back to 3. So, as he mentioned, it's going to have an impact on, this is where our bread and butter is at, so to speak. This is where we receive most of our funding. And when you see these numbers, actually it can have a significant impact, and we're going to have a presentation from our auditor's office as well as administration. We'll present a little bit more concerning revenues and the impacts. Go to page 3 as well, or slide 3. So this is just a compound where we're at the issues that we have. So when you look at this actually is a breakdown. We're one of the lowest in the state of California, with our little sliver there of 11 cents on the dollar. Just to add or compound the potential issues here in the future, I just wanted to make sure that the board understood the ramifications with these new laws put in place, and where we're at already, and it's already a difficult task. So, and it's compounding. One is that we're obligated to provide the services to address this prop. So that means we have to hire more staff, and it has an impact on our revenue. So fingers crossed with the state and then backfilling us. I think that's something that's going to be important for us to lobby and to press the state on making sure that we get backfilled. So I just wanted to share that with
Thank you.
the board. Yeah.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So on that note of what Ray shared, it sounds like, and Tom, thank you for the presentation. In general, I've always known that the property tax is a big driver for the county. It sounds like we're going to be receiving less. What do you think the sentiment was behind the writing of Prop 19, and why it was adopted? Because to me, what it sounds like, it's going to encourage basically movement of folks selling their homes, and it gives them an incentive, right? But that doesn't mean that the counties that have to deal with the resource management to cover those new folks in our community, we're going to have the revenue to do it.
Well, the driving force, this proposition was on the ballot 2 years ago, and it didn't pass. And so it came back again. Well, the reason why it didn't pass the first time, because there was no way to pay for it. So what they came back with, and what I mean, what they came back with, the realtors, the Association of Realtors up in Sacramento, were the driving force behind this. And I think they spent over $45 million promoting Prop 19. And so one of the impacts, was transferring the base year value. Well, that all of a sudden now gets people excited because they can start moving. So properties, start getting listed. And of course, right now there's the shortage of inventory and so forth. So it creates some more housing inventory. It also is the bread and butter for the realtors. So, that was the one selling point. The other selling point was that, hey, counties, you can make up for the loss by, altering Prop 58 or modifying it in such a way that you lose all the benefits of transferring those old tax base to your kids. And you can only now do it to a primary residence. And the kids have to live in it. One of the kids have to live in it. And if it turns into a rental down the road, then we have to monitor that. And then once it turns into a rental, then we have to go back and assess it at a higher value. At the time the property transfer to the kids, that's the value that would be enrolling. So it's one of those things that, it narrowly passed, but either way, either side of that equation, it would cause more properties to be listed on the market, just increasing inventory of properties.
Thank you, Tom.
Does that answer your question?
Tom,
Yes, that does.
Thank you.
am I right in thinking, Tom, that it wouldn't be surprising if there's additional propositions coming down the pike? Like you said, this second time something like this has been on the ballot. I doubt many people really understood it. I mean, I still don't understand it after you have explained it for 15 minutes. It's incredibly confusing. So I'm just curious, is there any talk about adjustments to this or future ballot measures? I'm just curious. I guess no one really knows.
Well, yeah, the last one that passed back in November of '86 was Prop 58. And that one was in effect for 34 years. And then, of course, now Prop 19 kind of replaces the Prop 58 parent-to-child exclusion from reassessment. And Prop 19 really has a lot of loopholes in it that they have to explain because it doesn't, the way it's written right now, it's impossible to administer. So they have to go back and make changes to it, and tighten up everything. And as I mentioned, that's going to be done in the summertime. As far as new propositions coming on the ballot, I believe that the split roll initiative, that's the revaluation of commercial industrial properties, will probably come back. That particular proposition, it did not pass, but I believe it got over 48% of the vote. So, I have a feeling that, when you start passing these different propositions like Prop 19, it's basically, starting to take away a Prop 13. And so when you're short on tax dollars, then you start, looking at other propositions. And I think the Prop 15, the revaluation of commercial industrial properties will probably come back sometime in the future.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, my concern is the reduced revenue to the county. Already as it is, we're looking at a shortfall in terms of unmet needs. And as I was reviewing this packet, I walked away just very disappointed that we have so many projects that need to be worked on and need to be repaired, and even facilities. I can't wait for the facilities ones. But to see that 11 cents on the dollar is the only thing that we have as a county, and even that sliver of pie is going to be cut, I have some serious concerns of what we are going to do as a county. I'm not expecting you to answer that. I imagine that's going to be something the supervisors are going to have to work on collectively. But it painted a very bleak picture for me, looking at all of these presentations in terms of needs, wants, desires, but lack of revenue. So there's no question, it's just a concern that I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a few things. I'll start with Prop 19. I just, for me, this is another example of why the proposition system is inherently flawed. And I really believe this is just a broad level thing here, but I think the state's voters at some point really need to step up and look at putting constitutional limitations on this proposition system. It's really driven by lobbyists and business entities. It's not driven, it's really phony. It's not driven by voters at all. I think Supervisor Tiffany's point was really well taken as far as, the confusion that's out there. And that's really what they try to do. They confuse us and they get these things approved. This one looks like it was really realtor driven. And, again, business entities were driving this proposition. And we ultimately almost always seem to lose out on these things because we don't have political power here. We're, inherently we're a rural community and we just don't have the lobbyist sway that other counties have. And it's really disappointing once again. And I know that these are just comments that aren't going to get anything probably done, but it's, our voters really need to at some point start taking responsibility for our state and the direction that we're going in, because it's not a good direction. And I think the proposition system is really a big part of that. I have a few things I wanted to bring up. The Williamson Act funding, just to put it out there again that the state's been stealing our Williamson Act money for several years. And I would like to see, for me, I'm one supervisor, but I would really like to see us, do whatever sort of advocacy we can to, whether it's a letter or urging our state legislators to make sure that we haven't forgotten about that money that they're taking from us and not giving to us every year. As far as, I had a couple, no, I'm not gonna ask, I'll save it for Tom another time, but I do notice the parcel increase, the housing parcel increase from year to year. What I see when I do the math is somewhere between 3.5% to this last year, almost 5%. Just another reminder that we are growing at an unsustainable pace. We're a county, we're not a city. And I just want to make that clear that I think when you look at the state average of housing growth, it's 3.5% is extraordinary in and of itself, but we're close to 5%. And we have something like 2,700 homes that are approved that are on the way. So those numbers are only going to increase in the coming years. And that's troubling to me because housing is, it's a loser when it comes to revenue. And then lastly, I just want to point out that it's really great to see these increases in property tax revenues, but we have to keep in mind that this gravy train is not going to continue forever, and that really needs to be something that we, always when we are budgeting to really understand that 7% is not going to be really a sustainable number over the long term, and at some point our housing market's going to probably take a dip. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, just for the record, from 19 to 20, it was 4.82% increase in parcels.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can I add a couple additional?
Yes, sir.
Just piggybacking on both Supervisor Kozmicki's and Supervisor Gonzalez's comments. Agreed. The relying on property taxes is certainly not sustainable. And we see what a small percentage we get. We now are going to get even less due to this Proposition 19. I think it just really calls out that, and I know that, Ray, you've talked about this time and time again, is that we, as a county, we need to identify other revenue sources. It's absolutely critical. Otherwise, we are reliant on property taxes, we're reliant on residential growth, which of course then causes a greater need for more services, which we're not able to deliver unless we're able to identify other revenue sources. So I think that, you know, this really demonstrates, I know we're going to get into this later when we look at the budget, but you know, sales tax revenue and other areas of revenue is just going to be absolutely critical for our county. Thank you.
You said that perfectly, because later on in the presentation, we will have the revenues by source. And when it comes to sales and use tax, it's a sliver. It's extremely small. So, you know, that's why we have to educate our residents also that industrial growth is a good thing, not a bad thing. Any other questions from the board members?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Hernandez.
Yeah, Supervisor Tiffany, so what do you, because I think this is a kind of the point, and I don't want to throw the meeting off kilter. So tell me if it's in context or should we wait? But basically, I would like to see what, like Supervisor Tiffany had mentioned, what are the solutions? You know, if we don't want to focus on residential, what are the options to diversify the county's interest for revenue?
Well, you know, I feel, as Supervisor Medina just mentioned, that much of it has to come from commercial and industrial growth. New businesses coming into our community, which will generate sales tax and revenue, which will then in turn allow us to provide more services. So I think that's got to be a key area. Now, there's limited areas within the unincorporated areas of the county, and so that you know, really raises the question: is where are we gonna see that? And of course, that brings us into discussions about all kinds of different areas and projects, some of which have been, of course, very controversial in our community. But I do think it's critical that our residents are educated about the county and our budget situation and the realities of where revenue is coming from. And if we want to create greater services for our residents, then we need to have the money come from somewhere. And it's very limited if we're strictly reliant on property taxes.
Does that answer your question, Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, that was, I really appreciate it. That was really good. And honestly, I commend you, Supervisor Tiffany, because I agree. To a certain extent, part of trying to make good decisions for our county, we have to consider things that even might not necessarily be easy to manage as far as the public conversation. But nonetheless, it should be a focus because it really does. And that's why I appreciate a strategic planning meeting, because in essence, what we're talking about is, even when it comes to the values that we're trying to espouse, how are those things going to be consistent throughout the whole of the departments, right? I mean, I think of different layers of issues that I've heard brought up in my short 2 years so far, like, you know, permitting issues, you know, planning for industrial projects. You know, I know succession planning has been a hot topic because we have folks that they work here for a short period of time, develop their skills, and then move on and at a higher wage somewhere else. We're so close to Santa Clara. We're in a tough situation to have to manage to keep consistency, right? Because if you don't have people here long enough, then there's big gaps of services that aren't being provided. So we need continuity. We need succession planning. I would make a recommendation on the values itself if we added those elements. So that way we made sure it was a systems-wide approach. So that way as projects came up or different things that we were trying to capitalize on, that it would encourage that continuity and then that game plan that said we're not going to miss we're going to keep developing our revenue stream so that way we don't have big gaps and we lose people and all of a sudden we can't keep up. Because I do fear what Supervisor Gonzalez had mentioned, that the revenues are going to drop. God forbid, we have to let people go, and there's all these negative effects. We're already having a hard time managing our resources. I would like to come up with a game plan. But we're in this meeting for us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Let's open it up for public comment.
Members of the public who wish to speak on item 2, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. We have no speakers at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're on our third item. This is out of our auditor's office. We have Joe Paul Gonzalez and Leanne. They're going to be presenting 2 PowerPoint presentations for your board. So I'm not sure, Joe Paul, if you're going to go first or you're going to go second, but why don't you go ahead and come on and then
Yes, I'm
present
going to
something.
go first.
Okay, thank you, Joe Paul.
I'm actually going to talk about the property tax allocation process. Let me just share the screen. Okay, are you able to see the screen?
Joe Paul, give me 1 second. You're showing 2 screens.
Thank you.
So if you could just select the PowerPoint. If not, I can share it on our end.
No, is the PowerPoint on the screen? I can't really see.
Joe Paul, you have, I think, your 2 monitors, so it's conflicting. So just share the PowerPoint itself.
Oh, let me,
So on Zoom, when you hit share screen, just select the PowerPoint.
okay, so, good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors.
Joe Paul, you need to share the PowerPoint, please.
Or I'll share it on our end. Joe
We'll
Paul.
share it. Just go ahead and let us know when you want to click next.
Are we sharing?
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, Joe Paul.
Okay.
Sorry, I got 4 iterations on my screens right now. Okay, so, at the request of CAO Espinoza, I'm here to present the county's property tax allocation and apportionment process. So throughout this presentation, there will be items that you may have a question on that might be cleared up in a later slide in this presentation. Okay, slide 2, please. So the agenda for this presentation is, well, first I'd like to explain an overview of the allocation and apportionment process, then jump over to some of the major milestones in legislative history between the state and local government, and then finish the overview. I'm going to continue with assess valuation. I'm going to touch on that a little bit, and then talk about the property tax allocation and apportionment process, which will be followed up with the AB8 process, which is the major portion of the major driver of allocation and apportionment, and talk a little about direct charges and the timing of distributions. So the property tax administration there's really 3 departments: the county assessor, the county auditor, and the county tax collector that administer the property tax system, and it's really a system of checks and balances. The county's largest source of general purpose revenues comes from property taxes. This is not true for all local agencies. For example, the city of Hollister sales taxes are the largest source of general purpose revenues, almost 2 to 1 to what they receive in property tax in 2019. Next slide, please. So this is the slide, many of you have probably already seen this slide. It's major milestones over the last 4 decades between the state and local fiscal relationship. SB 90, the slide starts with SB 90. In 1972, the Property Tax Relief Act, known as SB 90. The primary purpose of the act was to limit the ability of local agencies and school districts to levy taxes. To offset these limitations, the legislature declared its intent to reimburse local agencies and school districts for the cost of new programs or increased levels of service mandated by state government. The concept of state reimbursement to local agencies and school districts for state mandated activities originated with this legislation. Then in 1978, Prop 13, also known as the Jarvis-Gannon Initiative, was passed, setting the property tax rate of 1%. 1979, Assembly Bill 8, which was a major part of this presentation, will be covered in detail in some of the slides that follow. But what's noticeably not on this chart, because the chart ends in 2012, is the most significant legislation since really, since 2012 for sure, but I believe since the actual passage of Prop 13, is the passage of Prop 19. The county assessor talked a little bit about the Prop 19, what the implications are to the county. As it relates to the county auditor, there are a lot of questions that need to be answered because, as it relates to allocation and apportionment. So those, hopefully, the legislature and the Department of Tax and Fee Administration from the state will promulgate the statutes or, whatever the regulations are as it relates to that, so that county auditors throughout the state will understand how to administer the Prop 19 process. Next slide, please. So the state legislature scrambled to find an equitable formula for distribution of property taxes proceeds to local governments in response to Prop 13, which cut in half the amount of taxes that would be distributed to local government. The share, this share was determined by averaging Prop SB 154 prescribed that the local government share of property tax be based on the share of property tax going to the local government before Prop 13. And so SB 154 required that counties and other local government, except for schools, look at the 3 years, fiscal years 1975 to 1978, and take an average of those for determining what their property tax revenue share was. The school's percentage was only based on a 1-year average. So statewide, these relative shares have been frozen since that time. For each jurisdiction in a county, its proportionate share of the countywide 1% property tax revenue was determined, establishing a base year revenue. Next slide. So the assessment of property taxes is the responsibility of the assessor, which is about 80% of all the work related to property tax administration. The Revenue and Taxation Code of California mandates that the assessor certify and deliver the assessment roll on or before July 1st of each year to the county auditor. Next slide. The state board roll is utility roll, which is comprised of unitary and non-unitary values and is reported at the TRA level and by assessee. I'll explain more later about what a TRA is. Examples of non-unitary property are railroad property and property owned by a state-assessed utility company such as PG&E. That is not used in the operation of its business. So when the state values are merged with local secured values, they are also referred to as the secured roll. Next slide, please. The last equalized roll on August 20th of each year is a combination of the assessor's roll or local roll as delivered to the auditor, including any changes made by the County Board of Equalization during the month of July, together with the utility roll as transmitted to the auditor by the state board. Now, all this is important because the last equalized roll is used for the purpose of computing any debt limit using assessed valuation for the issuance of bonds for public agencies such as schools, and is the basis of property tax allocation and apportionment. Next slide, please. So allocation is the process of calculating the district's share of the property tax revenue. Apportionment is the process of distributing that property tax revenue to those taxing jurisdictions. And revenue and taxation codes provide for the manner in which the property taxes are allocated and apportioned. For the allocation and apportionment of the local secured property tax roll, the methodology is prescribed in the legislation of 1979, passed in 1979, AB 8, which describes the use of factors to allocate the 1% general tax. Next slide. The AB 8 legislation provided for an equitable allocation of the 1% property tax that would change in proportion with the increase or decrease of assessed values. This slide shows some examples of events which change the revenue allocation for a specific tax rate area. And I'll explain tax rate areas very soon. What changes revenue allocation are an annexation, which are Section 99 of the Revenue and Taxation Code, or a city incorporation, which, you know, some years ago that was a discussion item in the county, or legislative changes such as the ERAS, as well as negotiated agreements like master tax agreements. These affect the specific revenue allocation at the TRA level. Next slide. So the AB 8 theory is that AB 8 prescribed the methodology for the changes resulting from the change in assessed values and the transfer of property tax revenue from one entity to another in the event of jurisdictional changes, such as annexations. AB8 established the basic property tax apportionment system, ensuring that in any fiscal year, a local government will receive property tax revenue equal to what it received in the prior fiscal year, which is called base year, plus its share, whether positive or negative, of growth in revenue due to growth in assessed valuation within its boundaries, and that is called increment. AB8 stipulated that the property tax proceeds due to growth in value, whether due to changes in ownership, new construction, or the maximum of 2% inflation factor prescribed in Prop 13, accrue only to those jurisdictions where the increase took place. So the big question is, how is the how are they used? The AB8 factors, how are they used? Which is, they're essentially a county-wide weighted average and are used to apportion property tax collections really throughout the year. This is a cash flow model of, people pay taxes, it goes through the tax apportionment system of the AB8 system, and it's apportioned out to the county general fund, the cities, and schools and special districts. Next slide. So the county is divided into tax rate areas. I've been, talking about tax rate areas, and some of the board members don't know what those are yet. And so each tax rate area really is a geographical area, which is a unique combination of service providers and tax increment new revenue allocation factors. There are 382 tax rate areas in the county of San Benito. Each tax rate area is composed of county, city, which is incorporated territory, school districts, such as elementary, high, unified, college, Office of Ed, and special districts. You can see here in this slide that, for example, TRA 002, which is one of the San Juan Bautista tax rate areas, shows, some of the taxing jurisdictions that are in that TRA. Notice in TRA 02, all of the taxing jurisdiction factors add up to 1 on the bottom of the slide. This is true of all TRAs in the AB8 system. Next slide. This slide looks at 5 TRAs tax growth or increment and is allocated, or increment is allocated with the last column showing how this increment is apportioned to taxing jurisdictions. Now, keep in mind, this is only 5 TRAs that's showing on this slide here. So, base plus annual tax increment, the annual tax increment factors are created to enable county auditor controllers to allocate increment within specified geographical areas called the TRAs. These factors remain constant for most counties, including San Benito County, and only change for jurisdictional changes, as we talked about. The new tax growth amount is added to the existing base tax amount for each entity each year. The base amount is the amount of property tax charged in the prior fiscal year, and each year's charge is the prior year's charge plus the new tax increment or tax growth. So this slide shows the fiscal year 2021 summation of property tax revenues for all TRAs with the prior base year and the annual current year increment. So there's adjustments to the ABA distribution or allocation. And one of those adjustments, and Tom touched on it, is ERAF, the Educational Relief Augmentation Fund. And one of the other adjustments, or the only other adjustment, is the former Hollister RDA. They're authorized to shift tax revenue from some of the established taxing entities. These shifts are calculated as part of the overall ABA process. The result provides the net due to each taxing entity, which then allows for the calculation of the ABA factors used to apportion property taxes. This slide shows how the property tax revenue is shifted from the county, cities, special districts to the ERAF. And you can see that in column 3. As well as shifts of tax revenue from the city of Hollister and school district for the former redevelopment agency of the city of Hollister to fund the RPTTF fund. You see that on the bottom of the screen under the RDA net shift column. This RPTTF fund was established to cover the wind-down obligations of the RDA. The RDA legislation, the original legislation, allowed schools to enter into pass-through agreements with RDAs to provide the RDA with enhanced funding. The schools that entered into these agreements were guaranteed that the transfers would be backfilled by the state. When the state realized that the amount of backfill obligation was greater than the state wanted to sustain, the resulting ABX 1026 legislation was passed to wind down all of the RDAs in the state, and that's shown in the major milestones flowchart. Next slide. Thank you. This is a sample of a tax bill. The arrow pointing to the 1% general property tax shows how the 1% tax is only part of your tax bill. All of the preceding discussion was related to this one line item on your tax bill. All the other items listed below the general property tax line are what we, in the property tax departments, refer to as the below-the-line direct charges. Next slide, yes, thank you. Special taxes, special assessments, and other non-ad valorem items of a specific dollar amount that are added to the tax bills are direct charges. These charges are in addition to the ad valorem tax and are related to the assessed value of the property, and are unrelated to the assessed value of the property, and are added on a per parcel basis. The county auditor's office receives files from agencies such as the San Mateo County Water District to add charges to the property tax bills for taxpayers. They're due no later than August 8th of each year. Next slide. The office reviews that the files are properly formatted to be uploaded to the county's property tax system, which is called Megabyte. The school bond rates are calculated by the auditor's office annually, since the rates change with changes in assessed valuation of the tax rate areas where the bonds are levied. Next slide. Here's a portion of a tax bill showing the bond levies and the direct charges. See, starts with the Samuel High School bond number 215. And this is just one sample of a tax bill for one taxpayer. Okay. The auditor's office performs 4 or more distributions a year of the secured property tax apportionments, and they occur in December, April, and June. The supplemental and unsecured tax distributions, which were not a subject of this presentation, are made in other intervals. The property tax division of the auditor's office distributes the collections, plus or minus any refunds or adjustments that may apply. The cities are sent their tax apportionments by check, but the school tax apportionments are just deposited with the respective school funds in the county treasury. Percentage-wise, the schools get approximately 40% of their apportionment in December with the April distribution. The schools are getting about 86% of their total annual apportionment in April. By the end of June, the schools, cities, special districts, and county will receive 100% of their annual apportionment, even if the county has only collected 97% of what is owed in taxes by taxpayers, as in this year. The uncollected amounts are made up by the county's teeter plan. I have an entire other PowerPoint presentation explaining what the teeter plan is and how it works, but basically, when the delinquent taxpayers pay their tax bill, the teeter plan gets a portion of the penalty payment that is later declared as revenue to the county general fund. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions that you might have.
Supervisor Tiffany?
I don't have any questions at this time.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
No questions.
Supervisor Kazmicki?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the RDA trust fund. Hopefully this is just a quick thing. Maybe I could have asked it with the assessor when the assessor was on as well. I noticed 13 cents. I looked like 13 cents on the dollar goes to RDA trust fund. Is there a time frame? I imagine maybe it's not in anyone's lifetime when that payment might stop. It seems like really significant. And then that's the question. And then the comment would be, if we're continuing to pay into the RDA backfill or whatever you want to call it, then I think that should be part of ongoing discussions with the city when we get into these negotiations over who's paying what. And I think we often forget that we're paying a significant amount of money for a city benefit. So, but the question, do we have a time frame on that as far as the RDA payments?
Well, the wind down was supposed to occur 30 years after the initiation of the ABX 126 legislation. So that was, it's actually on the milestones chart when it was passed, but it's probably within 20 years.
Okay, so that's going to be a while. Okay, yeah, it was a great presentation, Joe Paul. A couple things I was going to suggest that at some point we hold. We always talk about the need for revenue, and this could be in Ray's discussion as well, but I think at some point, we need to hold a general brainstorming session on revenue creation and just, put our brains together on ideas kind of from all over the place on how we create revenue. I know we talked about commercial and industrial. I certainly agree with that, but there's some other things we could potentially look at. And I also would just suggest, that we at some point discuss the potential for a county sales tax. I know that's a difficult discussion, but, the city of Hollister has approved their sales tax. It's ongoing, and the county is, on a relative basis is, not there with the city. So it's just something that I would, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Chair.
On our sales tax, we're at 1% right now, correct?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're going to be discussing that at the next.
And
the
maybe
next
I'll
item.
we'll talk about that later, but, yeah, no, you're talking about Measure G, obviously.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, the
right.
Measure G.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
But there's
that.
also a breakout of our taxes
Yes.
on the next presentation, yeah.
And maybe that's premature. It just that, as long as we're talking about taxes, and I know we're doing this, but I just want to, I know former Supervisor Gilio had brought up the Airbnb thing, a couple years ago. So I just want to make sure that we're keeping our antennas up for all these sorts of potential revenue sources. And again, maybe I'm being premature here because I know this overlaps a bit, auditors and finance.
That's on the next presentation.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Hey, Joe Paul, I think we're at, the expiration date is 2041 for the RDA.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Really,
No question, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to add one thing, Mr. Chair, if I may. So, our auditor mentioned teeter funds. Normally, every year, we discuss teeter funds. It really has been a source of revenue for us. But again, with COVID, there's been a relaxation of actually penalties, and that's kind of where we generate some of the funding. So there's obviously some things that we're going to talk about during our budget timeframe. I think it's going to be scheduled for our first ones in April the 20th, I believe. Special meeting that will discuss the teeter and a little bit more in depth with the budget. But I think that's just to kind of preface this, but we plan to actually have that in one of our last presentations, is to carry this conversation on in a brainstorming format like Supervisor Kosmicki mentioned, because we all have to be kind of on board of how to strategize generating more revenues. But we'll talk about that in my presentation later.
Thank you. We'll open it to public comment.
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. Elia, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas. Thank you, Joe Paul, for the presentation. And so we have one common denominator here. First is the fact that we have an entire new Board of Supervisors for the next 2 years, all working together, and the focus that is economic development. I've been saying this, and many of the supervisors, the previous supervisors, we need economic development. We are one of the poorest counties in the state. We are large in volume and land, but we are poor when it comes to money. Our money leaves and our money doesn't stay here. People don't shop here. People live here. They sleep here. They leave the county. They go to work somewhere else. Like on the weekends, they leave to go shop somewhere else. We need economic development. We need businesses. And
You're breaking up, Elia.
The focus with regards to the, again, is in businesses. We need Strata Verde. Hello, can you out now? Dulce, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. So breaking up earlier.
Okay, so anyway, going back to the importance of how broke we are and how we lose employees because they get the job somewhere else. They use us for training and they get more money somewhere else because we can't afford to pay salaries within there. So I would like to have the entire board
Just cut it off.
think about bringing in economic development.
Thank you, Elia. You are really in and out, so I apologize. Any other public comment?
We have no more speakers at this time.
Bring it back to the board here.
We have a Part B to this particular item.
This is the second item, the second part. So,
Yeah, we have Leanne that's going to actually be presenting the tax.
is that the revenue?
Yep.
Okay, general fund?
Yep, revenue side on the general fund with deals with taxes and other things, so. So I'd like to invite Leanne, or I'll have Joe Paul introduce her.
Yes, Leanne Godinez is our Assistant Auditor Controller, and she will be presenting the comprehensive revenues that relate and affect the general fund. Leanne?
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I am sharing my screen right now. I hope everybody can see my presentation. So like Joe Paul mentioned, I'm going to be doing a presentation on general fund revenues this morning. So I'm going to be highlighting some of the various revenue classifications and detailed funding sources that are received and collected in the county general fund. So I wanted to start by presenting a visual of the various revenue classifications found within the general fund. Throughout my presentation, I use fiscal year 2020 as a basis of presenting the proportion of each revenue type within the general fund. So as you can see, taxes does make up the majority of the tax revenues in that fund. Aid from other governments, which consists of state and federal funding, and charges for services to external agencies and customers make a combined 40% of the general fund's revenues. So this table presents a 3-year history of the tax revenues specifically, and a 2021 year-to-date and 2021 projected. So over the past 3 years, total taxes has increased slightly year to year, and we project that will continue in 2021. While many of the surrounding counties have seen decreases in sales tax and TOT due to the pandemic, San Benito's tax revenues have remained relatively constant over the previous year. And in fact, our sales tax revenues have increased, and I'll discuss that a little bit more in detail.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes.
I just wanted to and maybe Leanne is going to discuss that, but if you can go back to that slide, Leanne, where the sales tax is at, as you can see, the proportional difference between the property tax and the sales tax, we don't receive a whole lot. And if you look at the number in 2018, we had a PV2 project. That's where why that number was so high. And then obviously it dropped back down. And we did receive, I guess Fireclay came in and actually changed their taxes from San Francisco to our county, so we were able to obtain more taxes there. I'm sure Leanne will probably elaborate a little bit more on that, but I just wanted to share with the board the significant difference of sales tax versus, and one of the things that we could look at to increase is sales tax, obviously, as we've been discussing. So, sorry about that, Leanne. Go ahead, continue.
That's okay. So this presents a visual of the breakdown of the different tax revenues. So as you can see, again, property taxes 85%, and then sales tax is the next highest at 10%. So getting a little bit, going into sales tax. So the sales tax rate for the unincorporated area of the county is 8.25%. The state of California retains 6% of the sales tax revenues. Portions of that state 6% sales tax rate are allocated to local governments, including San Benito County, as part of Prop 172 funding for public safety, 1991 realignment funding for health and social service programs, and 2011 realignment funding for law enforcement, mental health, and social service programs. 1.25% of the sales tax rate collected goes to local governments. 0.25% is allocated to local county transportation funds, and then 1% if the sale occurs or if the sale is in the unincorporated area of the county general fund does receive that 1% sales tax rate. And then if it occurs in the incorporated cities, then that 1% goes to the cities. So the last piece of this is the 1% district tax, which was passed through Measure G. And that additional 1% sales tax is remitted to San Benito Council of Governments for local road projects.
Excuse me, could I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir.
How does the allocation change dependent on whether a consumer purchases something in our county or city or county, or purchases something out of the community? And specifically, I'm wondering about, for example, I used to be in the car business, and I know when someone purchased something out of the county, I believe a portion of the sales tax still came back to our county. Is that correct, and how does that break out? I'm just curious.
So staying within the county, if the sale is within the incorporated cities, that 1% of the 7.25% goes to the city. And then if it's in the unincorporated area, then that comes to the county general fund. Obviously, sales that occur outside of the county would then, if the consumer is traveling to that store outside of the county, the county or jurisdiction in which that sale occurs would receive that sales tax revenue.
But in the case of certain purchases, like a auto purchase, it's driven by the sales tax that is of the residence where the person lives, which is unusual.
I think it's the use tax. Maybe it's a slightly different.
So I know that some of the money comes back. I'm only pointing this out because this isn't true in all cases, but the more people purchase here in the community, stay in town, at least with auto sales, I know, it does benefit the county.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Yep.
Supervisor Tiffany, you are correct. If you purchase a vehicle, let's say in Santa Clara County, if the resident who's purchasing the vehicle notifies, what their tax situs is, which is San Benito County, and specifically in the unincorporated county, the purchaser of the vehicle should be charged the 8.25%, and those taxes will come to San Benito County.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tiffany. You want to continue, Leanne?
Sure. So on this slide, so a factor contributing to the continuing increase in sales tax revenues for the county was Assembly Bill 147, also known as the Marketplace Facilitator Act. The bill requires marketplace facilitators that do not have a physical presence in the state to obtain a permit to collect and remit use tax on sales of tangible property within the state. Marketplace facilitators were required to begin reporting sales taxes beginning the quarter October 1st, 2019. And with COVID restrictions causing an influx in online shopping, the boost in sales from remote sellers and marketplace facilitators mitigated any declines in sales tax revenues occurring from temporary closures of stores as a result of the pandemic. And so this graph to the right shows the effects of the implementation of AB 147. So this is the impact to the sales tax pools with and without AB 147.
I had a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so what you're mentioning is the online had an impact in the county. You know, can you mention how many businesses that applies to, or maybe make reference of one to give us an example?
I don't have the exact number of sellers or marketplace facilitators, but I guess one that is pretty well known would be Amazon sales.
So with AB 147, Amazon now allocates funding based off of, in our county, based off of people buying, their products in our county?
I can answer that question, Supervisor Hernandez. Amazon entered into an agreement with the state of California some years ago to provide sales tax. It was AB 147 required that businesses that had sales of above $500,000 annually would now be required to pay sales tax. So with the passage of AB 147, we see businesses like Etsy and many of the auto parts businesses that are out of state, they're not paying income tax. Sales tax. This really made all the difference. And I think this graph right here shows how dramatic a difference it's made with the passage of AB 147. And recall that it was the Wayfair Supreme Court decision that led the way to allow for the AB 147 legislation to be initiated. So this is a significant change in how where sales tax comes from.
So, and I thank you for that clarification, Joe Paul. So, as much as I love the revenue, I still have a concern, not so much on this slide. I mean, I think it's really informative, or even the context of it. Just a concern as far as what the driving force of sales tax in San Benito County is. You know, when you think about it, and I'm talking to obviously a lot of retailers, mom and pops, local shops, Amazon is not necessarily a friend to that kind of an industry because not to say that, and I get it, right? It's a convenience to the consumer, especially in COVID times. But to a certain extent, it doesn't set a good game plan for our county as far as supporting the local businesses that we already have. And trying to, in November, they have the big Shop Local, American Express drive, things like that to try to create an organic, local driving sales tax, base to benefit our county, ultimately to benefit our constituents with having the revenue for resources. So I just wanted to bring that up because I think it's in context. It helps us to think about what is the vision and the goals of the county to support local businesses, even a part of things that to a certain extent are not necessarily they're not beneficial for, as far as competition with our local businesses. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I had a quick question on that as long as we're talking on that. So I was wondering, how do we track, and I apologize the ignorance here, but I'm trying to understand and make sure that we're collecting all the revenue that we're eligible for. How do we track, or what system is in place to track that, to ensure that we're getting all of what we deserve as far as tax revenue from Etsy and you name the company, go down the line, and Target comes to mind. When I buy something at Target online, how does that work as far as making sure that a local community like ours is getting all that revenue that we're supposed to get?
Well, I can tell you that the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration spends a lot of time, tracking and allocating the sales tax. So, in addition to that, the county has a contract with HDL companies, which they're quarterly. They provide presentations to the county administrative office and to this office to talk about changes in sales tax, talk about different businesses that now make up make up what we're collecting from in sales tax from those businesses. Much of that information is confidential by statute, because it could be an unfair competitive advantage to know what certain competitors are producing as far as sales tax, how much they're actually paying in sales tax. But in addition to providing that information quarterly to the county, HDL has an audit unit that basically that's what they do, is they audit transactions to make sure that the county is getting everything it's supposed to be getting. And there have been, HDL was very instrumental in helping the county receive all of its sales tax as a result of the Sologen project, and had been tracking those specific transactions, making sure that the sales tax that had been, let's say, was paid to the wrong county, that made sure that we ended up getting all the sales tax that was due to San Diego County.
So just a quick follow-up. So we're confident that, we're getting the tax revenue we're supposed to be getting. Are there any holes in the system? I think Amazon fought this for a while. How confident are we that we're getting all the revenue we're supposed to be getting from these hundreds, if not, hundreds probably of companies out there that our residents purchase from?
Well, of course, there's businesses out there that, the requirement for especially online business is that they exceed 500,000 annually. But many of those businesses that we know for sure, even though they don't reach that threshold, are paying the tax anyway, because it's much more difficult for these businesses to stop paying the tax on limits when they're selling to the 50 states of the United States. So we know that one of the benefits of the AB 147 was that there was going to be somewhat of an over-compliance with sales tax, reporting. So to answer your question, I feel confident that the county is getting everything that it's supposed to be getting at this time.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
I think it brings up a good question though, because it's, when someone from the county goes and purchases something, it's almost like a black box, right? And I think that's a valid question that the supervisor brings up, and I think that's something that we can bring to HDL to discuss that a little bit more further, and then maybe come back with a report on that. I think it's a good question, for discussion later.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can I, a follow-up question? So, and maybe you mentioned this earlier, I missed it, but online purchases, if I live like I do, if I live in the county, unincorporated area of the county, so that sales tax dollars then goes to the county, and if I live in the city, it goes to the city that I live in? How does that break out if it's an online purchase?
Zip code. Oh, Go ahead, Joe Paul, sorry.
Well, yes, okay. Well, the answer is it does not come back to the county directly. It comes back indirectly because all online sales are going to the state pool. And through the process of a very complicated apportionment process, we receive it that way. But you won't see direct, a direct relationship between online vendors reporting to the county, county specific, because it is actually going to the state pool first.
But does the county get its, I guess, its fair share? How do you, because again, there's a certain percentage, obviously, of population lives in an unincorporated area of the county versus Hollister, San Juan Bautista. How does, when it comes from the state, does it then get divvied up between county and the cities? Because, I mean, more and more,
Yes.
this is a huge area of sales tax.
Yeah, the apportionment formulas used by the state are, a lot of it's based on population. It's actually a huge part of it is based on what you're already receiving in Bradley Burns, which is the 1% sales tax. So, for example, when the county was received a large sales tax in Bradley Burns, the 1% as a result of the Soligen project, the amount that we received from the state pool also increased because there's a part of the formula of the apportionment of sales tax includes the Bradley Burns. So, to answer your question, there's no direct relationship. It's indirect, and it's controlled by the state, and the way the state apportions the state sales tax pool.
So basically, Joe Paul, the easy way to say it, if there was $100 in sales tax and it was due to the county because it was online shopping, we don't know how much we would receive because it's all based on this magical state formula. Correct?
Right.
It's making it easy.
It's not one-to-one.
With the exception of, when it comes to the automobile, like you said,
Yeah.
it's based upon something different,
Excuse
but
me,
this
it's
is
how-
online.
And I don't know that I've looked at it, but if I order, being in the unincorporated area of the county, if I order from Amazon, I'm paying sales tax. Am I paying at the county rate or am I paying at the city rate?
I believe it goes on your actual delivery point. I'm not sure,
Yeah,
but I believe it's on your delivery
I
point.
believe it's a county rate.
Yes,
and
I
then
believe that's what
someone
it
who's in the
is, but-
city is gonna pay at the city's rate. Anyway, it raises, in my mind, it raises a question because, it's very limited as it is with sales tax for the county, so I don't know if there's any way to get to the bottom of that, but I'm just curious because it is
I think there is.
a larger area. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry for interrupting. Yeah, I think there is. I'm going to ask that very question to HDL. We have a assigned consultant, and we'll provide the board an answer.
Yeah, because, let's face it, and now particularly this past year, but as we go forward, and I agree with Supervisor Hernandez, it's unfortunate, but a huge part of shopping is now done online. A separate question, and Supervisor Kosmicki brought it up earlier, I don't know if now's the time to raise this question, but since the city of Hollister gets 1% more in sales tax, I believe they're at 9.25%, we're at 8.25%. If we were to be at 9.25%, if the unincorporated area of the county was at 9.25%, what kind of an impact at our current level of revenue, sales tax revenue, what kind of impact would that have on our overall revenue if we had that extra 1%? I'm just curious.
Well, the impact would be, we would double our sales tax. The district tax, which is anything above the, which, gets passed locally, like, for example, the city of Hollister, they have a 1% district tax. It essentially, mimics, the Bradley Burns. So it would be just about double. I know there's a few exceptions to that, but they're not significant enough to make a huge difference. So roughly, it would double the amount of Bradley Burns tax.
So without any other change, it would go roughly from 2.3 million to about 5 million. No?
Go ahead, Joe Paul. Explain that, please.
Yes, it would, of course, there could be, people might have, might decide not to make these purchases here because of because of the amount of taxes that we're paying. But if barring that, yes, we would be seeing a doubling of the amount of taxes coming in, of the sales tax coming in.
Joe Paul, just to be clear, I just want to make sure that when we're talking about the 2.2 million, that's sales and use tax. This would only refer to sales tax, it's not use tax, am I correct?
That's right.
So it's not
Only
really,
sales.
it's two different
Not
things.
quite.
Yeah,
How
it's
much
two-
is the use tax? What portion?
30, go ahead. What do you know that off the top of your head, Joe Paul? On the use tax versus the sales tax, if we had to do a pie chart? Sure.
I'm going based upon what was discussions that I had with K&N, which is our financial consultant to the county. This is information that was provided to the county that we would be seeing double, and a lot of their presentations show that we would be receiving double the sales tax. But it's true that what we're seeing here in revenue is sales and use tax. Your question is, will a district tax also mean a doubling of the use tax? And I'm not sure on the answer to that question. And I'll get an answer to that question.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, I think as Supervisor Kosmicki said, I think we should be talking about different possibilities for increasing revenue. I know that this is something the Board of Supervisors looked at in the past. I don't recall when the last time they looked at it, but to your point, Joe Paul, frankly, we are lower than, the county is 1 point lower than anywhere else in the, within the county. And if you go outside of our county, in most cases, not in all cases, where we are as San Diego County, our rate is about this, is a little bit lower than many other areas, particularly as you get up in Santa Clara County. So anyway, I just think it's something to consider for us to take a look at.
Well, I'm going to say my piece since everybody's talking about sales tax. When you're looking at sales tax, it's the easy way out. Let's just tax everybody. Let's just tax them 3%, 4%, then we're good. Our job here is not to just take the easy way out. It's to try to figure out how we bring in revenue. We have certain businesses that wanted to come here and that we did not meet the criteria to bring them in. So what we need to do is we need to focus on that. That's the biggest thing we have to do. I'm not saying that it's wrong, 1%, but when you're looking at it, let's not try it that way. Let's continue to be leaders and try to bring businesses here, because that by far pays a much more dividends than a 1% sales tax.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. I'm just saying that I think everything should be on the table, and I also think that residents need to understand, again, kind of the situation we're in. And, you can't provide services without the revenue. And so, I think we have to look at all areas. But I totally agree with you, Mr. Chair. By far and away, the best, I mean, if you look at it percentage-wise, even if we were to double to $5 million, it's still a drop in the bucket relative to where we should be. And I totally agree with you. The first priority by far is getting more commercial, industrial, other businesses in the community that will generate sales tax.
Supervisor Hernandez, did you want to jump in?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. And I agree with you, Mr. Chair. The tax, the 1% tax, I think would be palatable to a local community that has all the layers of benefit to that tax. Meaning, and I get it, and I totally agree with you, Supervisor Tiffany, that we have to figure out how to generate revenue. Well, I kind of hesitate to say that actually, because government doesn't necessarily generate revenue. Government facilitates the distribution of revenue, or it could facilitate successful businesses. Which is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to speak for you, Mr. Chair, is kind of what you're hinting on, is the reality that we're trying to somehow encourage things that support business elements, and ultimately that gives them cause to say we have an added value to our community. A 1% sales tax at that point would be easier for the community to digest.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you were kind of hinting, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Yeah, we're totally on board, and that's kind of, so my comment, which is kind of what I've already kind of iterated, which is I think that's why on the values element of the strategic planning should be consistency. In my mind, these are just my 2 cents as one supervisor, should be consistency and succession planning. How do we create consistency within the economy? I mean, obviously for different reasons, which I don't want to get political, whatever, but yeah, we shut down, and because of that, there was a consequence. Right now, and there's the enforcement, which was an added cost, but then there was also a decrease in revenue from businesses because they shut down, because of the pandemic and stuff. So all that to say is we went down in revenue, we've increased in cost. So there's got to be a game plan, because how do we try to still address the need, right? Still address, like in this instance, the pandemic, but do it in a way that can still keep us and the ability to manage our revenue, because the long short is we're going to end up dealing with limited resources or less resources if we don't change gears. And by default, that means we're not going to have the ability to even spend money on enforcement or any other things that the Board of Supervisors majority would wish to support. So we just got to come up with a game plan, I guess, is long and short. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Leanne, are you still?
Oh, can I add on to that? I'm
Are
sorry.
you going to talk about sales tax?
Real quick, is that
No,
okay?
we're done with sales tax because it's not on the actual agenda. So I think
And everyone else kind of talked
went a
about
little
it.
bit too far on it. I was just corrected by our
But you made
legal
a-
counsel.
I was,
Just corrected by our legal counsel that we
I,
went off a little bit too
I
far.
was thinking that the future ability to impose a future tax should be put on a future agenda
Yeah, I
to
agree.
discuss further.
So everyone gets to make a statement but me?
well, I haven't yet.
Well,
And
yeah,
so,
so-
yes, and so all I want to say is someone,
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I was thinking that,
Let's go with legal.
yeah. I was thinking that the future tax issue isn't strictly, it doesn't appear to be what's actually on the agenda precisely. I mean, I just asked the board to look at the agenda and then make its determination about what's.
But
Well,
can
you
can I
could
just,
talk about
I won't talk about taxes in particular, but I was told that this retreat, we were going to have the opportunity to provide direction to staff on future ideas. I had a specific discussion previously with
Let's
our
get straight
CA.
here. You brought it up, so you did speak about it. You're the one that
Yeah, I
started
know,
the
but
tax. So
I
let's-
had a
well-
point based off of what you said.
Well, let's go ahead, and I just want to take it from our legal. What do you suggest?
Well, I mean, I think that I defer to the board. I point out the agenda, and I suggest that we add it as a future agenda item to have.
But Colin is right. It does say that we will provide direction. We can talk about it. When I say it wasn't on the, when you said it wasn't on the agenda, it is on the agenda because it does talk about sales tax. Now, are we, are we deciding that we're going to?
Where?
Are we gonna do something about sales tax?
Where does it say
no.
right here?
No,
Where does
I
it
just,
say
just,
about-
hold on.
Is,
Yeah, but I just.
it says, yeah, it says presentation discussion on the auditor's role in applying the appropriate tax rate and special assessments in current county comprehensive revenue sources.
And sales tax is part of this because we were talking about use and sales tax. So what I'm saying is, it's transparent. There's the 5 of us speaking about it. What is the wish of the board here? I mean, what do you say, Mr. Tiffany?
Well, I wasn't trying to give any direction.
No,
I was just
exactly.
having a conversation about how we're, need to get more revenue,
Okay.
and that's just
B?
one idea among many others.
Okay.
That we were
B?
talking
Well-
about,
No,
businesses as well.
do you feel comfortable talking about sales tax? That's what I'm asking right now.
I just wanted to bring
What-
back.
I'm just
that-
asking, the question I'm asking is, do you feel comfortable talking about sales tax?
No,
Okay, well then, hold on. Colin, do you feel comfortable?
I feel
about-
comfortable having a discussion. I
Okay,
don't feel
thank you.
comfortable, okay.
Not debating, whether we're gonna do it or not, but having a discussion about sales tax.
but
Peter, how do you feel? Do you see it's
It's on the agenda, it's the item to be discussed, whether it's
Thank
a
you.
future agenda item, that still could be, I think we're still within the boundary of
Okay,
our.
thank you,
our
and I
discussion.
agree with you, so we'll go forward. We'll let Colin, and then we'll go to B.
And I just
Go
had a brief comment, really.
No,
It
no
was,
problem.
I appreciate what Chairman Medina said and Supervisor Tiffany said about, I'm not a big tax person, but we're struggling here in this county, and I just would say, why can't we at least consider both, as a future issue to discuss? Why can't we just consider talking about, having creative ideas to generate revenue through commercial, industrial, and other areas, but also, if we're going to double our revenue potentially, I think it's something to at least consider having that discussion with our community, because our residents complain a lot, rightfully, about the level of service they have here. And I think at some point, it's worth discussing whether we want to ask them whether they would like to add this as a potential revenue generator. Thank you.
and that's the thought that I wanted to tag on to was Supervisor Comiskey, you did mention possibly having a revenue brainstorming session, and that would just then embrace the conversations that we're having. Today, it's an informational, we weren't making any kind of decision, but I think it's important that we do set that time aside, we do bring in the conversation from the community, because we cannot continue to balance the books with what we're bringing in terms of revenue. That's all I wanted to say, so.
Perfect.
A future item, yes, please.
And Mr.
Supervisor Hernandez, anything else?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if within the context of the talk, if that's what the board wishes of a sales tax, that we come up with a balanced approach to make sure that we address how revenue is going to be generated, not just we're going to talk about how we're going to add 1% tax to the ballot.
Perfectly stated.
Thank you, Mr.
and
I
Mr.
repeat
Chair-
myself, Peter, perfectly stated.
Mr. Chair, does that,
Yes, ma'am.
on the future,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
on the future tax revenue agenda item, will that also include the Williamson Act? I believe that there was a way to offset the Williamson Act reductions.
Peter said it perfectly, put everything on the table there. We're going to look at a brainstorming session, not just one item, but, more of them, and then whatever sticks, sticks. So,
And I would also like to, Joe Paul, you said you were going to look into it. I'd like to take a closer look at the online, how that sales tax revenue comes into our county as well.
perfect.
Leanne's still in the middle of her presentation.
Yes, I know, that's what I was going back to Leanna. You still there? You still
If
there?
I could,
Yes,
Sorry about that.
no worries. Okay, so next slide. So this is a Q3 comparison for 2019 and 2020, which is the month of July through September. So San Benito County, including the incorporated cities, experienced a combined growth in sales tax revenues of 14.3%. That's that first bullet. California, the state as a whole experienced a negative 0.9 change in the same quarter, and most of the surrounding counties also experienced some sort of sales tax revenue loss. The table below presents the quarter 3 comparison from year to year, just for the unincorporated area. So the next tax I wanted to briefly discuss is the documentary transfer tax. So this tax is collected by the county recorder's office. And so this table presents a 3-year comparison. This is by calendar year of the recordings and the amount of taxes collected in each year.
From 2019 to 2020, was there also an increase in the actual document transfer cost?
You know, I didn't look at the costs of that. I don't know if Joe Paul has any insight on that.
No, there was no changes to the cost per recording or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
No, that's.
So the next type of tax is the transient occupancy tax. So the tax rate increased from 8% to 12% by the voters in the June 2018 election. That rate increase took effect January 1st, 2019. And the current number of operators within the unincorporated area of the county is 11. The county executed a voluntary collection agreement with Airbnb, which became effective January 1st, 2020, wherein Airbnb agreed to collect and remit taxes on behalf of the hosts that use its platform. COVID-19 has had minimal impact to the TOT revenues generated within the unincorporated area of the county. Only one operator has ceased all rentals as a result of the pandemic. So business license tax, it makes up 1% of the general fund's tax revenues, just the tax classification. This was approved by voters through Measure H in November 2018. So the business license tax rate is dependent on the business industry and is comprised of a flat rate and either an additional amount per FT or per employee or per tonnage of minerals depleted. The 2021 revenue projections for business license tax is approximately $250,000.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir.
In regards to the mining operation on the business license tax, I just was curious, how much are we generating there? And a constituent told me recently that he didn't believe that we were collecting all that we were, under this, we were supposed to be collecting from the mining operation, specifically Granite Rock. Is that correct? Or how, you know, where are things with the mining operation vis-a-vis business license tax?
We have Melinda here, and we also have Joe Paul, but Melinda, if you want to step up, and you might have some insight. She's actually been handling the business license tax as well as the mining tax as well.
Okay, thank you.
So specifically for Granite Rock, they are paying the lion's share of what we collect on the on the mining claims. They have paid, I believe they've just paid their third half-year business license amount. So they pay every 6 months. And yes, they're paying, basically they're the biggest mining operation in the county, and they consistently pay every 6 months. And so a good portion of what we've collected in business licenses has come from Granite Rock.
Okay. Well, I knew it was a significant portion, and I was just, so I must have been told incorrectly by someone. Thank you.
Yeah, no, they're paying their
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you.
continue.
So the next category I'm going to be highlighting is aid from other governments, and this is funding from state and federal governments. The 0.5% sales tax for public safety, or Prop 172, is part of the state 6% sales tax rate, and this is the largest state aid that the general fund receives. Most aid in the general fund is remitted to the county for purposes of public safety, and the next pie chart will show that. Federal aid in the general fund is received by the County Office of Emergency Services Department, and we also receive payments in lieu of taxes, which it provides payments to counties to offset losses in tax revenues due to the presence of federal land in the county. In July 2001, the general fund received a one-time federal aid payment from the Coronavirus Relief Fund. That's the $6.3 million as part of number 4. And we anticipate that there may be possible additional funding. The president has a proposed COVID-19 relief package that includes money to support state and local governments, but we do not include any projection for 2021 on this table. So as you can see, this shows aid from other governments for the year 2020, so it does not include CARES, but the majority of the funding does come for purposes of public safety as Prop 172 and then other state and federal grants. Charges for services makes up 20% of general fund revenues, and the largest portion of charges for services is generated through the A87 cost allocation plan, which is categorized under 8 interdepartmental charges. These are reimbursements to the general fund from other funds, which includes funds that are supported through state and federal grants. These are reimbursements for providing services. Some of the departments that receive reimbursement for costs are HR, county council, IT, and the auditor's office. One thing I wanted to highlight on this particular category was the park rental fees. So the county had historically averaged about $40,000 in park rental fees, but all park rentals pretty much were eliminated due to the pandemic. And this particular category is grouped under number 1, miscellaneous charges. Also included, it's number 4. Included under number 1, miscellaneous charges, is the library charges. They also would average approximately $40,000 per year, but they have been closed for, since the pandemic, so those revenues have pretty much been eliminated. Election charges, you may notice, fluctuate from year to year, and this is due to when a general election is held. So general elections generate higher revenues for amounts collected from various local agencies and districts, but that also has a correlating cost increase. So most of that is used to offset those costs. So charges for services, there's a lot of components in that share, a portion of that pretty evenly. Licenses, permits, and franchises, it makes up about 7% of general fund revenues, approximately $3 million in total. And construction and planning fees make up the largest portion of this revenue type, and that's driven by the housing development. And this is just a visual of that category of construction and planning permits making up the largest portion of that. So fines, forfeitures, and penalties, that makes up about 2% of general fund revenues. Other than the tier transfer to the general fund, the highest category in this classification are court and probation fines and fees. We believe the decline in revenues under this category is a result of the impacts of the pandemic. We project that there will be a tier transfer of $300,000 for this year. And again, that was briefly covered by Joe Paul earlier, but that amount is through the tax loss reserve fund, and that the amounts transferred to the general fund are based on what's accumulated over the years. Property tax delinquencies directly allocated to the general fund, listed as number 3, represents the 10% penalty for delinquent supplemental and unsecured taxes only. And so this chart, when you exclude the tier, the other combined revenues bring in approximately $500,000. The last two categories in the general fund are use of money and property and other miscellaneous revenues. The use of money and property includes investment earnings for all cash investments managed by the county treasurer, as well as investment earnings for the county self-insurance fund, which is managed through Trindell. The second item listed under this category are investment earnings at PARS for amounts that we hold there for pre-funding of OPEB and pension liabilities. And then other revenues are just, most of the time, one-time revenues to the general fund. And some of the, one item included in there are insurance recoveries for the county's losses. So that concludes the presentation. Are there any questions?
I'll start off with Colin Kuzmicki.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. Again, I just want to bring up the business license issue of projected revenue of $250,000. I think when we looked at this years back, we were projecting $450,000 in revenue. So and we've heard anecdotally about businesses that just decide they're not going to take part. If we have a tax and some businesses are taking part, I think it's only fair that everybody's required to pay that business license. So I really would strongly encourage a firm auditing of what's going on there. Thank you.
Ray?
Yeah, and that's also run by ACL, so we'll do some work on that as well. I appreciate that. I did have a question, Leanne, for you. Is the 20% general fund revenue services charge for services on item number 8 within your presentation? You have the cost plan, the A87 cost plan that's there. The question I have is that include all departments, so general fund billing, general fund departments? Is that an accumulative number, or is that number specific to subvention billing?
It includes also the charges to the general fund departments. It's a total amount that's charged through the A87 cost fund.
Got it. So just for clarity then, so just so the board's aware, that some of that is obviously general fund to general fund, so there's really no actual revenue gain there. The main reason I know Joe Paul Gonzalez and I had many discussions before is to actually making sure that the board and the public were aware of the services that were provided through administration services, which includes IT, includes all HR, everything. So there's a level of services that's accounted for and represented there. But with the general fund, it's kind of in one pocket from the other pocket, so to speak. So there's no, but when it comes to subvention funds, there's state and other funds that can be received for the services applied there. So and I'm not sure if you mentioned this, Ann, it's 2 years in arrears, Tim. So we don't actually capture that.
Correct.
The work today we get compensated 2 years from now.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Just I would like to reiterate, when we go back to do this brainstorming revenue committee, that we do look at the business license. I concur with Supervisor Kozminski, that in the past, I have become aware of some businesses that have not participated in the business license tax, and everybody needs to. It just has to, so I agree with you there.
Supervisor Tiffany?
I would concur with that as well. I should have asked this at the time, but you showed a slide with the one that showed the fact that we're up as a unincorporated area of the county up 13.1% year over year, third quarter. You have state and county pools. What is that exactly? I know we're not talking swimming pools. So we're up, almost, we're double in that one area, so that's a big chunk of the increase. I'm just curious, what is that exactly?
So I believe included in there is the AB 147 revenues for the out-of-state vendors. So that would have also contributed to that increase in that third quarter comparison.
So you're talking about the online? Online is what you're.
Yes, for the retailers and out of state that don't have a California presence.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and do we have a idea why you made the point that California on a whole is down just almost 1%? We're up, 14% when you include the cities. Do you guys know why that would be? I mean, I know that as a county, we've relatively, one advantage being so reliant on property taxes, that we haven't been impacted like areas that are more reliant on sales tax. But in this case, this shows that we're, as a whole, doing much better than the rest of the state of California. I'm just curious what the reason is for that.
Can you repeat that one more time, just for clarity?
Can
on
you
that
put
for
back
me?
that, is it possible to put back that slide? Is that too hard to do? The one where it was a comparison from year over year, quarter by quarter?
Right.
This one?
You need to share it.
Oh, let's see.
It's headed by taxes dash sales and use tax, yes, that one. And I was just pointing out that wait, there we go. That's pretty dramatic. We're at 14.3% year over year. California as a whole is at a negative 1%. I'm just asking the question, any thoughts about why that is? And that's certainly good news, but.
I would surmise by just looking at this, you're looking at restaurants and hotels. It's hardly any of our total, whereas the state of California has a lot more. You also look at the fuel and service stations, small amount in comparison to California as a whole. When you talk about,
Yeah, it just may be proportional.
when you talk about dollars itself, fixed dollars.
Yeah.
So the percentages look much larger than they
Yeah.
really
probably-
illustrate
you're probably right
for a
about
count,
that.
for the state versus a county. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that's probably a good
That's
point.
it, that's it.
I would, if I may, I would just also say, our economy is very functional. We don't have entertainment discretionary, a lot of discretionary type. I just had this discussion yesterday with somebody, as far as I know, the city of Hollister is doing well too. Our economy, fortunately during these times, like I said, it's very functional. People go to certain stores for certain things, and I also would say you're gonna maybe more likely to stay away from Gilroy and all the crowds at Walmart and Costco and all that, during these times. Thank you.
This is Joe Paul. I'd like to just bring up that the reason why is because we already are, receive a very small amount of sales tax. So when an entrant comes into the county, that and in this case we had Fire Clay Tile come into the county. they had a significant impact on the sales tax added to, coming into the county now. And so that was the biggest change. And because we already received a small amount, and, you know, they were a major entrant into the, a sales tax, taxpayer, that's the reason why we've seen this dramatic increase.
Right. And it also just goes to show what a difference just a small number of new businesses can make to our community. All right, thank you.
You were next anyway. Any questions? Okay. Supervisor Hernandez?
Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's my estimation that, you know, and I appreciate that we're going to be talking pretty soon about a game plan, you know, based off of what I'm hearing, and even looking at just a sales tax as a whole. You know, as revenues increase, as you know, if we have a good successful outcome, I think it's also it should be part of the game plan is funding allocations, making sure that you're actually setting aside funds, you're earmarking them for specific reasons, so that way you have a working mechanism to be more successful down the road. So, you know, when you think about the needs for in the RMA department, possibly with the permitting process and simplifying. I know that you know, Harry was first working on it, and now we have a new RMA director, like the succession part of it. So I just wanted to make sure we mentioned that, you know, God willing, we grow pretty fat with revenues. If we have a successful game plan, then we got to make sure that as those revenues increase, those funds are allocated for purposes that are going to help us keep us strong. Right now, the county's been pretty lean and mean, so they've learned to do with less. And if we develop more revenues, then we have to be careful not to spend them unwisely. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Anything else, CAO?
No, I want to thank Leanne and Joe Paul for their presentation.
Now we'll go to public comment.
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. Caller ending in 312, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes. Caller, you've been unmuted. We cannot hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes.
Okay, great. I have 6 quick questions. Please expand on the recology fee. When you say cannabis, the cannabis fees or fines, does that include hemp? There wasn't anything that I saw with regards to RV park revenue. What is the percentage that HDL receives? And after HDL does an audit, is there a county, or are you going to tell me we don't have enough people to learn what HDL does, so we don't have to continue to pay them on specific projects? And how many mining operations do we have in San Benito County? And that reminds me of the trucks last summer. Was there did we get any revenue from the traffic coming in? Okay, so this particular meeting today is a reason as to why I have advocated that the Board of Supervisors should be a full-time position. This is a business to operate this county, and I know we have new board members, but there's a lot to be learned, and that is why it should be a full-time. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for supporting businesses, and the way you support businesses is that you voted to with the economic development, and we do need, I guess, I don't know when I can't remember the last time we got a report from them on what's going on, but 2020 brought us into an economic crisis we've never seen before. I'm pro new business development. I was for the Strada Verde project. I was for the Bedabel project. But those projects are going to take a long time, so I do appreciate the fact that you're willing to actually discuss, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but actually do discuss and bring to the public that it is that we need law enforcement, we need firefighters, so we need revenue. We're a poor county. We need the revenue. People leave our county all the time, our employees, because they get more paid. They get paid more in another county. So increasing the tax revenue and bringing that for discussion, I think, is a great idea. I think that's about it. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Recology fee, cannabis/hemp fee, RV park, HDL expense, second set of audit, the mining operations, how many do we have? And all the trucks that came in last summer, did we receive any type of mining revenue from that? So I can go over that after with you. Any other public comment?
We have no more speakers at this time.
Okay. Bring it back to the board here. Seeing that it is 11:58, would you guys like to take a 2-minute break? Okay, we'll go for a
15,
half
20
hour.
minute at least?
We'll go for, is a half hour
Half an hour.
sufficient, or do you want an hour, or?
No, a half an hour.
Okay, half hour, is that all right? Peter, you're, half hour, Peter.
That's
okay?
good. Half hour's fine.
Okay.
Half hour's fine.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll adjourn until
Thank you.
12:29. Okay, bye. question whether we should table this until a different day and time. I wanted to ask the board what the wishes are.
It's fine with me.
I'm in favor of tabling number 9.
Myself.
I'm fine with that.
Supervisor Hernandez, are you all right with that? Supervisor Hernandez, you're right with that? Okay, well, we have,
Yeah.
we have a majority.
I am, I'm sorry, I had myself muted on my phone as well as my,
Oh, sorry.
but yeah, yes, go ahead and,
That's unanimous.
it.
We'll
Thank you.
table it.
Good deal. We'll bring it back for another day down the
Okay.
road. Yeah.
We'll go on to number 4, which is through our Resource Management Agency, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So while we're getting the technical aspect of the presentation up, I just wanted to briefly state that this particular item, I want to thank RMA, Benny, and his staff for actually putting this presentation together. I think it's important for your board to understand where we stand from an infrastructural point of view with dealing with our roads and bridges and the makeup of it and the need and replacement and paving and the programming with this. So I've asked Benny to help us with this presentation, so thank you very much. And I know Mary from COG will be discussing a regional aspect with the highways, and really appreciate everyone's work on this. So I know you've been working on this for a while, so thank you very much. Benny?
Thank you very much, Mr. Espinosa. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I would like to just outline kind of the county's piece of the roads and bridges needs for San Benito County. And then, as the CAO indicated, Mary Gilbert will be on just right after I finish to talk about the regional road program, which encompasses more than just what we're responsible for here in terms of county roads. And then we'll both be available to answer questions or hear your thoughts with regard to where we go from here. I want to just say something to you. I've been here 4 months, and I want you to know how much I appreciate the chance to be a part of this very important discussion. I'm a lifelong administrator. I'm a civil engineer by trade, and so I've spent much of my career working in transportation, planning, design, construction, operations, and maintenance, and protecting the existing taxpayer investment in this infrastructure area, and it's a vital one at all levels for a community, every community. San Benito is no exception. Is so important, and I'm just pleased and privileged to be a part of the discussion today on behalf of the Resource Management Agency, which, as you know, is a large agency that has about 12 different functions. This is one of the key functions under the RMA, and I'm delighted to be a part of your discussion today, and thank you for including it, Mr. CAO, Mr. Espinosa, and members of the board. And I must preface this by saying that you'll see a representation of some of the early successes for an expanded program here to reinvest in the road system that came out of Measure G, and I can't take credit for any of that. But I'm very impressed with how quickly the program has taken off here, because I know how long the lead time is generally for planning, design, and construction. And when I came in 4 months ago, 1 year into your Quick Start program, I was so impressed with how far you've already come. And so I need to make sure to compliment my predecessor, Harry Mavrogenis, and the staff that were helping him, in particular Greg Bucknell with NV5. And then for this presentation today, I want to acknowledge the contributions made by Renee Anchetta, who has really been helpful in getting some of the maps that we will hope to have interactive and online for the benefit of our citizens. So county citizens can track progress and can see the condition of the road out in front of their house, so to speak. I think that's important to keep the public involved. And also Jason DeRosa, who's the superintendent for our road program, has helped me with many of the photos and some of the background information. And toward the end, I will summarize just briefly where we are with the storm damages we sustained a couple weeks ago. I don't have slides on that, but I will summarize that for you because he was out the better part of this weekend with a team from the state looking at the condition of the county roads after that event. And finally, Dean Scatata, who is a registered engineer who works for us, helped put together a lot of the background for this, particularly the bridge program. Deems has sort of taken the bridge program under his wing over the years, and he's the bridge expert for the Resource Management Agency. This first slide just indicates the areas that I would like to quickly cover today, and I'll move through it briskly. You can feel free to stop me if you'd like, or you can hold your questions to the end, which is what I would prefer, but I understand the need to stop and talk if you wish, and I'll be glad to follow your lead in that regard. First, I wanted to just kind of summarize the program overview, the funding sources. It won't be an analytical summary, but just kind of a qualitative summary of the funding sources that come to the county that are used for roads and bridges. I want to talk about our pavement management system, and you'll hear a lot of discussion about the condition of the roads and the unmet needs that I'm going to summarize later on in the presentation are mine. And they're very preliminary, kind of rough estimates, but that gets you in the ballpark with regard to what we're up against in terms of sustaining the conditions of the road and or improving those. So you'll hear heavy maintenance on maintenance because it's my opinion that's one of the key needs, not just in San Benito, but in cities and counties across America. And one of the reasons for that is that the gas tax, which has historically funded road programs across the U.S., has not kept up with inflation. On an inflated indexed basis, gasoline is cheaper now than it was in 1951, the year I was born. And so the spending power of our gas tax receipts across America have declined substantially, and that's one of the reasons we have such a large unmet need in terms of basic maintenance for the road system. And I will summarize some of the recent accomplishments, the unmet needs, my take on them, and then Mary will come on and give you a summary of the regional program, including 156, 25, and all the projects that you're interested in, not just from a maintenance perspective, but from a system improvement perspective. In general terms, the county has about 450 miles of county road that we're responsible for. That's a lot. Most of it's in the outlying areas, South County, North County, West County. There's not too many county-maintained roads in the immediate vicinity of Hollister, but there are a few, and they're also really important. They serve as our arterials and collectors. We have 50 bridges in San Benito County spread out across the county. We do most of our routine operations and maintenance in-house under Jason DeRosa, and we have a road yard on Southside Road, as most of you know. Then the major maintenance is what you see going on Union and Fairview and Buena Vista and some of the other roads right around Hollister. The early emphasis for the Measure G program and SB1, which I'll talk a little bit about later, is right around Hollister, strengthening and trying to improve the condition of the arterials and collectors right around the city because they serve such an important regional function. And then the last thing that I would indicate is we don't really have a capital improvement program adopted here. You approved, your predecessors approved a Quick Start program in the fall of 2019, and that's the basis for the work that you see going on right now. But it's our goal, Mike and I are committed to bringing you a capital improvement program as part of the budget process, both on the facilities and the road bridges side, so that you can have input into the priorities for that program and have a formally adopted capital improvement program for San Benito County, knock on wood, starting in fiscal year 21-22. Mary will cover the 25-year regional transportation plan. So here are the funding sources in general terms, and I don't mean to be quantitative about this, but rather qualitative. You get gas tax, everybody calls it HUDA, Highway Users Transportation. And that's collected by the state, and much like sales tax, which you heard in the earlier presentations, it's distributed back to the county on kind of a and cities, and Caltrans on kind of a complex formula that I couldn't begin to describe to you if my life depended on it. But we get around $2 million a year from the gas tax collections. Historically, that's where you funded road programs. Naturally, the revenue base is diversifying out of necessity, and here you all passed Measure G, which is a great self-help program in 2018. And the early years of the program, much of that funding is going to the city of Hollister, San Juan Bautista, and us to work on major maintenance using contractors. Then there's the SB1. California, as far as I know, had the largest one-time increase in the gas tax across the country in 2016, 12 cents per gallon. And I actually welcomed the day, not because I'm interested in taxing people, but I am interested in protecting and maintaining the existing taxpayer investment. I know from firsthand experience the current revenue receipts from the gas tax are insufficient to be able to protect the existing taxpayer investment. So I actually was really pleased to be in Monterey County when that happened, and glad to see it happen, and it's led to a lot of great work, some of which you have already seen here. Enterprise is simply, we get some receipts from the landfill tonnage, revenue sharing with Waste Connections, and some of that's available to help with our road needs. Impact fees and direct developer deposits and contributions are a part of the program. And then there's a lot of grants, and that's an increasingly part of our funding stream for roads and bridges, both state and federal. Things like you'll hear us talk about the HBP, the Federal Highway Bridge Program. We talked about that last week. We were talking about Union Road and Hospital Bridge. Federal Highway Safety Program, we have an outstanding grant application right now that we hope to hear back soon. That's used for guardrail and, in this case, intersection improvements. Then there are other programs that we haven't applied for yet, but we intend to. Something called the Federal Lands Access Program, which is intended for counties across the country where there are federal lands that receive access through the county road system, and you have here, or we have, a national park, we have substantial Bureau of Land Management holdings, and we think that that may position us well for a major grant application that we hope to come back to you at some point and have you consider authorizing us to file. There are other programs, I won't go through them all, but most of those come through the COG, and Mary can talk some more as well. This is a summary of the pavement management program here, and it's kind of tough news for us. 84% of the county's pavement on county-owned roads is in poor to fail condition. This is based on a review that was done about 5 years ago, and we're starting to make some progress on that, particularly in the arterial and minor arterial categories. But as you can see, most of our roads, particularly in the outlying county areas, are collectors and locals. And I highlighted those because the condition of those is pretty severe and needs a lot of help. This is important to us because it will lead me to be able to give you my thoughts on what the unmet needs are for the county road system here from a maintenance perspective. I think the key takeaway is that 84% of the county's pavement is in poor to fail condition. And you know that when you get away from town, you see how banged up the county roads are. PCI is a pavement condition index. That's the basis for the rating system. We have the rating systems online now, thanks to the work that Renee Anchetta has done. And citizens can go and access that map and zoom in on it and see exactly what the PCI is for their road or the roads of interest. We have 50 county bridges. We have 12 projects under design or in construction. 2 major projects in the design or construction phase, Hospital Road and Union Bridge, which we'll talk more about. We also have a map that you can see all the bridges in San Benito County. 2 years ago, as I indicated, your predecessor, some of you were here, adopted a major maintenance program called Quick Start. And that used Measure G and SB1 funds to get going, and 12 projects have already been completed under that program. And there are things like, I showed a picture of Union Road, that's just one of many, one of those 12 projects, rather. There are 12 bridges currently in design or under construction, including Hospital Bridge, which is expected to be completed by the end of this current calendar year. And Mr. Espinosa.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just wanted to highlight one additional point on this Quick Start program. Your board, and a few years back, really advocated to do something with Measure G and do it quickly to show to the constituents kind of what needs to be done. And so I wanted to thank the board, the ad hoc that actually was a part of that. Spent a lot of hours working on that, going to the state, and working with Vanner, who has been a partner, and TRC. And they really were instrumental, along with staff, RMA staff, and others as well, to move these projects forward. So I just wanted to share that, a little background with the Quick Start. It didn't happen just by chance. There was a lot of work that actually went into it, and a lot of planning, and a lot of good partnerships as well to make it a success. So I just wanted to share that.
And I know we said we weren't going to interrupt you, but, I can't ever say I won't.
You're
I
the
know,
chair of the board.
I know Mr. Tiffany was going to ask a question about Hospital Road, because I know you brought it up last time. I just wanted, I know we might forget later on, so if you have any questions on Hospital Road, let's go at them now, because I think your constituent's been waiting years and years and years for that, so.
Yeah, no, I think we did talk about it a little bit, and that's in the process, I know. And it's due to be completed when?
By the end of the current calendar year.
Yeah, which will be, and how long's it been out? I'm trying to remember now. 15, 20 years? What?
I think since Mr. Monaco.
Over a decade. Yeah, it's been over.
Yeah.
So you came in at a good time, Benny. You're going to take credit for that.
I came riding in on the backs of others who've done some great work, as Mr. Espinosa appropriately indicated, and you ought to be complimented for that work, Mr. Espinosa, and the staff, the previous staff at the RMA.
Sorry about that, Mr. Young.
Oh, no worries. You're the chair, Mr. Chair. I'm here at your disposal. This is just to show you that we do have maps available, and they're online through the county GIS that show all the current road program projects, and they're color-coded, under construction, completed, under design, and pending. And then I put this particular list in because it shows some of the near-term work that we are currently moving ahead with and hope to be under construction shortly. There are 10 projects under design and another half dozen pending. Those top 6 that you see there, Wright, Shore, Cienega, Cole, Anza, and Carr, we hope to have under construction this calendar year, those 6 projects. It's kind of the next round of SB1 Measure G projects from Quick Start. Those are the current and planned bridge projects. There's a dozen. The reason it looks like 9 plus 2 is 11 is the first project is actually 2 different projects for guardrail construction on different bridges. So there's 12 altogether. The ones in the chart, the first 9 involve federal funding, but that's not a panacea for us. It's great. The federal government, through their Highway Bridge Program, does the heavy lifting on the bridge program across America. But we have to provide matching funds for those, and we are generally doing that through your impact fees that have been collected here for transportation-related work. There are 2 projects that we, one of which, Anzar, we talked about last week. That's a highway bridge program. We're recommending that Carr Avenue in Roramas and the Cienega Road Bridge at Bird Creek, which is near the entrance to the Hollister Hills RV Park, State Park, be replaced with Measure G funds. The rest are all highway bridge funds. Those 2 bridges are in need of help as soon as we can get to them. And that's why we've recommended they be included in the Measure G program. This is just another map that shows the major bridge projects, and the one that's pending that you worked on last week with us on the right-of-way acquisition is Union Road. The Union Road Bridge will be replaced by a bridge that will lie just south of the existing bridge on Union Road. I think the community is making great headway on this, and this just illustrates some of the recent progress associated with the Quick Start program, and it's dispersed throughout the community. Those are just 3 samples: Cienega, South Side, and Hillcrest. But there's work to be done, and I don't need to show you a lot of pictures of county roads that need attention, but they're out there. And so we need to keep, I'm hopeful to be able to maintain the progress that's been made so far. And when we bring you the CIP recommendation later on this spring, that will set the stage for continuing work to, particularly on major maintenance. I think that needs to be a county priority in my opinion, and I recommend that to you, to move from that to this.
2 quick questions on the roads real quick. I know we had it already figured out, I just don't know where they're at on the list. Is Best Road?
That's, yes. That's imminent also. It was on one of those lists I showed you and just kind of went by in a hurry, but we are doing the design for that now and hoping to be under construction this spring.
Okay, and so just so everybody knows, that's paid through the
Enterprise.
landfill enterprise zone. I just want to make sure.
Enterprise
And then Fairview?
And Fairview, we're doing another major segment of that this spring.
Spring.
We'd knocked off at McCloskey, is it? Anyway, we're going to,
Rosa Murata.
thank you very much. I'm still struggling with the geography here a little bit, but
So-
it's going to continue.
So that'll be spring of this
South.
year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know those were 2 that we've been speaking of for many, many months, so thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. I wanted to make mention of the regional program, even though Mary's going to cover it in more detail. This is maybe a few years old, and Mary can tell us exactly when, but the regional needs here are estimated to be almost $600 million. That includes not only major maintenance, but also roadway widening and improved functionality for the spine road system here. And the county has almost 80% of the roads in San Benito, so you can imagine of that total estimated need of 585, maybe all but 100 million of it is San Benito counties through the COG and then through our own program. The key for reaching an opinion, at least my opinion, with regard to what the present unmet needs maintenance backlog is at the present time has to do with that PEI is the name of the firm, PCI, pavement condition indexes that I referred to earlier, the 37 system-wide. So this chart simply shows you what we would need over 10 years, and all of the estimates I'm about to give you are in today's dollars, not particularly sophisticated, but they're not inflated, it's just today's dollars, then how much more we would need per year over the next 10 years to reach certain performance standards for our roads. And there are 3 categories of deferred maintenance. One is major maintenance on the roads themselves. The second is a need, in my opinion, to invest more in operations and maintenance than we presently have funded. It's a big county, there's a lot of roads, and we are thinly staffed, and I believe that we need to look at increasing the level of effort that we're able to provide for routine day-to-day operations and maintenance. And then the third category is bridges. Fortunately, the bridges is not a huge component of our unmet needs, thanks to the federal funding. But in simple terms, if we want to just maintain, let's go back to that. If we wanted to move up to the blue curve, the one on top, we need about $35 million a year to get to that level. We certainly do not have that kind of funding available. The line in the middle, the orange one, which represents keeping the PCI at 37, even that requires about $12 million a year, which is about double what we have available. So if you start to look at the net effect of that over 10 years, it ends up being some pretty large, substantial figures. So I've estimated that based on just roads, we need at least $60 million over the next 10 years in addition to the funds that we already have. So that's $6 million a year on top of what we already have, just to maintain the current PCI of 37. If we want to reach that good level that was shown at the top of that curve on the previous page, the top curve, that's a good performance level, we would need $290 million over the next 10 years, so an increase of almost $30 million per year. On the bridge side, we have about $1 million in routine remedial work needed right now, and I estimate we would need another $1 million, so that's only about $2 million of the total figures that I'm about to discuss with you. They're both really important, of course. I think the condition of the roads is the one that's the most noticeable and where we have the most exposure at the present time from a safety perspective. And just the ability to travel the roads comfortably. On the operations and maintenance side, I've estimated we need another $15 million over the next 10 years, about $1.5 million a year, and that would be to add 2 crews to the road yard. We currently have enough staffing and funding for about 2 crews, and on a good day, we have 2 crews. We're still hiring. We have some vacant positions that we're in the process of trying to hire right now. The pay has been an issue for us, and retention, therefore, has been an issue. But I think we need 2 more crews. One would be a crew to assign to have better geographical coverage, particularly for the North County and maybe west into Aromas. We need more crews for geographic coverage and then around and around Hollister as well. And then I think we ought to have a crew that I would call special projects crew that would do more intensive litter control along the roads and ditch cleaning, culvert cleaning, things that we take for granted until we have a failure in this. Why did that happen? Well, the culvert hadn't been cleaned, or the roadside ditch overflowed, and of course you all are acutely aware of the issues associated with the accumulation of wildcat waste along the county roads. I'd like to be able to pay more attention to that with your concurrence. So this is the key slide for you in terms of what I estimate the unmet needs are, and it's a range, obviously. Any additional funds that could be applied to this would be great, but I think we need about $77 million to just maintain the status quo and improve our operation and maintenance capacity. So that $77 million represents $60 million for major maintenance on the roads, $2 million for bridge catch-up work, and $15 million for in-house O&M. And that could easily be $300 million, as you see the note below that, the range 77 to 307. I'm not saying any of this is feasible in the near term necessarily, but I wanted you to have a feel for what the magnitude of the issue is and the challenge that we face with regard to protecting the existing taxpayer investment. And at this point, I think I'm going to go to Mary, unless you want to ask me more questions first before we do that.
I've been trying to hold off, Benny.
Okay.
Not to interrupt you.
Thank you.
But I have to jump in now. So, and I've spoken to Benny as well as the county road supervisor, superintendent, Jason DeRosa, quite a bit about this. But of the, 450 or so miles of roads, almost half of it is in District 4. A huge part of it is in South County. And, of course, Benny knows this, Jason knows this all too well. The roads in the far flungs of our county are just in atrocious state. I just got a call this morning while I was in the meeting from someone, a again, Panoche Road, which keeps coming up over and over again. And, you know, the problem is Jason has, Benny said on a good day they have 2 crews, but often over the last couple of months it's been not even a full 1 crew. And of course then we had the storms on top of everything else. But so it's an enormous problem, and I keep getting calls from constituents down South County wanting to know, you know, when something is going to be done. The potholes, people are driving off the roads, they're so bad, they're into the dirt, they're telling me now, because the roads themselves are so bad. So with that kind of as a precursor, a couple questions, Benny, and I know we've talked about this. One is short term, just the immediate term. You know, I just need to be able to tell these people when we will be able to address, at least at a minimal level, some of these really bad roads, Panoche Road. And I know there's others that are maybe in worse shape down there. New Idria, of course, and some others, but Panoche is the one that I keep hearing about. So that's the first question, because it's hard to keep putting people off. And then the second thing is and you and I have talked about this, is I really feel that, and I know this has been done in the past, is that in the short term, a little bit further out, we need to bring in I believe we need to bring in a third party to knock out some of the worst of these maintenance issues. I know we're in the process of trying to hire more to get more crews out there, but in many cases, I just don't think we can wait. So I think we should be seriously looking at bringing in third parties, whether it be a Granite Rock or whoever, that would, not for the major road improvements, but just for dealing with some serious maintenance issues. So those are, you know, 2 things that I'd like to have you address.
And Benny, just so you know, we have done that in the past.
Yes, sir.
We've had, I think it was Granite Rock or Granite
I think it was-
Construction?
I think it's Granite Rock, yeah.
It was one of the granites that we did have them augment some of these roads, so.
Very well.
So I don't know if you can address those. Again, the immediate maintenance, particularly of Panoche Road, and then also third party. I don't know if and I know we're not making decisions here today, I realize that, but those are 2 areas that I'd like to at least discuss, and then maybe we talk about putting on the agenda at a future meeting. It sounds like you've done this in the past, but I'm wondering whether there should be an ad hoc committee to address roads, because this is such a huge, I think, you know, when I was running for supervisor, and I think Robert could agree with this, probably the number 1 thing that came up were roads and the condition of roads. It's a huge issue within our community. So that's the bad part of what you're inheriting, Benny.
I've been there and done that a time or 2, and I welcome the challenge, but ultimately it's going to come down to funding commitments and
Right.
Strengthening the existing funding commitments and then pursuing new sources. In the near term, Jason and his crews do a fabulous job, I believe, as thinly staffed as they are.
I agree.
Kind of patching potholes and keeping things serviceable. The most recent storm is a very good example of that. I estimated, we had, Greg Bucknell and I estimated we may have had as much as $25 million in damage just from that one storm, and that it was an atmospheric river, so 10 inches of rain in South County. And thanks to your decision last week and the CAO's decision, we declared a local emergency, and the state did honor that, and so I'm expecting to receive, even though we said 25, I realized when they sent the inspection teams down that they would view a lot of the damage, what we see as damages, as pre-existing conditions, and maybe there's an argument that supports that. I believe that we may get about 5 million, which is more than we had, thanks to Jason's work with the crews all weekend. He took the state OES crews all over, both North and South County. But most of the damages that were incurred in this particular event were in South County, of course. So I'm hopeful there will be some near-term funding that will help with that. And Panoche is one of the roads that they looked at when they came down with their inspections team over the weekend, Friday and Saturday. Beyond that, we're going to do the best we can to keep them pothole patched and serviceable. And I'm kind of amazed at how well Jason is able to do that with his limited resources. In the longer term, we will come back with an item to you, I've already mentioned it, under the Federal Lands Acquisition Program, FLAP. And we're putting together a very robust grant application that I think you will appreciate when you see it, that kind of relies on the fact that we do have national land assets that county roads serve, like the Pinnacles and like the BLM property down off Idria Road that we talked about at some point in the last 2 weeks. It's been a little fuzzy for me, but I know there's some BLM roads down there, lands down there, and all over the county. And in addition to that, these roads are used for emergency evacuation. There are limited options if we have an emergency here to get out of Hollister to a safe place. And I know Panoche has been used for that and had semis and, kind of back-to-back traffic at some point. I've seen the photos, Jason showed them to me. So I think we'll position well for this Federal Lands Acquisition Program grant. How long it'll take to get the money and how long it'll take to get things going is another question. In the meantime, we'll just do the best all I know to do is the best we can to hold things together. With regard to the possibility of having another quick hit program this spring, Mr. Espinosa and I have discussed that, and it's not if it's the board's pleasure, we could have a program that we would bring back at a future board meeting in the near future that would kind of repeat the good work that was done last year around this same time.
Yeah, I think that's certainly necessary to do something like that. I would like to, Mr. Chair, I'd love to see us have something come back. And I should add that, as you already mentioned, Benny, I think Jason DeRosa is doing a phenomenal job. This is not being critical of him at all. We're really, the county's really lucky to have him. He's from this area, he's very passionate about it, he knows the county roads like the back of his hand, and he's done a phenomenal job with amazingly limited support, personnel-wise. So it's certainly nothing about Jason, he's doing the best job he can.
Yeah, Jason made a comment right after the storm in the middle of the week, 2 weeks ago, that he knew he had a problem because he was on the way in the dark and the road didn't feel right. Sure enough, went back and looked in the daylight and it was on the verge of slip out where the pavement cracks and then the road goes in. And he knew it just by the way it felt on his tires. So yes, he knows the roads. He's done a great job.
Mr. Chair, if I may as well add, I know that we've been discussing HR and RMA have been working on addressing the salaries for the road crew, because that has been just a historical issue ever since I've been here, really, bring staff in that particular position. So we're going to be coming back to your board addressing that. And there's quite a few other positions, but I think specifically to this, we really do need to shore this up. So.
Yeah, Jason is, every time I speak to him, that's one of the things he keeps bringing up, is just the difficulty of.
I really appreciate the manager's comment,
Yeah.
and the wage study that was done not long ago showed that they were outside the 90% envelope. That became the basis for, I think, your commitment to make some structural changes in the pay plan later on this calendar year. So I welcome that. Thank you, Mr. Espinosa.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, so I want to thank you for the notion of the map showing the PCI. I know when we talked a month or two ago, we talked about, you know, one of the things that I would really like to see is more transparency with the public as far as, you know, having the ability to look at your road and find out what condition it's in. But I also, and I know we also talked about this, want to know if there is any way, I don't know if you were able to do any additional looking into this, any way of giving people a reasonable estimate. I know it kind of reminds me of I don't want to switch topics, but another big topic right now with timing and people wondering when they're going to get certain things. Is there any way to put estimates on these, you know, individual roads, you know, or even give it a really broad estimate? Like a lot of them I would assume would just say no estimate. You know, we just don't know when this road is going to be fixed. But to give it, you know, we have the list of roads this year, for instance, we know that would say 2021 on it. I think that would be really helpful for the public to have that sort of a tool to be able to click on, you know, X, Y, and Z road and have an idea, not only the condition it's in, but when we're at least looking at possibly doing some kind of work to improve the road. So that's one thing. I appreciate the Carr Avenue Bridge being on there and those other roads in, you know, the Aromas area, in particular, Aromas San Juan. I'm wondering, Carr Avenue, real quick question, is there, why is that not funded by the feds and other bridges are? Why do we have to pay for that bridge?
The National Bridge Inspection Program is limited to bridges that have an opening of in excess of 20 feet. And so neither Carr nor Bird Creek on Cienega meet that. So they're ours all the way. That's why we have to use local funds to improve those bridges. And that's just a fundamental requirement of the National Bridge Program.
Okay, great.
And that's why it's not 20 feet wide.
Okay, great. And then just a few more policy suggestions I brought up in a previous meeting. I'm a big proponent of taking a look at our general fund policy and the amount of reserves we have being close to 50%. You know, we have to be responsible, but I also think we have to spend those dollars on the needs that we have at some point. And I'm a big proponent of looking at drawing down that general fund reserve now as soon as possible to a reasonable level. We don't want to get irresponsible. But if it's close to 50%, I know there's been maybe talk of 30% being a good number, you know, taking some of those dollars and doing an immediate injection into our roads, which is an immediate need. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's already been discussed with Supervisor Gillio and we're in the midst of doing that, I believe, correct, Ray?
Yeah, we've been looking at that.
That's something we can look at when we get to the budget here. I know we talked about having a unique year with our former budget officer leaving.
Yeah.
I know you guys are in a bind, and then we talked about maybe doing some budget amendments down the road. To me, that's a really urgent issue, and if there's a way to inject a significant amount of money in dollars now, I think it'll really show the public that we're taking it seriously. And to me, that's, if we have extra money, that's really what we should be spending it on right now. One-time funding is these road fixes.
Yeah, so I can go ahead and add to that. Yes, and you'll notice in the presentation that I'm going to be presenting, there are some negative numbers, but it's because of those one-time infusions. It's for the potholing in South County, as well as actually 3 other districts, I believe, that we actually potholed for, and other infusions of dollars. So yes, we can bring that back during the budget hearings. A special meeting, we can actually discuss that and go through the policy. I know we've been creating policies for the budget hearings, but they're basically the budget hearing policies. We're looking at enacting a more global perspective, a global policy that'll be inherent from here on out. So that's what we're working on. Obviously, there's a lot with, we're kind of handicapped right now with our budget officer moving on. So we'll definitely bring it as a discussion item. And I think it's more of a policy-driven board directive that we can work on and address. So we definitely can bring it back.
Appreciate that. And then being new to the board, I don't know when the last time it was. I don't recall. I've watched a lot of these meetings, but I don't remember the last time we've looked at impact fees and traffic impact fees, and maybe there's an area to look at again. I'm not sure. It might be for revenue.
It was 2016, I believe, was the last traffic impact fee. Normally, that's headed by COG approximately every 5 years. So when Mary presents, we could ask her when COG was going to present the next traffic impact fee.
Great. And then we did briefly talk about, we have a lot of farm roads, and I love our farmers, but the watering of the roads can be a problem. Some of our farmers maybe water the roads a little too much. So I'm wondering if that's something, if it, maybe it's not worth looking at, but just to put it out there, is it worth looking at some sort of ordinance that restricts, our agriculture industry from the irresponsible use of water onto our roads, which causes a significant amount of more damage to some of these rural roads. And then I also would just say, I know this is on, we just talked about the road crews and having additional pay, but just to keep it on the, if we do have, I know we have issues with staffing, but that's another area, if there is an area to put more staffing into, I agree with what Director Young said about trying to get more crews, not just, we got to actually recruit staff to come here and stay here, but also to look at, if we do get an increase in revenue from year to year, whether it's from economic development or whatever it may be, the road crews to me is really one of the top 2 or 3, areas of priority for putting that money toward that. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, I just wanted to address the unmet needs and just the state of repairs for the roads. I don't know how we're going to address those. I commend you for looking into all avenues for grant monies coming in, because that'll help us considerably. But I think all of us up here new to the board, we all ran on a campaign that we wanted to work on roads and get them taken care of. But again, this whole meeting today and all of the projects that are being presented to us, there's an obvious, there's evidence there that shows that we don't have enough revenue to address all of the concerns we have as a county. So I look forward to that revenue meeting that we're going to have to see how we can address these. But there's some serious concerns, and the general public needs to be aware that without some sort of surge in investment revenue, something for the county, that we're not going to be able to maintain the needs that we have. Roads at a minimum, but services, on top of that. So I'm just concerned. But again, I encourage looking into grants, because that will help us with one-time money for specific purposes. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll just make my comments brief. I think, again, it comes down to having a really focused game plan. When I'm thinking about roads, that's maintenance. That's something that's going to have wear and tear, ongoing costs. To spend, we have a general fund. It's kind of like the savings account. When you spend that down, it's a bad sign, I think, ultimately to the community. There just needs to be, in my mind, the number one priority should be facilitating revenue generation. Because, yeah, if you're spending money on the maintenance of costs through your savings account, to me, that's a bad sign to the community that we're not only fiscally in trouble, but ultimately I think it puts us in a tricky road of focus, right, where we don't find ourselves spending our time and energy on things that actually facilitate, because I think that's going to be a heavy task to facilitate revenue generation. It's creating layers of the county, or to an extent, making them the current layers, the current departments stronger. I do agree. We need to increase staffing. We need to come up with better opportunities to keep people here for longer term. That in and of itself is going to be a huge task. Spending money on the things that we need by, spending down the general fund, I think it has the opposite effect that we're intending. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. Just for educational purposes, I just wanted to make sure that on the impact fees, those can only be used for new construction and the project that is being developed at that point in time, right?
That's correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
And actually we have outlined some of our impact fees for 156 and some of the larger projects. So a lot of that's going to be diverted to some of these bigger projects. But yes, you are correct.
Yes. And then the second part about that is that, I'd be careful when we talk about impact fees. Personally, it's because trying to promote businesses to come in here and industrial and commercial, we do not want to scare them away with such a large cost also. So we want to be able to at least be able to equalize everything, because once again, those impact fees are, I believe, are one time. Some of them are. And the whole idea here is a business, when it comes, industrialization, it's hopefully forever and it grows. So just wanted to always bring that back.
And I think, if I may, Mr. Chair, to add to that, I think during the Great Recession, what actually transpired was the real urgency and need to generate more revenue. So the board at that time actually reduced our impact fees to be able to court developers and businesses to come in, so to entice them along the lines that you just mentioned. So there's that happy medium that we need to be cognizant of, to where it covers our obligations, especially for the growth. And we see here, obviously, a lot of this is operational. A lot of it is just deferred maintenance. I mean, we're talking decades, if not beyond, maybe even centuries. This just, we haven't really addressed those needs. So, and that's kind of what we're presenting today, is really just an honest view of where we stand.
Yes.
From an infrastructure point of view, including roads, buildings, and so on. So.
Perfect. Any other questions, board members?
Just want to clarify, I totally agree with you on impact fees. I'm talking residential. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. That's what I wanted to make sure.
And as part of a development agreement, you could probably work some sort of deal with new developers as they come in. But of course, having high impact fees the different developers would look at that when they look at different jurisdictions.
I mean, we're talking about developers. I want to specifically specify, I'm speaking of industrial, commercial businesses. And the only reason I bring this up is 4 years ago, there was a company called Technova. They wanted to, basically they were going to leave. And that was because of the impact fees, the city of Hollister. So I stepped in and I helped Ted, the owner at the time of Technova, and they sat down and met with the city manager at the time and the mayor, and they were able to work out some type of an agreement. But once again, we can't be foolish and say, well, we're going to charge X, Y, Z, and stick it to our business partners, and then they leave us. So we've got to be very, very careful and balancing, and I think you were involved in that also, if I recall, right, Mr. Tiffany? So, but yeah, so we'll leave it at that. Is there any other questions from the board members?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll invite Mary up, and then.
How about public comment? Because that's
it's a different item. My
Mary's is a
apologies.
different one, right? Any public comment?
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. Elia, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, so thank you very much, Supervisor Medina, for mentioning Technova. Not only did they stay, they also expanded their facility and or bought more land. They're expanding the facility, and they're going to be hiring more people locally. So that's great. With regards to, I'm truly against supervisors running campaigns saying that they're going to help with the roads, because literally it is beyond the control of the supervisors if you don't have revenue generated. And that's why we're here today speaking about this. So we need revenue generated, and obviously I keep saying about economic development is going to come through new businesses coming in, and we need to welcome people. I mean, we have the opportunity that Amazon could have bought property here. Instead, they bought it in Santa Clara County in Gilroy. We had all this infighting going on in the county with the Strata Verde and the Beta Bell project. So why would Amazon come and buy property here? Because we're not welcoming new businesses, and that would have been fantastic. With regarding to putting out there and saying that you want an estimate on roads, you're not going to make everybody happy. So if one supervisor says that the road on their certain district is going to be done between this period of time, and then it's not, then there's animosity with your constituents. You're not going to make anything happy. Even if you put a window that it's going to be done in 2021 and 2022 comes and it doesn't get done, realistically, it can only be done because of revenue that needs to be generated. And they don't really understand that. Supervisor Tiffany, you said something about doing maybe an ad hoc committee with regards to infrastructure. And I guess my question would be to County Council, if 2 planning commissioners could also be added to that type of ad hoc, because they're the ones who also need to know what's going on and make decisions with regards to infrastructure and businesses coming in and what roads are done or whatever. So I'm just hoping that maybe if you do something like that, that you would also include the planning commissioners. I don't know if you can legally do that. That's why I'm asking that directly to the county council. And lastly, if there can be a banner somehow, because it's really difficult to navigate through the website, can we do some kind of a banner where it gives you something regarding road updates so that people can look it up? I realize about transparency, and the county's not hiding anything, but it's just difficult to find that information. Thank you for letting me speak.
County Council, I know we had an ad hoc committee with 2 supervisors and 2 planning commission members. That was the affordable housing, but that needs to be a regular
Brown Act Committee.
Brown Act committee.
Yes.
Which we can do if, I don't see an issue with that. So we can talk about that later on at a different meeting. Any other public comment? Anyone from out in the public here? Can you please fill out a form after you're completed, sir? Thank you.
Testing. Robert Gibson, unincorporated county. I just had a question regarding the bridge at Union Road. If we're planning on widening Union, is it not possible to use the dollars that we have now to make it a 4-lane bridge? Or do we have to add on to it or demolish it and rebuild it to 4-lane when we finally get around to widening Union Road?
That'd be a question for Mr. Young.
If I understand the question right, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Gibson, I think we are widening, the new bridge will have a widened section over what exists right now. The specifics of it I don't have off the top of my head, and I will send you a note after I can check the geometrics of the new bridge, which I think would answer your question. Okay. It will be wider than the one that's there now, but whether or not it's 4 lanes, I'm not real clear. It's a $35 million bridge, so it'll be substantially better than the one we have now, I think, both operationally and structurally.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, bring it back to the board, and we'll go on to number 5, which is the Council of Governments. Ms. Gilbert, are you on?
Yes, I am here. Can you guys hear me okay? I was just checking my audio.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Quiet. Good afternoon. Nice to see everyone. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And also on the line is Veronica Lozama, our transportation planner at COGS. So she will also be here if you have any questions. But thank you, Benny, for all the updates and the information that you just provided on county roads. And I hope that I can answer the questions that the board had as far as how our roles in the community. So just a reminder that COG is the Regional Transportation Planning Agency for San Benito County. And our goals are really planning for a transportation system that's safe to use, is in good condition, which I know is forefront to all of your minds, and also is very environmentally friendly. As far as transportation funding goes, I think Mr. Young covered a lot of this, but locally we have Measure G, which thank you to the voters of San Benito County passing in 2018. That's providing a great funding source for us to both build projects and match state and federal funding. So that's a really important goal that we met, and I think that it's really going to serve us well in the future. We also have the Transportation Impact Fee Program. I know you were just talking about this. So we are working on an update to that program probably in this year, 2021. At the state level, the State Transportation Improvement Program, I'm sorry, I left an acronym in this presentation, but that is what that STIP stands for. And that is where a lot of the highway funding comes from for highway projects. It's divided between the state and Caltrans. So often a lot of state highway needs are left to the local entities to provide. And that's where we're kind of in this situation with Highway 25, where we're we're funding a great deal of Highway 25 and 156 with local funds because the state has some limits to what they can provide. But as Benny mentioned in his presentation, Senate Bill 1 has been a great resource as well. And then federally, there's also funding for transit and highways on the federal program, and we work with our representatives there to make sure that we utilize all the funding we can for those projects. And just to take a step back for just a minute, I just wanted to mention that COG is a regional agency. We represent not only you at the San Benito County, but also City of Hollister and City of Salem Batista. As you all know, we passed Measure G in 2018, and the balance right now in our Measure G account is $14.9 million. I know you had a sales tax discussion earlier this morning, and we are, tracking the balances that we have, and we've had minimal impacts from COVID-19 pandemic to date, but we are updating our financial projections and hope to have more information, but it has been interesting. We're a part of the Self-Help Counties Coalition of California, and all of the counties that have transportation sales tax measures are tracking what's going on and seeing what the impacts of the pandemic have been to our transportation needs this year. So I know that you were interested in the highway projects update, so we wanted to update you on our projects. Highway 156, as you all know, has been a great need for this community. Project beginning construction this summer. The bids will, or Caltrans is the lead for this project, and they'll be going out for bid for this project in summer of this year, and with construction starting in the fall. So look forward to a groundbreaking for the project. There's some utility relocation work that's going to be the start of it. It's not going to be that exciting, but things will look like they're underway. So we will be working with the community to make sure everyone knows what to expect. The project is planned to be complete in 2023, so it's a 2-year construction schedule. It's going to take a while, but it is a whole new highway, and it shouldn't disrupt traffic too much is our goal. We're looking forward, though, to the improvements to traffic when the project is done. And then I'll move on to Highway 25. And, of course, you can interrupt me with questions if you have them more, but let me know. But I'll just go through these. I just have a couple more slides, and then happy to take questions. Highway 25 is the premier or the primary project for Measure G that we've been working on. And some of the milestones we have completed last year in 2020, where we completed a value analysis, and I reported to the Board of Supervisors on this a few months ago, where we approved a project approach for the project. We had a almost $50 million project to deal with, and even though the voters of San Benito County approved Measure G, we were still having issues with being able to fund the whole project. So we completed a value analysis where we looked at the project approach and said, okay, well, what improvements can we make given the funding that we have, and what's the best way to serve the community and deliver a project that's going to meet our needs. So we completed that value analysis back over the summer. We have secured $5 million in state matching funds, which is those were incentive funds for communities like ours who passed the sales tax to help the state with the funding needs. So that was a $5 million incentive that we received for passing Measure G. So we've been coordinating with Caltrans, San Benito County, Hollister CHP, and Santa Clara County VTA to make sure we have a project that we can deliver to the community. And my next slide here has the schedule for the project. So right now we're working on an environmental document for Highway 25. We need a cooperative agreement with Caltrans. It's their highway, so we have to work with them cooperatively, and we'll be doing that over the next couple of years, doing the environmental approvals for the project, working on final project design following the environmental approval. Of course, we have to acquire right-of-way and get other approvals from the state. And then our goal is to start construction in 2026. So this is our aggressive, we really want to deliver to the public, and we know that this is such a community need that we want to make sure we accelerate. So we also, though, work on community projects, and this is part of our Tier 3 Measure G funding. We serve the community by providing public transit, and all of this sort of helps to alleviate some of the issues that we have as far as safety and congestion on the highways. But we're offering express bus service to Gilroy, alternatives to commuting alone, and providing new options for mobility on demand. And then we also have our active transportation program, where we're looking at a safe multimodal system, providing bike facilities and other projects that will help people get around the community as they need to. So that's my limited presentation, but I'm happy to hear any ideas that you have and also your questions. Veronica Lazama is on the line too of our staff. I know we talked a little bit about the regional transportation plan, so that's something that we're working on right now too. And we're going to be going out for feedback from the public over the next year on that.
Start off with Supervisor Gonzalez.
Thank you for the updates on both Highway 156 and 25. So going back to 156, you have the bids in 2021, construction starting the fall of 2021, and expected completion in 2023, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So on 25, it looks like the environmental review won't even start until this year, with an anticipated start date of 2026, correct?
Construction start, is that? Yes, yeah. So yeah, there is a lot of work to do. So yes, that's our schedule.
It's just a time frame that we need. I can remember 10, 15, 20 years ago, 25 was supposed to be worked on. And I know there's been some major improvements since then, but the volume of commuters on Highway 25 is just so significant. It's a big population of the community that is driving in and out of town on a regular basis, and we need to stick to these dates. 2026, it seems like it's a long way away, but is that a realistic date, or is that just a date that is potential start?
That is our targeted date, and I apologize. I did miss a part of what you said from on my end here. So, but that's our target date. Veronica, I don't know if you have anything to add. Sorry.
It's just that we're Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, we're just answerable to the community, and I know the constituents, they want to know. They're tired of commuting on the 2-lane highway, and we need to give them real answers that we can rely on. And I don't want to have someone come back to me in 6 years and say, well, you said it was going to start in 2026, and it still hasn't been started. So we really need to be able to rely on these dates if we're going to be sharing them with the community. And so I'm going to state and share that 2026 is a target start date.
Yeah, and I think that, as Mary was mentioning, that's kind of, our aggressive target date. We want to make sure that, we're working as fiercely as possible to deliver this project. However, if you're familiar with the transportation world and just how transportation projects are delivered, oftentimes, we come across delays. There could be a situation where we have an environmental issue. It's just by the nature of things, California has a lot of restrictions under their CEQA. So that's something that, we're going to have to discover once we start and go through the environmental process. So I think during that time, we'll have more of an opportunity to look at the project schedule and hopefully provide something a little bit more refined. But until we know those factors, as Mary mentioned again, that's kind of our aggressive schedule. But we hope to provide you an update as soon as we have that information. But thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, Mary, has to do with the impact. After COVID-19, I know that there was a big shift in, basically driving habits. You had people now working remotely. there's obviously less people on the road. SB1 depends on, the gas tax depends on miles traveled, right? So how has that impacted our funding, and what do you foresee as far as loss of revenue?
Yeah, that's a great question. So far we have not seen a major loss in funding, or everything's been pretty much what we have anticipated. But there's a shift at the state where we don't look so much, or we're looking now at miles traveled, vehicle miles traveled. And so, in a place like San Benito County, a lot of people are traveling a lot of miles to get to work and other areas. So we're looking at how that might impact the funding that we receive. Veronica, did you have? Yeah, he's our expert on this topic, I will say.
I was just going to mention that I think it was mentioned earlier that the federal government approved the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2021. So we are looking at a one-year stimulus and federal funds that are going to be coming to the San Benito region. We're still having discussions with the state and to look over what San Benito's apportionment of that funding will be. But for California, we're looking at about $912 million in transportation dollars across the state. And again, we'll have more information on that. The California Transportation Commission is looking at deciding how those dollars are going to be distributed to the local agencies at their March meeting. So again, more information to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Yeah. So, on that note, what about so there was a question, and thank you, Veronica, for your explanation too. It sounds like there's kind of this definitely the shift in funding distribution. I know that there was a concern. Supervisor Gill last year brought up the way that the formula was going to be reallocated, that it actually would hurt counties like ours. So there's different, basically things that create instability, and I feel like that's one of the concerns. But then also, and I get the sentiment, which is good as far as the like multimodal transportation, transit. Basically you're putting more folks, which I raised the question when I was on I think it was the mobility we talked about, multimodal, but basically you're gonna have more folks in one vehicle or rail, then you're gonna I know I'm worried to a certain extent of how many folks are going to actually use that service now in the days of COVID. But apart from that, when it comes down to those things, that's obviously taking more vehicles off the road, which is good for the environment. But then obviously that means that you're going to have less gas tax, right? Or I would assume. So I don't know if there was any estimation on what those impacts would be on basically funding that we're getting from outside of our community for our roads.
Yeah, that's all the stuff that we're tracking at COG. The state definitely has a directive that, we want to get people out of their cars. We want to have people drive alone less if they can. But something that we're working on is a rural community, and we have luckily partners throughout the state who are also rural who are saying, look, that's a great option for places where they've built their 4-lane highways or 6-lane or 8-lane highways. In San Benito County, we have 2 2-lane highways that come in and out, and we need to fix those. We need to make them safe for our community, and that's going to take adding pavement and adding lanes. So we're working with our state representatives, and are I think grateful to their staff and them for meeting with us a few times now already to talk about the needs that we have, and that that's something that in a rural community like San Benito County we need to still focus on, is improving our highways and adding capacity. Unfortunately, as a statewide issue, it adds some air quality and environmental impacts, but for safety and improvements to quality of life for San Benito County, that's what we're focusing on.
Thank you, Mary.
Anything else, Peter?
I'm done, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Kazmicki?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One quick question on 156. I had a constituent ask me actually this morning about the crossing at the Alameda and just how dangerous it is there. It's a really long crossing. I don't know how many seconds you get to cross it, but it's really long. and there's some concern about just increased traffic. And is there anything being done with that particular crossing? I'm just asking so I can, get back to this resident. And then I know that's a Caltrans issue, but do you know of anything being done as far as that crossing? And would that play into I don't have the design in front of me, but would the new highway, would that affect the new highway? Can you answer that?
Mary,
Go ahead, Veronica. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, so for for that intersection, that's outside of the kind of the scope of the 156 widening project. However, we did receive a transportation planning grant that we will be kicking off over the next month. And so that particular grant is going to be focusing on improving just bikeability and walkability between Hollister and San Juan Bautista in that area, including the Alameda, and maybe also making some connections to the trail. So that's a planning study that we're going to be, again, kicking off in the next several months, and we hope to invite the public as well as our partners over at the City of San Juan and the county to help us plan for that particular project.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And Supervisor Cosling, if I could just add that the genesis of that project was really community support input regarding that crossing, and so we went out there and did some field work and said, okay, yeah, this is an issue. So just want to encourage the public, when you see an issue like that, feel free to let us know, and it's something that we really want to work on and help as we make improvements.
Yeah, no, it is a really dangerous intersection. I think everybody kind of knows that. I think we've been fortunate that there hasn't been I don't think, too serious of a pedestrian accident there. So the 156 timeline, obviously it keeps sort of getting nudged back, every few months. It's this month and it's that month. How certain are we that it's going to be fall construction now? Because I think last time I had checked with Brandy Ryder at Caltrans, it was summer, and that was just a couple months ago. So is this can you put a certain level of certainty on it so that when we talk to the public, we don't keep having to change these dates?
Sure. Yeah, I know. It is a struggle to have to do that. But this, the driving factor really was the right-of-way acquisition, as well as some issues we were having, or Caltrans was having, with the utility providers. So it looks like all those are resolved, and we're pretty confident with the schedule. Veronica and I are working on a public outreach plan as well, so we'll be happy to share that with you and your county staff, so that everyone knows what to expect as the year moves on. But we're pretty confident with the schedule. One of the big issues is always the funding being secured, and thanks to the work that representatives have done locally, we have our local funding secured as well as the state funding for this project.
Great, I appreciate that. And then also on that project, for the public's education, and also just to clarify here, the number of roundabouts are involved with the 156. I know there's Bixby. Can you expand on that, and then can you clarify for that the roundabout plan for 25 and 156 is definitely going forward despite our county's strong objection?
Yes, so there is one roundabout that will be constructed at Bixby and 156 as part of the project. It is a 2-year construction time frame, so we'll start this summer, but there'll be 2 years of construction that are going on. I don't have the specifics to when that roundabout will be going in. However, it's going to be the full new facility will be opened all at once. So the public probably can't expect that for at least 2 years. As far as the 156 and 25 roundabout, which, yes, we did express our opposition to that project at the state level. However, it's moving forward. It's a safety improvement, and we're working with Caltrans to make sure that we get information out to the community, but we're expecting construction to start for that later this year, potentially in September of 2021.
Thank you.
No local funds are going to that project. It's just a state-funded project fully. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, and there aren't any other roundabouts then on that route?
Not at this time, no. We looked at potential roundabouts I think for the 25 value analysis that we did, but the 15625 is the only one that's going forward now. And eventually that will be replaced by an interchange project.
Great. And then as far as the Highway 25 expansion goes, we obviously have several phases. They all take a fairly lengthy amount of time. Is there any consideration or possibility to look at whether you could potentially overlap any of those phases to cut the time frame down on the overall project?
We are looking at that. The schedule that I showed is pretty, we're trying to move forward as quickly as we can, but definitely that's our number one goal is if there's any opportunities to reduce the timeline, we will. We're also, and I didn't really touch on this in the presentation, but I did want to mention that we are working with Santa Clara County in the northern portion of the highway, and that they recently received funding to replace the interchange at Highway 25 and 101. So that's going to be a great improvement to the community, and we supported them on that. And the Santa Clara San Benito Mobility Partnership will be working to make sure that project moves forward on an aggressive schedule as well.
I appreciate that. And that leads me to my last question, which is what kind of congestion mitigation might be on the table for in the meantime? Because we were looking at potentially 8 years. If it goes like one, let's not even get into comparing it to 156. I'm actually very concerned that we may have another 156 sort of thing going on potentially. But let's just say this takes 8 years. I'm hoping personally, I know optimistically 6. Are there considerations for congestion mitigation measures such as you mentioned, and I know this would be a Santa Clara County issue, but you mentioned the 101 and 25. We have that issue with cars backing up. I know this comes up a lot on 101 in that turn lane there. Can we engage with CHP potentially? And that would be one area. And then I know we did have that temporary change at the other intersection with I think the left turn. But can you talk at all? Are there any other congestion mitigation measures considered? Because traffic will probably increase over time, I'm assuming.
Right, yeah, and that's something we're looking at or trying to accommodate. The 25 corridor, we recently finished a study looking at the rail corridor as well as potential for express bus service. So any ways that we can, again, get people out of their cars driving alone. Of course, given our new state of the world, that's a little different, but we're looking at ways that we can get fewer cars onto the highways, and perhaps now that includes things like teleworking and remote work more than we've ever seen before. But also, we did have a project to prohibit left turns from Bolsa Road onto Highway 25. That was both a safety and a congestion issue. We're working with Santa Clara County on that. They were looking for some feedback locally, actually, at the last time I talked to them, and I let them know that we were still supportive of that. COG is funding additional hours for CHP to be on Highway 25 and be monitoring the roadway out there. So we're trying to do all those kinds of things also to improve safety and reduce the congestion. And I hope that answered your question. I'm sorry. No, it does. I'm not expecting a magic wand. I just, it's kind of like that the brainstorming thing we talked about earlier. I wish there was something we could do a little more than beyond hoping that people are going to telework more and ride buses that, I'm a little skeptical, to be frank. And I have a feeling once the pandemic is over that the traffic is not only going to be the same, but it's going to get worse over time. So thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Any other questions from the board members? Mr. Tiffany?
Yes. This is, Mary, as you know, this is near and dear my heart, Highway 25. I was a co-chair on the Measure G committee. So I think as has already been said by the other supervisors, 25 is an absolutely critical project for our community, not just for the sake of the commuters, but it really drives the public opinion in our community, so greatly on just about everything. So every time any kind of a project comes up, traffic, and which is really 25 comes up. So the timing of that is critical. I also worry that, when we say aggressive start construction of 2026, and you look at the history of 156, it scares the hell out of me. What the real time frame will be, which leads me to question, Mary, is Caltrans fully on board with the, I know there was, as you mentioned, a value analysis done on what the best approach is. A decision was reached that is reducing the cost to allow for us to move forward. Is Caltrans fully on board with that? And then I guess a more general question is, I've always heard this is very political and everyone's fighting for dollars, and Caltrans very difficult to deal with. What would be your feeling about where we stand vis-a-vis Caltrans going forward in Sacramento? Who do we have representing us, if anyone, in Sacramento? I'm going to learn a lot of this being on COG, I realize, but I'm just curious your thoughts on all that, because I think largely that's what really drives a lot of the timing on these kind of big projects within the state.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I really have to thank the COG board from, over the last year, the work that they did, as well as staff at Caltrans at the county, your supervisors and your county staff, and Hollister as well, working on that value analysis that we did, and really coming together to find a common solution. We were so happy back, I think it was in September, to do a sort of a ribbon cutting for our Highway 25 project, because it really was an opportunity, or kind of symbolized the work that had been done, that all those entities got together and said, okay, we know we have this problem, and Caltrans has big ideas about how to fix it, which are, all going to meet safety and other state goals, but what can we really legitimately fund here? And so once we've come to a common agreement, I really think so, and I think the COG representatives would agree that we're moving forward with that. Caltrans, the District 5 director, has worked with us. Supervisor Hernandez and I met with the head of Caltrans in Sacramento about a year ago, right, and talked to him about our issues out there. So we, as well as Mr. Espinosa was there with us too. So we have, I think we have a lot of strong support. There's an understanding there, and we're happy to be working together on this. And then we'll continue our advocacy, continue to work with our local representatives. At COG, we are lucky to be a part of the Central Coast Coalition. So that is all the counties from Santa Barbara up to Santa Cruz on the Central Coast. And it's really surprising how important those regional connections can be, and how they can affect our ability to get funding and working together. I will say that working with that coalition and working with folks in Sacramento, we've raised the profile, and people know where San Benito County is, what our project needs are. The California Transportation Commission is probably going to, we're hoping we'll have a meeting here at some point in the near future, and I know that, and also on COG we have two representatives, and Supervisors with me, and as well as our chair, Mayor Velasquez, and we'll be working with that coalition as well to talk to representatives in Sacramento to make sure they know that our needs are, what our needs are, and how we can get them met.
Mary, how much of a role can or does our representative Assembly Member Rivas and Senator Caballero play in this? I'm just curious. Again, I'm on a learning curve, but what role can they play for us to help push 25 forward?
Right. So they have, and I will say they're doing everything they can. I think and they're always open for conversation and discussion about it. A lot of the funding, it does filter through that California Transportation Commission. I think Veronica and I have both mentioned probably more than once in our remarks today. So that's those are appointed officials appointed by the governor, and they make a lot of statewide decisions about funding. So a lot of it is out of the control of those elected representatives. However, we try and just advocate, and we also advocate with that California Transportation Commission, make sure that they understand our funding needs. But not a lot of it goes through the general budget, I guess is what I'm trying to say. When you're talking about those Senate Bill 1 funds that we're getting, they're all through the California Transportation Commission. Our elected representatives, have some input, I think, but they're not making the ultimate funding decisions.
Okay, and then just two quick questions, and maybe you mentioned this. What is the timing of the Highway 25 101 interchange? I know that that's coming sooner, and that will help alleviate, as was earlier mentioned, some of the congestion. So what is the timing of that? That was one question. And then what is the projected construction time for 25 once it does start?
So the 25 101 interchange just was funded through the California Transportation Commission for construction funding. They're finishing their final design, and I would have to pull up the construction schedule. I apologize. I meant to include that in my slides for you there. But if Veronica, if you have that schedule, you can let us know. I'll just go ahead.
There's actually, yes, there's a schedule here, but I am not sure if I can share my screen. But the design schedule says fall 2019 through the summer of 2021, environmental phase fall 2019 through spring of 2020, and construction fall of 2021 through the fall of 2023. And we can send you this fact sheet if the board is interested in receiving this fact sheet for that project.
Sure.
Yes, please send it to every board member. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be great. And the construction time for 25, what's the estimate on that?
The time frame for construction, it's going to be about a couple of years as well once we start construction. So it's I think a 2-year construction for that first phase of 25.
Correct. So it said the fall of 2021 through the fall of 2023 for construction of the 101 25 interchange.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions from the board members?
Thank you. If you do have, with the second phase then, just for the public information, when would the whole entire 25 right now be finished? What's the calendar?
That's I think that's still we're still revising that calendar, and that includes the portion in Santa Clara County. So we're looking at it will be several years, but we're hoping to alleviate the congestion in the meantime with these other big projects that we're working on. We're sort of working on the two ends, the interchange 25 101 and the southern portion in San Benito County. Another big long-term planning thing that we're working on as well is with the mobility partnership in Santa Clara County is Highway 152. So Santa Clara wants to move Highway 152 and make some improvements there. And a benefit that that we may see is incorporating the Highway 25 improvements in that area as part of that project. So sharing the cost and getting improvements up to our area.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, one last question. I don't know if this is for you, Mary, or for Benny. How does the county decide the money? I hear, this project is Measure G, SB1 funding. Where is the decision made as far as where the funding comes from, whether it be G or SB1?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Tiffany, Measure G has a funding allocation formula that was set forth in the bid, in the package that the voters approved, and Hollister and San Benito County get 47%, and the rest goes to, I think that's right, and Mary can correct me if I'm wrong, the rest goes to San Juan Bautista. But that's in the early years before the revenue stream largely diverts to the implementation of Highway 25, I believe. SB1, on the other hand, is an application-based program, and we annually submit an application to the state for SB1 funding for San Benito County.
Okay.
I can send you that.
Thank you.
Exactly, we speaking when it comes to the measure. Any other questions? I just have one comment. I feel for everyone. I've been sitting up here for 4 years talking about the highway. I've been talking about 25, the highway going from Hollister to San Juan. It was supposed to start 2-3 years ago. No disrespect towards COG. It's a moving target. And unfortunately, it's not acceptable by any of us, but those are the cards we're dealt with. We'll just wish people at the state level, whether they're appointed, whether they're elected, whether it's the California Transportation Commission, whether it's Ana Carviero or Robert Rivas, they will look at this and help us as much as they can. I know they're helping right as we speak, but just 4 years, I don't see any traction. I mean, we talk about, yes, we had a groundbreaking ceremony a couple of months ago. We need to stop just fantasizing and make sure that this turns into a reality. I also appreciate the aggressiveness of setting dates with COG, but they also have to be attainable. We can't say, okay, well, it's an aggressive date, we're going to put this year down, and then we, as the elected officials up here, we reiterate that to our constituents, and guess what? We're 2, 3, 4 years off. I've always been optimistic. Unfortunately, over the 4 years, I'm becoming more and more pessimistic, which is not a good thing. But I'm learning that I'd rather give the constituents the truth right up front and say I'm not sure, or possibly 2026, or we're not sure, and that's the conundrum we're all in, and that's the hard part. And I feel for Veronica and Mary, because you're in the same boat we are. You're always uncovering something, and guess what? It's another year delay. So I just don't know what to say on these dates, and that's unfortunate thing to say for me. So, but I appreciate all you do, Veronica and Mary. Thank you for the update. Any other questions from anyone? Public comment?
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. Valerie, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes. Valerie, you've been unmuted. Please unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself. Okay. Thank you. I'm Valerie Eglin, out of San Juan Bautista. And I want to congratulate COG, Mary and Veronica, for all the work they're doing. It's just brutal, the amount of detail that they have been put through. But I also want to say, reiterate what Supervisor Kosmicki said about the Alameda walk over at 156. I came through with my bicycle a couple of days ago, and the amount of time to get across was just not doable. I was stuck in the middle of the road, getting on my bike so I could go faster. But the incline going up to 156 from the peak side is uphill, and so it's difficult to kind of stall and wait there to go across. So, there has to be something that happens there. The other thing is the bicycle path from San Juan to the Aromas San Juan High School, or Anzar High School. It needs sweeping from time to time. And I know that our public works is just overburdened already. And I do understand that aspect, but if in the future some kind of aspect can be added to keeping up that bikeway, because it was the first one ever done in San Juan Bautista in San Benito County, and it is used all the time by runners, walkers, bicyclists. So it's an asset that we need to guard. Thank you, and congratulations on all you do.
Thank you, Valerie.
We have no more speakers at this time.
Bring it back to the board here. Any questions out yonder? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. And any parting comments, Ray?
Just want to thank Mary and our new RMA director, Benny, on all the work that they're doing, as well as with staff. I have to say one thing, that I think COG has an uphill battle, obviously dealing with the state and Caltrans and all the different nuances and the complexities. So I sympathize a little bit with that, and I know that they're working hard at it. And I think another avenue to look at it too is our board should be commended, as well as staff, for being able to address our local roads with the Quick Start program and seeing how fast we've been addressing that with the money, the little money that we are receiving between SB1 and the Measure G. Those are it's really important to understand that we just went ahead and grabbed whatever we could and started rolling these programs out in each district, by the way. It's not just one area. We're tackling all the districts, to be commended. I just want to share that one point. That's all I have.
Okay. That completes number 5. We'll go on to number 6. This is a presentation and discussion of the facilities master plan and safety plan overview.
Mr. Chair. While they're setting it up. Well, there we go. Wanted to introduce Rob Nash. He's with Veneer and has helped us put together a facilities master plan for San Benito County. And he and Assistant Director for the RMA, Mike Chambliss, will be leading this discussion and presentation for you. And much like the Road Bridges program, you'll realize quickly, as you probably already know, there's a lot of unmet needs in the facilities end of our public infrastructure here. And at the end of the day, we hope to be able to focus on some of the near-term needs with the budget that we're putting together for recommendation for next fiscal year. And
prior to starting, Mr. Young,
yes,
what we're about to see right here is I'm not calling it a fantasy, but this is a wish list. I mean, this is something that we're looking at it, but there is also a side of the dollars. And I just want to make sure we all understand that when we're reviewing this, because there is a large price tag to this. So let's make sure we understand that this is not by even close, remotely, something we're going to continue to go down the path and spend all the money on this, because the infrastructure, I can't speak for everybody, but to me, the infrastructure is much more important than a facilities building. That's my opinion. But I just wanted to say that. I think you were going to say something similar to that, Ray.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things when I first started here was just tackling a lot of things when I first came in as a CAO. And a few years after, it was, let's look at our facilities and address this. So we went to the board during a retreat when we were discussing what are we going to do, what are we going to tackle, kind of a brainstorming session. And this came out of that, was to look at our facilities and to look at it from a point of view of, what's needed. Do we need to put money and fix the buildings, and also too, looking at it from a perspective of growth, and with additional housing coming in, is there going to be a need for additional staffing? So there's a lot of elements to this master plan that I want to, we're going to hear in a few minutes, and also a safety element to it as well. So there's multiple facets to this, and I think Supervisor Chair Medina is accurate. It's, there's multiple options here to look at and evaluate, and let's look at the things that we need to address immediately. But it's also a good plan to look at how we can, looking at it from afar, and what can we shoot for down the road, and what. So I think that's, with that, I just wanted to add those comments there. So we have Mike Chambliss. I'll go ahead and pass it on to you. You can start this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman Medina. You took some words out of my mouth, too.
Sorry. But can you just let us know how long you've been here and what you've done prior to this? Because I know somewhat new.
I think most of you know me. I have been here about 2.5 months now. And this was a project that I kind of grabbed onto when I got here. It's one of my passions is buildings and these sort of things. Actually, a little bit of history too, I also enjoy. Previous to this, I was employed by the city of Hollister for 16 years, and I did a lot of jobs over there. Began as code enforcement, transitioned to airport manager, transitioned to airport director, code enforcement director, assistant city manager, public works director, risk manager, to name a few. So I got to play with a lot of buildings over at the city too, and
Thank you.
it was fun. So you're absolutely correct. This document was created under the direction, no limits. It's a clean slate. Come up with whatever you need. And you're right. There's a huge price tag to this. So please don't let us lose you with that, because at the end we're going to talk real achievable goals that I think are reachable and important. The other thing I'd like to challenge you to do is look at this document as a snapshot of your buildings at a moment of time. Rob and Veneer put a lot of effort in evaluating the structures that are included in this report. It's about 90% of the buildings that the county owns. And there's a lot of data here to give you a real snapshot of buildings that you've never been in and probably won't, because there's a ton of buildings in this organization. So I'm going to turn it over to Rob Nash. He was a project manager with Veneer. He's going to describe the document as it goes, and then I'll be back at the end to talk about where hopefully we can go from here.
Thank you, Mike. As Mike mentioned, my name's Rob Nash. I am an architect and a planner with Vanner. I'm going to walk through a little bit of how the master plan is organized, the kind of information that we generated, and then the kinds of recommendations that we've made. Let's see. Okay. So the master plan is really organized around 4 major components. There's a functional needs assessment where we look at your existing facilities to see whether they will function for the purpose that they're intended, or how well they function. But we also look at demographics in the county. We use primarily the Department of Finance projections for the next, actually 40 years they project out. Those are updated every year. So we look at projected growth in the county. We look at the number of county employees over time, and we compare to some other counties, just sort of, again, as that snapshot in time. How do you compare to similar sized counties throughout the state? We did facility condition assessments where we analyzed each of your facilities, both county-owned and leased facilities, to understand what things they do well, where there are deficiencies. We developed a cost model for the county, and then we developed what's called a facility condition index, which is really a sort of an industry standard means to be able to evaluate your existing facilities in an objective manner, sort of in a quantitative approach, where it's essentially a formula that gives you an idea of the needed investment versus the value of the facility. Third, we conducted security assessments of each facility, and we identified deficiencies, again, put costs to resolving those deficiencies, and made certain recommendations about improvements that can be made. And then finally, we take all this information, sort of synthesize it, bring it together, and develop options that respond to the condition of the facilities, whether there's growth in the county, and a number of other issues to look at how to resolve those situations best, and then ultimately what that might end up costing. So if we start looking at the functional needs assessment, demographic projections for the county, looking historically, there's a fairly moderate, steady growth within the county. You can see in the chart in the middle of the page. The table on the right indicates, again, steady growth, averaging a point and a half or so on average per year. Interestingly, a little over 1% growth doesn't sound like much, but after 20 years, that's 25% growth in the population. So even relatively moderate growth ultimately can lead to some fairly large numbers. So one of the key takeaways of the demographic projections is that the county population will continue to grow. The county should plan on that growth. An interesting wrinkle within San Benito County is that looking at county populations over time, the population is getting older, and a significant portion of the population is now will be projected to be over 65. That may have impacts on the kinds of services that you want to deliver as a county, the locations of those services. So again, just something to keep in mind, that your population is aging. That may also have impacts potentially on revenue as well, if more people are retired here as opposed to working. So, and now moving on to our look at your county government. The chart here is really graphing two separate things on the same graph. So the bars going up and down are county staffing levels from 1999 through 2017. And you can see there's quite a bit of variation, but there's a real big drop off from 2018 to from 2008 to 2013. So the Great Recession factoring in there, and then a sustained period of growth in the number of employees since then. The tan sort of wavy line going across at the top is what your county population was doing at that same time. So one of the encouraging things is that really since 2013, you've been able to add staff at a little bit greater rate than what the population's been growing. So in some ways, you're sort of taking little bites at getting back to previous staffing levels.
Let me interrupt real quick, Ray.
Sure.
These numbers, the employees, are those actual employees or are they budgeted employees?
I'm actually not sure. I didn't actually discuss that with them. It could be part-time employees. It could be temporary LTP employees. So you got to go back one more slide, Edgar. Go back one more. Go back one more slide.
They are FTEs. They're from your county auditor report.
Okay, so then.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure. And again, that information is available on the county website as well.
It's actually the slide I was looking at, this slide, it was hard for me to actually even look at the exact total. Yeah.
I believe that number is 466, but that was back in 2017.
Yeah, okay. So, go ahead.
Okay. So looking a little bit more at county employees, size of county government, the table on the left, we looked at the 4 closest counties size-wise in population to San Benito, just to see how you compare number of employees-wise. Now, I'm going to preface this at the beginning by saying there's no formula for what the right county staffing level is. That's your job and your decision. It's a terrific balancing act, and I don't envy you. But it can still be helpful to at least look at how you compare to other similar-sized counties. There's tremendous differences in all kinds of things. The kind of amenities you may have as a county and things like that. But what we're able to see, so we compared San Benito to Lake, Tehama, Tuolumne, and Calaveras. Lake to us looks like a real outlier. They're way higher staffing levels than any of the other 4 counties. So we've really sort of considered them to be an outlier. Something's going on there that's a little bit different than what seems to be going on in other places. But so for the other 3 counties, San Benito, which is in gray in the bar chart, is always the lowest staffing level per 1,000 county population. And this dotted black line represents the average of the other 3 counties, so Lake, not Lake, I'm sorry, Tehama, Tuolumne, and Calaveras. That black line is the average. And just to sort of put a little order of magnitude to that, if San Benito County were to get up to the average level of those other 3 counties, you'd have to add 200 employees. So what seems like a relatively small difference in number per 1,000 gets magnified by your overall county population. So, relatively speaking, you have fewer county staff per 1,000 residents than other counties of your similar size. So the third component to looking at facility functional needs is a needs assessment. We analyzed all your facilities based on 4 primary criteria: the size, in other words, is it large enough to support the department? Is it large enough to support future growth? Context, is it in the right place? Is it close to other facilities that they may work closely with? Efficiency, is the floor plan, is it a reasonable layout that can be used efficiently, or is there something about it that just is structurally inefficient? And then finally, technology and the facility's ability to accommodate current and future technologies. So we also developed a rating scale from good to very poor. And then we assessed each of your facilities. You can see in the overall chart that a couple of facilities are rated good, and they're primarily your newest facilities, essentially new behavioral health and the jail and jail expansion. You have a number of facilities in fair condition, but you have more than half of your facilities, functionally speaking, are in poor or very poor condition. So then moving on to the facility condition assessments, where we're actually just looking at the buildings themselves. We use a standard worksheet to capture this information, physically walking each building. We looked at 8 primary building systems and components, such as the structure and the envelope of the building, utilities, site improvements. And we also developed a priority ranking for deficiencies, whether they're critical, all the way down to recommended. You can see the definitions on the right there. One of the things I do want to make sure you understand is that these assessments were visual in nature. They were not destructive. So there will be a number of recommendations for facilities to have some additional review done. The big one that sort of comes to mind is looking at the DA probation building for whether there are structural issues there that are contributing to the cracking in the exterior walls. This assessment didn't cover that in-depth review, but a follow-on project would be to have a structural engineer come in and do a full assessment of that to advise you on whether that needs some sort of upgrades or whether it's another issue that's causing that cracking. For the cost estimating component for the deficiencies, we developed a cost model for each building type. And you can see on the screen there's 7 or 8 of them. We originally started with a range of costs, but we were able to hone in on, unfortunately, really the higher end of the range based on our internal cost data that we have, as well as our experience and your local experience with recent bidding, that you really are influenced very heavily by construction costs in the Bay Area. And while you are a relatively rural county, you don't enjoy the benefit of that on the construction end. You're really paying big city prices, even though you're not a big city kind of place. So, you know, that will obviously factor into everything. Every cost in this report will be affected by that influence from the Bay Area. But once we establish these costs per square foot based on real information and real projects, the 8 components that we analyze for building systems, for instance, on the psychiatric health facility, $893 a square foot, we have a percentage that each system makes up of that cost. So we then, if, for instance, it is determined that the structure of a facility is deficient, then we would know if that were a psychiatric health facility, about 14.95% of the cost of replacing that facility can be attributed to the structure. That then helps us apply a factor to that. The deficiency cost factor is upper left. If it's a very minor work that needs to be done to that system, we apply that factor all the way up to replacement, where we use the full factor. So there's a pretty robust cost estimating effort that went in here. We're confident that the numbers reflect real conditions. And, you know, they are high numbers, but they're realistic. Continuing with cost estimating, so in the lower right corner here, each facility has a summary of the worksheets that were developed in the field that breaks down by system, cost by system. In this case, we're using the administration building that we're in here today as an example. But you can see where no issues were noted, there's no cost, and then other systems have a cost applied. We then took that cost and assigned it by priorities. So this other table that you can see, from critical through recommended, where the costs sort out in there. In this particular case, you've got some costs potentially in urgent and required, and then big numbers in the recommended category. An important component of facility assessments is some objective measure of, is this a good facility? Is this facility need a lot of work? There's an industry standard convention called Facility Condition Index, which is really a formula that's right here. It's the cost to repair versus the current replacement cost. So it generates a percentage, essentially. If it's $1 million building and it needs $500,000 in repair, then it would have an FCI of 50%. So immediately below that is the table of FCI ranges, and so what we would define as good condition, all the way down to repair beyond useful life. And we've used a color coding from green to red to indicate good to very poor condition. So the table is showing you 8 facilities right now in the very poor or replace category, another 4 in poor. So of the 20 facilities in this chart, 12 of them are poor or considered for replacement. So moving on to the security assessments, again, we used a standard worksheet that you can see on the right to identify issues, and we were looking in 4 major categories: the site, the building exterior, the building interior, and then electronic security. One of the interesting takeaways for us on this was that many of the security issues could be resolved as you're resolving building deficiencies. So just by the nature of addressing an issue, you can, a facility issue, you can also improve the security of the building. So we haven't included those costs here if they've been covered in another part of the report so that we're not double counting. And I think, one of our big overarching recommendations from a security perspective would be a consideration of a countywide security system, a cloud-based system that established some standards across facilities, standard protocols for entry and exit visitors and things like that. So the first three sections is really about gathering information. The long-range plan is now the opportunity to take that information and begin to develop solutions. And in this particular case, the solutions were not encumbered. There wasn't a budget applied initially. So what we're synthesizing here on this slide, this chart on the left, the important thing about this chart is where the dots fall. This is a combination of the facility condition index and functional needs index. So dots in red are not good, dots in green are better. So really looking at a number of facilities that are functionally and condition-wise in poor condition, along with a growing county population, is obviously not the best situation to be in. So the county facilities are really organized into what we call campuses. There's the downtown campus that we're on today, this sort of super block of county functions. The public safety campus where the jail and juvenile hall is. Public works campus with public works as well as ag and the UC Cooperative Extension Service. And then the public health campus with HHSA and behavioral health. So the options that I'll be presenting to you shortly are really organized around these different campuses, and we'll just go ahead and jump into it. So one of the ways that we determined whether a facility was large enough or not was to develop a space list for each department. How many people are in it? Does that person have an office? Okay, is that a 120 square foot office? Okay, that person can be in an open cubicle. Okay, that's 64 square feet. We pulled together all of these requirements, and ultimately we'll end up with a number of square feet that department should have in an ideal world to accommodate the number of employees and functions that it has. And then we take these space lists for each department, add them together, and we can create a building, essentially, at least from a planning perspective. So option A is downtown on this block, and it would really consist of two new large buildings that would house all the county functions that are down here, a renovated administration building that would house County Office of Education and the IT department, some new parking here, and then all the downtown options would need some sort of a supporting parking structure because there just is not enough parking available on the ground. The cost estimate that you see on the right-hand side includes the parking structure, but not the land that the county would need to purchase to put that structure on. But again, that is so this option addresses all the deficiencies of the facilities downtown here, but it is the most expensive option. And let me just back up for just 1 second. These drawings that you see are really proof of concept. Don't love them or hate them based on the design. They're really just to show, okay, a building of that size will fit here. It's really just to show it works. If you elected to move forward with any of these projects, you'll get into design at that point and have much more input into what it may look like or how it's planned. At this point, it's just, would it work? could it work? So option B is a little bit, it's a sort of a combination of reusing some existing facilities and then doing one new building. In this case, we do a new building and then renovate the Hall of Records and renovate the existing library and also add an addition to the library to get it up to a more appropriate size. In this case, we would be showing demolition of the old Hall of Records building. So this option addresses most deficiencies, not all, but most, and is about $36 or $37 million less expensive than option A. The other thing that I will tell you is that these construction costs or project costs have been escalated into the future based on when the projects are planned. So they're not current dollars, they are total dollars, in this case, up through the end of our third quarter of 2025. We've assumed a 5% per year escalation, which historically is fairly close. So moving on from the downtown campus, we looked at the public safety campus. Sheriff's Department ultimately would be best suited in a new purpose-built facility. Their existing facility with RMA poses some challenges that really are sort of fundamental in nature and how that building is constructed and where it's located. Ultimately, it's not ideal for a sheriff's office. Moving it closer to the jail and having it built specifically for that purpose would be best. We're also showing a psychiatric health facility, which there's been some robust discussion about in the past at the grand jury level, and for anybody who may not be familiar, there is a very good discussion of the whole issue in the grand jury report that's attached to our master plan. Some great background information there. And then we're also showing an upgraded facility at the Sheriff's Tactical Training Center, which is on Bolsa Road, just down a little bit from the jail. And again, this represents a best-case scenario. Currently, the Sheriff's Office officers have difficulty meeting their training and educational requirements within the county and often have to travel outside the county to access the facilities that they need. This facility would accommodate all of those needs. It could also potentially be available to be rented out to other counties who may need the facilities as well. But the projected cost here for these two new facilities would be approximately $60 million. One of the advantages of this location, this site, is that the county owns all the land. The public health campus, so you've got a new behavioral health facility that will be opening soon. Another consideration would be to locate the psychiatric health facility, what's known in the industry as a PUF, locate the PUF here as opposed to at the jail site. There's an opportunity to create what's called a therapeutic community with behavioral health and homeless services and things right there, HHSA as well. But there are some drawbacks here, particularly in that the county would have to purchase additional property north of the behavioral health to make a situation like this work.
How many of the counties have a PUF?
I don't know off the top of my head, but most, not all, but most. And obviously smaller counties, it's a greater challenge.
Yeah, the big thing is a $16 million for the infrastructure, and then, of course, to staff it is going to be where the ongoing cost is.
Absolutely. Yep. And then finally, the Public Works campus. we're recommending really that ag, the ag commissioner, UC Extension, and the Public Works buildings themselves should all be replaced at some point. It's a fairly detailed exercise to make sure that this is designed properly. You've got a number of different user groups and public and staff that need to interact. So it's a little bit of a design effort, but this would be a little bit less than $14 million to address all the deficiencies at the Public Works campus. Yeah, so those previous options are all the sort of budget-free, let's say. Really just to look at, if in the ideal world, what would you do? What might it look like? But another option to consider, at least in the shorter term, is basically repair and renovate only, to take all the deficiencies that have been identified and fix those. That's still a significant amount of money over time. It's still a total of almost $64 million. And it's front-loaded because the way that things are prioritized right now, you'd have to chew through about $55 million worth of repair work over the course of the first 5 years to at least meet the priority recommendations that are in the report. And the other issue with this solution is it really only addresses your current physical concerns, doesn't address growth and doesn't address functional issues. So it would at least keep you from deteriorating, but it doesn't quite get you to the next level of beginning to tackle long-term sustainable facilities. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to make a few recommendations. With behavioral health moving out of their current building and us having severe space issues and a need to get child support services into a building before they don't have a building anymore, I'm going to have staff come to you at your March 9th meeting and request an appropriation of $50,000 to make some immediate life safety improvements to that building in about a month period when that building can be empty. Currently, there are exiting issues in that building where if you try to follow the emergency exit signs, you wind up at locked doors. Other places in that building, there are no exiting signs, and you have no way to know which way to go. Walls have been constructed that have interfered with the fire suppression system. There are fire devices that have been disabled for convenience. So there are some significant issues in that building that need to be addressed immediately before we put people back in there. There's a 2-year plan that we just developed over the weekend to do improvements to that building so it can house both child support services into the future and probation or another division. But we really need to address these things immediately before we put people back in there. And hopefully there'll be enough left over that we can actually have the HVAC ducts cleaned, because they're probably about 30 years old, and I doubt that's ever happened. And one of the things you want to do is promote healthy work environments and healthy buildings. And then we could take a moment, and Benny and I are going to work and make a proposal through the normal budget process to allocate about $1 million to begin the serious life safety repairs that are addressed in this report. Try to take that $700,000 of that year one critical functions and take care of those. Mr. Nash gave you a prelude to one of my major concerns, which is actually the probation DA building. You got doors that are getting stuck. You got severe cracking on the outside of the building. that building is moving a little more than can be explained by the earthquake faults in this area. So we do need to get a structural engineer out there and figure out if we need to pump some grout underneath that building to get it level and stabilized before we lose it, because that's actually one of our more newer buildings in our portfolio. We have some that are 100 years old, like the one right behind us, like the stuff up on Southside Road that Mr. Nash was almost speechless when he was describing. And then we have others that are relatively new or have been renovated recently, like the RMA building. But I think there's time that we can go through the normal budget process. There's no real urgency that we need to demand money immediately to rush and to do it, and we can give you a well-thought-out plan in the budget. But I am going to have staff come to the next meeting and request some funds so we can take care of that one need quickly.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Sure.
And just to enlighten the board, the facility ad hoc committee did meet this last week. We did talk a little bit about this, and in particular talked about CSS actually moving from their existing building to our other behavioral health building. The state does have funding available for revamping that building with some of these measures, so that's going to be some money that we're going to use for this. There may be some other, obviously needs through maybe the general fund, but most likely we'll get it covered through the state for the move.
Where'd the mouse go? There it is. With that, Mr. Nash and I are available if you have any questions.
Start off with Supervisor Hernandez.
It's a big another element of why we need to strategize. I mean, this is obviously evidence of what needs to be done, and from maintenance from the roads now to facilities we're falling behind. That's kind of my only take on it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Kosmicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first off, I appreciate the presentation, and Veneer, Mr. Nash, that was just a really impressive presentation and thorough, and just it's very clear that this is a very professional job that you did, so I appreciate that. To start off, I guess, the numbers are just eye-popping, obviously, and I just wonder, this is all ideal world sort of stuff, so, where would this money even come from? I can't imagine our public would support bonding for this, and so I don't see it as realistic. The 200 million, I don't see the 100 million as realistic. I think we'd have to chip away at the repairs, unfortunately, and maybe pick some projects potentially that could work if we get some revenue. I also think we have to probably get creative with some of this stuff. And so I think first off, about the library issue, the new library has been a hot topic, I guess, in our community for a year or two, or maybe longer now, and we certainly need a new library. On the other hand, it's, I didn't see a cost, is there a potential cost, first off, for, let's just say we just did a library renovation at the current location, because that was in option B, I think. There was a library renovation. Is there an estimated cost just for that renovation if it was done at that location?
Bear with me just one
Okay,
second.
got it.
We'll see if I can pull it
Yes,
up.
there was
It's in the report, I just don't know if I can access it quickly.
Okay, and then I'll while you're doing that, I'll ask another question. Can we look at the library? I know we talked about having some impact fees available, CAO Espinosa, and potentially looking at least getting that process kick-started. Correct me if I'm being ignorant here, with the master plan or that sort of initial stage, because there are some impact fee dollars to at least get that going.
Yeah, yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair. Supervisor Kozmicki is absolutely right. We do have library impact fees, which I'll actually discuss in a few minutes here. With my presentation, I'm going to go through all the impact fees and share that with you. But those funds can be used for architectural work, for work, and kind of going through the next phase. They actually have done a study as well. Obviously, we have to find a site. So we keep the existing site, which we'll probably have to seriously consider. We can, look at addressing, space needs and other things, but that's what we can do is actually move forward with that. So I definitely can bring this back to the board. It is impact fees, and we can, just bring it back to you for discussion.
Appreciate that. And then, of course, we don't want to put a plan together and then
Right.
have no ability to fund it.
Right.
So that's why I asked about the cost potentially. Did you find that yet by chance?
Yeah, it's in the neighborhood of $6 million in current dollars.
That's not terrible.
Right, and so one of the things that we have been working with is with Assemblyman Rivas and the state. Assemblyman Rivas is contemplating carrying, a bill to actually support libraries. It'd be great for us to have. We have some general fund money. We could probably leverage it if it's one-to-one kind of money. So just makes our dollar go a lot farther if that's possible. So. More to be had. I know Nora, our librarian's been in communication with their office. So it's something that we can advocate this year for him to probably care. Right now, COVID's taken precedence in most of the legislature's hands right now. But I think, probably the following year for sure, that might be something that they might be able to carry for us.
And then this for CAO, I know we've talked with the city about some things, but, we have negotiations on all these different areas where we're trying to work with the city on negotiations on tax sharing and all this stuff. But I do wonder whether, the city is getting a huge benefit out of the library. I think the city particularly probably gets the most benefit than anybody out of the library. So that really should be another point of discussion for the city as far as maybe potentially cost sharing on a new library, especially if we're talking $6 million. That makes it a really, I think, much more affordable project for the community. And considering that we, as a county, staff the library, which over the long term is really the larger cost, it would certainly be reasonable for the city to consider maybe partnering with us on that. So that said, the behavioral health building, we have to find a use to fill the current building out, not the new one. I know we're finding divisions to put in the new one, but it would be great to, CSS moving in there is good. I'm really very hopeful that we can get probation in there, and I know there's some issues, behind the scenes with that, but if we can't we have to maximize the use of our facilities, the facilities, especially the ones that are in that area that are, I know that was in the green, is it green with the dot, the decent, it was one of the decent dots. So if we have one of these decent dotted buildings, we got to make sure that we are absolutely maximizing the use of those buildings. And then the option with the library, so back to the library, I noticed that the historical museum was on one of those properties. Was there a consideration of demolishing that?
Moving it to the historical site. No, what are you asking?
What would happen to the historical museum under this?
Yeah, that's, one of them was possibly moving that building to the historical site, to the historical location, park.
Okay, and then are there any other alternatives for the sheriff's facilities? I didn't realize the RMA was such a big problem. This is maybe, so there was mentioned that RMA is not ideal for our sheriff's office. So, assuming that we have to keep them, that we don't get to build a mega campus for them, what's going on there?
Yeah, so just maybe a little background information on that. Some years back, there was a plan or potential plan to build the courthouse, bring the sheriff's organization, SO, corrections, to the correction location. So there's acreage out there where we have the solar panels and actually building that out there. So there was an original plan some years back to move the courthouse over there. But I think when the state and the judges decided to move forward with this, they reached out to the community, and the community wanted to have the facility here in this area. So there was kind of some concerns about moving it out to that site. So so with that being said, that this occurred, but we had this old SO here, this the old jail SO, and so a few years back, the county decided to purchase was it Rossetti Seeds, I believe it is, that building. Rossetti, yeah, Seeds, and house the sheriff's organization and RMA there. I don't think it's necessarily a bad fit. It's definitely a much better fit than what they had before. I think what it is it's probably more conducive to have all of law enforcement in one area to deal with all the goings on within law enforcement. And I do know that building that they exist in right now, there's a lot of open space as well that could be utilized. So, adding another floor and doing some work in that area. So there's definitely some work. And again, this is all kind of theoretical. It's not something hard, set in stone or anything, but just wanted to give you a little bit more background. You may have or may not be aware of that. But I think, I think it's probably be more conducive to have a campus at the existing corrections facility area for safety. I think that's what was discussed.
There's also some systems in their processes that need to be built into the building that do not exist at the RMA building because it wasn't purpose-built for that function. But for example, in your evidence room, it has to have a whole separate HVAC system. It has to have fume hoods and other things to prevent the spoilage of evidence, to prevent staff from getting sick or other things. So I'm sure those were some of the other factors that were in consideration when they said it would be better for a purpose-built sheriff's department for them to be in.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Are there any other alternative ideas, any other, I know we're kind of running out of buildings here, it looks like.
Maybe ideas for the sheriff's organization, you're saying?
Yeah.
I'm not really sure. I don't think so. We haven't really discussed it. I mean, I think at this point, I think it's like Supervisor, the Chair Medina said earlier, this is something, we have to look at planning. We have to look at future growth. And I think as of right now, even the next few to 5 years, it's going to be fine. But we do need to start looking at other options and investing money into the existing buildings to retrofit some of the offices. That's basically what it boils down to. Yeah, and just being prepared. That's really, I think, if anything you glean from this is looking at, what those costs are. And there's some important safety measures that need to be dealt with. I mean, not just with the DA's building, but also the old courthouse that we have. That's a really big one as well that we have to address. So there's quite a few offices we need to address.
I appreciate you saying that. We're talking about 200, 100 million. But when we get into anything that's life-saving or anything that is, we have to invest in those things, and we have to do that as soon as possible. In one supervisor, but yeah, thank you. That's all I have.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Well, the two takeaways I see here is that as county employees, we're woefully understaffed. And then the second issue is in terms of the functional needs, the demand is greater than the resources. And so what two supervisors are on the facilities ad hoc committee? Who are those?
Myself.
Okay, so you two, okay. And am I at liberty to contact one of you for concerns that I might have?
Contact me.
Contact Ray.
You can contact me.
The Brown Act if we did.
Right, well, that's why I'm trying to make sure, okay. Okay. So, again, I really look forward to that brainstorming session that we're going to have about revenue, because somehow we have to solve the problem that we have a bigger demand than we have the resources for. I like the idea about you bringing that, the immediate need on the March 9th meeting. I look forward to that. And we definitely have to take care of those that are life-saving issues. So I look forward to that. I don't have the answer. As I read the packet, I walked away from this entire agenda just like, we're going to rob Peter to pay Paul, and then we're going to go borrow it from someone else to cover the deficit. And it's mind-boggling of what we're going to do. And so I look forward to working with all of the supervisors to find creative ways to meet the needs of all the unfunded needs that we have. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Tiffany?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm going to reiterate, I think, what was already mentioned here. Obviously, it's a huge number. It seems like one has to prioritize, of course. And I would say, it seems to me you look at what facility upgrades are going to have the greatest impact on the community, number one. And I would agree, in my mind, that's probably the library. And I think that, to me, when, that's a facility that really addresses all age levels, from, young people all the way through seniors. And as you said, as we're aging, it's a critical area to have more technology, and it can serve, particularly as being downtown, serve the underserved population that may not have access to the internet and stuff like that. I think the library is a huge priority. But also, it seems like we have to prioritize by, what buildings are most impacting, maybe not being able to have a proper staffing level. And, as Supervisor Gonzalez just mentioned, that certainly stands out, that you mentioned just come up to average, we would have to add 200 countywide employees. And that's when we have, that's what, about a 50% increase or something. So, anyway, how many of those, we're not going to add 200 right off the bat, obviously, but we do have some real desperate needs for additional employees. And in what areas are facilities limiting our ability to hire employees simply because there's no place to put them? Mm-hmm. And I don't know how many buildings that's the situation. And then lastly, I would just join in with the other comments. You said that you're going to focus in on looking at the immediate safety needs, and I think you threw out a number of $1 million, which seemed to me pretty low based on, some of the buildings that we're talking about, ancient buildings. Is that realistic? And I would agree that seems like that has to be our first priority for the safety of our employees, for liability reasons, for all kinds of reasons. We've got to make sure we address that as soon as possible.
For year one. It's just year one, so when you look at the multiple years, there's a lot more money the following year and the year after.
Yeah.
So, yeah, sorry to cut you off, Mike.
That's fine. A short answer, no, it's not realistic. I mean, you see what the need is.
Yeah.
But I also know what the global needs are throughout the organization, and I think $1 million was the realistic number to propose. Additionally, in addition to the structural deficiencies, also included in this is the ADA evaluation report. There's millions of dollars in ADA improvements required throughout our system also. Those also need to be looked at, and that's what our division will be doing during the budget process. So not only are we going to be bringing you some life safety deficiencies, we're also going to make proposals on some ADA efficiencies that are going to make the most impact to our community, because, as Mr. Nash said, our population is aging out. So, a half-inch lip in concrete really isn't a big deal to a 20-year-old, but somebody who's 80, that could be a serious impediment. So you also have to look at those, and that's what we're going to do.
Well, I appreciate that, since I'm soon becoming part of that aging population, or actually I'm already there. At any rate, excellent presentation, very thorough, and thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that concludes with me to say something. We have to live within our means. We have to live and operate within our means, and we all know we don't have it. So, once again, it's a fantasy, it's a dream. This is something that I would love to participate in, but we have to be real. There's no way we can do something like this. We have to worry about our infrastructure. We have to worry about the roads first. We shouldn't even be discussing this before we really put all the money into the roads, because we can have these beautiful buildings, but no roads to get there. I mean, drive down Fairview. It's almost like a horse and buggy. Drive down Union, improved, but once you hit the new improvements, it's back to the horse and buggy days. So, I'm looking at it completely different. We definitely need to fix fire, life, safety, and accessibility. That's without a doubt. We have to do that not tomorrow. We need to do that now. And that's extremely important when it comes to the safety of our employees. Then when we talk about comparing ourselves to other counties, looking at a shortfall of 200 people, how do we know the other counties are right to begin with? We have to really look at that and say, just because it's right for them doesn't mean it's right for us. So I'm in a whole different boat. I'm very cheap by nature. I'm also looking at different facilities that I've operated in, and I know government's a little bit different, but my saying was always, I want to do more with less. And when I speak of that, it's not just people, it's buildings. It's trying to figure out how we can leverage everything. And by looking at some of the price tags, and I appreciate what you guys did, and to me, it's something where if I even thought about this and talked about this to our constituents, we'd be laughed out. I mean, there's no way any reasonable person would agree with some of these things. They would agree with the life, safety, fire, accessibility, but anything else, the first thing that comes to everyone's mind is our roads. And, some of it is roads that are far away, like in Supervisor Tiffany's area, but we have roads, just main arteries, that are deteriorating. So that's where I think all of our focus should be on. That's my opinion. But I do appreciate the time and energy you put into this. I know it's, once again, if we had a magic wand and we had the money, all this stuff would be fantastic. But once again, we have to learn to live within our means. And unfortunately, our means aren't billionaires. We're more of the nickels and dimes. But I appreciate everything. Anything from the CAO?
No.
Any other comments from the board? Any public comment?
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. Anita, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes. Anita, you've been unmuted. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. I'm Anita Kane, Hollister resident, and I'm speaking for the San Benito County Historical Society. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization for the newer board members. As the county develops its facilities master plan, we certainly hope that our 2 facilities, the Waffle House Museum and Research Center, and the Historical Village, which is located within the county's historical park, are included in the planning efforts. And from your presentation, I see what is on tap for the Waffle House Museum. So we're encouraged to hear that the county is embracing the greater use of public-private partnerships, as such partnerships can provide greater benefit to the community than either entity can accomplish by itself. So, that's a good thing. But our 2 facilities are an important part of our mission to preserve and protect and educate the public about the history of the county. And they are unique facilities that offer the public cultural, educational, genealogy, and recreational opportunities
They're also in, like other county facilities, they're in dire need of upgrades if they're to effectively and safely serve the public. Implementing the ADA requirements and upgrading the water system at the park are some specifics that come to mind. But after watching the presentation here, you know, I see many other things too. There's so many mutually beneficial opportunities for partnerships, and we would really welcome discussing, you know, looking at the library edition that was mentioned. In the past few years, we've tried to bring up the idea of combining our research room facilities, which are currently in the Wapple Museum, combine those with a new library edition. And now that you're talking about the Hall of Records going away, you know, somehow combining those records with our facility, with our archives that need to be in a more appropriate storage situation with climate control and such, you know, that would be an opportunity to combine forces and provide the appropriate facility for these community assets. So, you know, that's another example of a partnership that might be possible if we're kept in the loop as you consider these facility improvements. So, yeah, it's a huge job, but the benefits are there for the community. And
Thank you, Anita. Any other public comment?
John, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes. John, please unmute yourself. You've been unmuted.
Hi, my name is John Roble, and I'm also with the Historical Society. I was noticing several different things as you guys went through the presentations, and I wanted to say that it was a good presentation with quite a bit of thought into how to go about utilizing the existing ground that the county actually owns. I was kind of curious why the county's wanting to build new parking lots, though, so close to the parking garage. It's very close to the county facilities. I don't understand why they think they need more parking there. Referring to the Waffle House, it was really good to see that the county has considered the possibility of moving the Waffle House to the historic park. That would be fantastic if it could be done. In the meantime, if the Historical Society is asked to vacate the Waffle House, we're just simply going to become homeless. Finding a facility with enough square feet to fit the holdings of the Historical Society would be a huge challenge. Would be something that we would, again, as Anita mentioned, really like to join up with the library and or the records people and see how we can work together with those organizations. And it was also interesting to note that none of the historic societies facilities, the Ferrando House and barn, or the restroom at the historic park were included in those facilities that need to be upgraded. And certainly those things should be on the county's list as well, along with the Waffle House. Little comment on the library. The library that we have today, I appreciate the folks that work there and what they do with what facilities they have, but unfortunately our San Benito County Library is pathetic. When you go to view the facilities in Monterey, Castroville, Watsonville, our little library is really sad. Discussing roads, I think that we really need to put a lot more focus on improving employment in our own county, reducing the amount of traffic that needs to leave the county, and that those additional jobs that would provide a huge tax base, which would help resolve some of the financial difficulties that we have. And I think that pretty much is the end of what I had to say.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We have no more speakers at this time.
Mr. Gibson?
Robert Gibson, unincorporated county. I just wanted to share my concerns with comparing us to counties just because we have a similar population size. They're not next to Silicon Valley. I would imagine that they're paying their employees less than we do, so that, you know, if we added 200 employees at 65,000 a pop, that's another 13 million. I mean, our roads are falling apart. I don't think we could afford to hire 200 more people just because we want to keep up with the Joneses. That was my only comment.
Thank you, sir. Any additional public comment?
No speakers at this time.
Bring it back to the board. Any parting words?
No, just thanks. There's a lot of work that was involved with this, and we definitely heard from the board, and we will be coming back to your board with some, life saving matters. And, we'll look at the library. We'll look at the utilizing some impact fees for plans and other things. So we'll work with RMA on that and bring it back to your board, as well as working with the senator and assemblyman on possible legislation with our library, and also in communication with the city manager and city staff, addressing, helping us fund the library, and in particular funding the operational side of things as well. I think it'd be really important. I know we've had multiple discussions with the city. I know our librarian has met with staff and the city council to discuss funding more. I believe that they're infusing about $15,000 to our almost $1 million on the budget, and there's about 70+% of the people that actually go into the library are city residents. So there's definitely skewing there, but we'll address that. We'll have some discussions with them and look at gleaming some more funding for that.
Not that a decision is being made, but I just want to be transparent about one thing. When we're talking about life and safety, you do have a budget that you can pull out of. What is that, 25? Is it 25,000 or 50,000?
It's 50,000.
So if something needs to be done today, Ray has the authority to cover that. So I don't want to hear that we are waiting for the board to make a decision on a life or safety issue. Please, that's why we delegated that authority to him, and I just want to make sure we all understand that. Thank you.
Yep. That's all we have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We'll go on to number 7. This is a presentation and discussion on our county financial overview.
Yeah, so originally, we were going to have our budget officer present this, but in light of him departing last Friday, I'll be presenting it, but I do have a segment of this presentation that will outline, has CalPERS, has staffing. It was kind of a point Mr. Gibson brought up a few minutes ago about cost. What are our costs for our employees? So I'm going to invite Edgar up. He's going to give a quick, brief 5-10 minute discussion on that.
It's a different presentation, huh? Okay.
And just keep in mind too, board members, we're not here to, it seems like it's gloom and doom with a lot of these big bills, but I think we just want to make sure that you understand what the costs are. We don't want to have anything hidden. There's a cost to doing business in government, and it's a lot more at times than the private sector. To get roads done, there's a process. There's a long process to go through to get things done. COG and the highways is kind of living proof of that. It just takes a lot of effort. But with this particular presentation, we'll be discussing kind of what those costs would be. Supervisor Bob Tiffany had asked, hey, what about, a road crew? Let's get some more staff. Well, what's that gonna take? What's that gonna cost? And where do we stand from a budgetary point of view on leveraging either our resources for that or thinking out of the box and how we actually address that through contract or other things. So, but in any case, we did want to share a presentation from the administration office. We have Edgar Nolasco, our deputy CAO. He's going to be presenting to you a brief outline on CalPERS, staffing, so on and so forth. So, Edgar?
Thank you, Ray. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of your board. Glad you're with us today and the public. So today we're going to do a brief presentation or overview, more of information of our current labor costs and CalPERS. So I wanted to inform and tell everybody really what our county salary and benefits look like. And when I say county salary and benefits, these are the items that previous boards and some of you have approved for the budget. So if you see the line item, if we follow the trend, it's going up and it's skyrocketing at an ever increasing rate. So if we look at since 2015 for the adopted budgets, we have an average growth rate among that span of 5% a year. So we go back to maybe 2015, post-recession, we're looking pretty good. We're looking at total salary and benefits of $45 million, and that is for everybody. Fast forward to actuals for fiscal year 21, we're looking at 59 million. And then we start projecting things forward in the future, and mind you, this is not adding staff as well. These are just growth rates that we're using to move forward on this. We're looking at 2024 of close to $70 million. Now this is taking into consideration normal growth, not anticipating any abnormal MOU increases, any abnormal, which we already did, and we'll talk more about that later. CalPERS return on investments. Just a quick note, CalPERS return on investments right now, which return on investment and discount rate mean the same thing, are set at 7. For this year, their return on investment was 4.6, which is under. Every time CalPERS does not hit their return on investment, it goes back to the employer. CalPERS has no skin in the game. It is upon us to make up the difference through the UAL. They kick the can down the bus.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but on the one-time adjustments, are you going to be speaking about what we did in December?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, whoa. I had data here.
Get an update.
Don't know what happened to my data. Let me go get my laptop. Sorry about that.
All right, so I'll go ahead and get started while Edgar works on his. So I have a fiscal overview presentation, and really like any other presentation or plan, I should say, you know, whether you're a homeowner, whether you're a family member, whether you're a business owner, you always look at your budget, you always plan, and if there's a need for maybe a larger storefront or maybe addressing your roof for the year, whatever it may be, you have to plan for it and you have to address it. And so that's what we're here today to talk a little bit about. And as you've seen kind of our roofing, so to speak. You know, all the other infrastructure. There's definitely a need, and it's been decades, if not longer. I mean, in some cases, I think even a century, to address some of these things. So. And we have been doing, I just want to share that with you, that the county has, since in the last decade, we've actually done a lot. We've done heating and cooling throughout the county, because that was a pretty big issue. There were individuals, I mean, almost hanging beef, so to speak, inside there working, and we had to address that, because we had a few years where the heaters were breaking during the wintertime. So we were just immediately out there replacing that, but they just kept breaking. So we just eventually had to revamp everything. So we have much better cooling and heating systems in place, and have a solar, we have lighting, better lighting, cheaper, LED lighting, And also too, we're addressing the jail. You know, we spent a lot of money on the jail. We've addressed that, and now we're addressing behavioral health and mental health services to really kind of make our mental health a priority within our county. I think it's really important to have the right facility that can help individuals. So, are you good?
Yeah.
Okay,
Print
so.
PDF, sorry, I didn't want to.
Okay,
You were on
no,
the
it's
roll,
fine.
sorry.
That's my opening part of mine, and we'll pause mine, but we'll come back to mine in a minute. Edgar?
Yeah, sorry about that. Board. So. Mm-hmm. Now is this loading? Was working right now? We're working on our technology as part of our strategic plan. We're actually about to update this computer here. It's having a hard time reading my drive. Come on. There you go. Okay, you guys can see that okay? Okay, so where were we? Sorry about that. So breaking down, I broke down the 2021 total comp of $59 million. And there's a makeup of what makes up that $59 million. Most of it, 67% of it being salaries, which is the hourly wages that our number one asset, which is our people, receive. The biggest other cost is CalPERS. And I'm going to go more in detail of why. Every time we give $1, we usually have about depending on if it's safety or not, we have about a 40% overhead on the dollar. Because right now, as it is, for miscellaneous employees, we're paying about 25% in PERS for every dollar. On top of that, we got FICA 765 and usually other medical benefits. So we usually have an overhead of about 40% for the dollar. The biggest one being CalPERS because it is growing out of control. And what is CalPERS? CalPERS is our pension system that was created in 1932 by the state. And in 1937, the legislature passed the ability for cities and counties to contract with CalPERS for pensions. It is the largest public pension fund in the world, I believe. It is a nation, I believe it is the world, at $392 billion. That is a lot of money. It currently has 2 million members, active and retirees, and our county joined the CalPERS in 1946. What kind of retirement systems do we have? So currently, the county participates in 2 CalPERS systems, one of them being the miscellaneous, which I describe as a non-safety, and the other one being safety. Part of those 2 plans that we have, within that, we have what is called PEPRA. PEPRA are employees that were hired or were not part of CalPERS agency prior to 1/1/13 as of the passing of AB 340. This was the legislation's attempt to reduce future ongoing pension costs. If you will hear me say later death by pension, I really do mean death by pension. This was an attempt to reduce our future liabilities, our pensions that many cities and counties are facing and public agencies are facing as the big elephant in the room. Our classic tier that we have for miscellaneous employees is at 2% at 55. That is the benefit formula. which is not as rich as other entities around the area, in the Bay Area. Usually you have a 2.5 I-55 for miscellaneous. Some really generous agencies like the City of Monterey is 2.7 I-55 for classics. So there is a lot higher cost for those folks. Our safety plan for classic employees, it is 3% at 55, not the normal 3% at 50 that other agencies have. It's less of a benefit. However, it is a safety formula plan that has incentives for safety folks. PEPRA tiers, this is because of AB 340, an attempt to reduce future ongoing, what they define as Cadillac benefits as pensions, 2% at 62. So I believe the entire board is our PEPRA. So you guys will fall on this formula. Most staff in the county are PEPRA. Right now we have 144 classic miscellaneous employees and about 229 PEPRA miscellaneous employees, about 50 classic safety members, and about 31 PEPRA safety members. So as we move forward and we have employees leaving and retiring, and we hire new people, the future costs will go down because of a lesser benefit. However, we're not paying this down as quickly as we could. One of the mechanisms that CalPERS does is the funding mechanism. So going forward, CalPERS does a funding mechanism that is broken down, which is the normal cost, and the normal cost is what would it take right now as a percentage to pay all future costs for current employees. And that's what CalPERS attempts to do as an actuarial. For instance, for 21-22, they say for all current employees, that means us currently working, the county must put away $9.98. And then they do a expectancy of when you're gonna retire, how long you're gonna live. And their rate of return right now is 7%. And they think 9.98 on the dollar will pay that. However, they typically miss that and they never get it right. So that's why we have the UIL. The unfunded liability is the oopsie that CalPERS came up. Well, it's sort of like forecasting the weather. They never get it right, but they still get a job. So they're now asking, for instance, in this example, for miscellaneous classic employee, or actually we have a blended plan for miscellaneous. They're asking, so we need 8.98 for all employees for a dollar. And then county, please pay us $4.2 million and we're gonna invest that. And hopefully that will be enough for in the future that people will live till then when they live, and we're gonna hit our return on investments, and their demographics happen to be what they expect to be. So as you see, UAL payments is usually the biggest cost for us right now with CalPERS. We end up paying for 21-22, 25% on the dollar. I've been in government long enough where 25% was the safety plan maybe 12 years ago, which was a lot. So now what we 12 years ago used to see, well, that's a lot for safety. Now it is not the norm for miscellaneous employees. So why we're here? Because there's more cash going out than it's coming in and they're losing it. This is the return on investment that CalPERS has done since 2008. If we all remember the Great Recession, that's probably the most scariest time to be in government. They had a negative 24. What that really means, that is a negative 31. Why? Because they said they were gonna get a 7% return on investment. So they actually hit a 24 minus a discount rate of 7, the return on investment. They're looking at a negative 31% return. And how they're gonna fund that, they're gonna ask public entities to make up the difference. And we'll have to figure it out. If you look at their funding model, based on the numbers that I have in front of you, you see the last number, that's 4.7. Actually, I was really happy as of February, administration was talking about what was gonna happen to CalPERS, because they were looking at I think -2 or -1 as of February, but they rallied back till the end of the fiscal year, and they were able to come up with a 4.61 return on investment, which is still lower than the 7, but better than a negative. So again, we make up the difference. And if you look at the pattern that they have here, they have some good years, they have some bad years. But all in all, on this chart here, we're looking at a 5.5 return on investment or discount rate. That means a 2.5 difference that's made up by public entities. So why is this issue important? So right now, as we project going forward, we're always trying to come up with an attempt to really capture costs and be more preventative rather than reactive. And we're doing costing models. As the chairman pointed out, your board authorized county administration to do a salary and comp study. That salary and comp study, we were only able to afford to bring those identified positions to a 90% to equity ratio. That means if folks were 70% out of market, we brought them to 90, and that's all we could afford at this time because we don't have revenues. To get those individuals that were more than 90 to 90% to market cost $224,000 fully loaded, almost at $1 million. If we were trying to be a bit more generous, and what I mean generous is probably bring those folks that are out of market to 95%, which is not, we would want to get to 100% because what we're saying is you're underpaid, let's get you up to market compared to your peers. To bring them to 95, it would be $500,000. And this is just to bring them whole, fully loaded. That's not doing anything. That's not doing COLAs or doing equities. Just to do a COLA right now at 2%, which is reasonable and low, you're looking at $1 million off the bat. You want to be a little bit more generous, 3%, we're looking at 1.5. And that's our current cost right now. Not taking consideration future PERS costs, which we'll probably end up paying more in the future. Another reason why it's important, as it is right now, so we broke down the cost of general funded positions versus subvented. Just the pension costs out of general fund are $5.9 million that we're giving to CalPERS for retirement costs for our employees. That's probably around 11% of the total general fund revenue for 21-22, which is $53 million. So 11% of all general fund revenue is made up by CalPERS, nothing else. And that number is going to rise, probably next year. And this is a key component because, as I mentioned before, for every dollar that we give, we need to take in consideration how much we're going to pay for PERS and other attributes. But PERS is our number that we never know. It is a wild card to a certain extent. CalPERS does provide actuarial forecasting, which we follow closely, and we do our own forecasting with the help of the auditor's office and administration here. However, if we look at our other overheads like taxes, we know what our taxes are going to be, 765 until we hit the cap. With CalPERS, we don't know what that is. And these are our 10-year, actually showing and displaying the 10-year projection of CalPERS rates for miscellaneous employees. Just a little asterisk. Years 22, 23 to 24, 25 are projected. I projected those amounts. However, those are small projections that I gave, not taking consideration huge impacts that CalPERS would receive by not hitting their discount rate. So if you see, we go back to 2011, which it seems like it was yesterday, it was a modest 12%. Now we're looking at known 21, 22 of 25. It doubled within 10 years. And it will continue to skyrocket. It eventually will get better, and I don't mind I always say death by pension. It will get eventually better as we have more younger employees come in, work longer, pay into the system, and unfortunately, it sounds very horrible, the old timers to go into the sunset. So those liabilities come off the books. The scarier one is safety. Safety, the benefits are much greater, are much richer. because they're line of employment, and we're grateful for our folks in the safety realm. However, if you go back to 2011, 32%, which we all believe in 2011, that was a huge percentage. It's almost what we project in 2 years for miscellaneous. Now it is doubled as well. So what means is known 60%. So for every dollar we give to our safety members, 60% goes to PERS off the bat. And if you see, we did a 10-year, we did a 3-year projection for the very end years. We're looking at 66%. And these are modest projections. This is not a doom and gloom, worst case scenarios. These are modest projections with an average increase of 6%. If you look at the math, it's just skyrocketing. It's not keeping up. Questions? I know it was a lot to go over. And I could have one-on-one with everybody's in the future. I could nerd out on CalPERS all day.
You just depressed me even more. I will start off with the Supervisor Gonzalez.
I have no questions.
Supervisor Tiffany.
I don't have any questions. It's just like blows me away though, looking at those numbers. It just, I come from private business and I wouldn't be in business for over 100 years if we had to deal with those kind of numbers, trust me. Anyway, it makes our life difficult, I can see
If
that.
I could share some comments. That is one of the difficulties of being in government. Like we were mentioning roads. Our roads folks that leave us don't sometimes really see the entire benefit of being in public because of the pension. They don't see that we're paying for every dollar 25% into this account, but they don't see it in their pockets. Well, they go to Granite Rock and they have maybe, a modest 2% that goes into a 401k. The difference, that 23% right now, is being paid in salary, right?
Yep.
And that's where we're at a disadvantage because we have to pay all these other costs that keep skyrocketing, but we still need to maintain a business. We don't have revenues to offset, and now we're stuck in a lose-lose battle, especially with positions where we compete with the private sector. We're on the losing end if employees don't realize what they have.
It's a defined contribution versus a defined benefit. So the defined benefit is obviously much richer than the contribution to the private sector.
No, I know exactly what you mean. What does the county do in terms of education of the employees so that they maybe better understand what they do have relative to, the private sector?
I have personally gone onto the roads and explained that to them.
Yeah.
In all honesty, they do understand it, but what they've told me is that that's a great benefit. However, I got to feed my kids today.
Yep, yeah.
And we educate,
Yeah.
we tell people, we have, educational folks come in from nationwide and sit down with employees on financial planning, what includes 457. It encompasses a holistic entire approach of your pension, 457. We put education out there, but it comes to employees like, well, I gotta pay bills today. I mean, that's nice that I'm gonna get this pension, like Ray was saying, this defined benefit that you're gonna receive money and technically till you die, but I need that money now because I gotta make purchases now, not later.
Yeah.
So it's a really personal choice, and it's really hard.
Well, 30 years from now, they'll come back and thank you, Edgar.
Yeah.
All right, I don't have any questions. Thank
Supervisor Kazmicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first on the CalPERS return on investment, this is just basically, is this just poor investment decisions institutionally over there?
Correct, yes.
So, I mean, S&P was up 16% last year, 29% the prior year, 4.5%.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, who's there? Who's
They actually just hired a new guy, the chief investment officer. I don't know who he is. However, the way that they set up their investment policies is, I think most of it is cash right now, and because of the market being so low and the 10-year yield bond being low, the return on cash isn't all that great. They do have some risk investments, but those aren't, the cream of the crop. Most of their investments come from bonds and, hard cash.
They're safe investments, but they don't bring much in return.
That's ultimately the difference between government and like someone private. They have to be safer investments, that's where you're not getting the return at right now, and that's part of it as well. So it's a combination of multiple things, but that's one big one. Why even like our PARS system is a little better, because we have a little bit better return, obviously, because their programming is, they have a better investment program or portfolio that we can actually get a higher return on, so.
Yeah.
And there is some investments that CalPERS by board action can no longer do. Like during the crash, they were doing a lot of short sales investments and investments that weren't probably the most.
Hope not GameStop.
Yeah, I mean, we should have, we're late in the game. I should have told Melinda, go all in. But,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
or Bitcoin, we would have been doing really good.
Yeah, that was it. And my only comment, I understand what Supervisor Tiffany's saying, but the market in the end is the market, and the market's much different in the public sector. And, so our employees can certainly look at going elsewhere, and that's the challenge that we have here, as we all know. So, but I appreciate it. Good presentation. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, in general, it sounds like the investments are conservative, but the demand is not conservative for the pension plans. So it puts us in a really tough situation. Yeah, that's my only comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment?
I'm going to go ahead and cover my portion, and then we'll open up to public comment.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Edgar. Dulce, can you?
Thank you, Board.
One other thing to add is that we will bring back more detailed, an actuarial to the board during our budget hearings. Actually, it's prior to that. We go through the budget process, and we go through budget items, and one of them is to teeter programming. One's going to be the CalPERS pension, OPEB, and as well as actuarials as well that we'll share with you. We'll go over that. So it's pretty complex, and there's a lot of information there as well. But we wanted to give you a high level. Thank you, Edgar, for that. Just to share with you kind of those obligations that we have as well with staffing salaries. So we'll go ahead and get started on mine. The first slide that I have here, and I'll be brief on this, I know time's getting away from us, is the governmental fund 5-year revenues and expenditures. I just wanted to share with you, this is an actual county-wide fiscal information, not necessarily budgeted information. So this is actual. So when you look at these numbers, the net revenue and expenditures, for the most part, we're pretty much on target total from a budget, what we budgeted and outlooked for and what our actuals are. So we're pretty close to being on target. We have obviously some numbers there, $11 million, that's our COPs, jail data, and behavioral health building on our COPs. We have, capital lease equipment, its own equipment that we have. And really, at the end of the day, our budget's a lot higher, estimated, because of our salaries, which we've actually allocated more positions to be opened, and there's just been a turnover. So there's that high vacancy budgeting, or the high vacancy, which allows us, really gives us some ability to hire people, even though we don't necessarily have the funding there. So our actuals are a little bit different on the budgeting, but this is our actual. So the next slide, you'll see the governmental fund expenditure by function, and you'll look at the lion's share there. You have public protection, that's about $35 million, and that consists of the SO, corrections, juvenile hall, and so on. So those are fairly big numbers there. We have our capital projects. You'll notice a pretty big number there go up. That's obviously what I just mentioned, the jail, and some other programs that we actually had as well. Let's see here, and then you'll see our general government as well. That includes the assessor's office, administration, auditing, so on and so forth. So those are the numbers there. So that's by function. The next slide. And then we have the general fund 5-year. And here you'll actually look at the numbers there. When you look at the net revenue and expenditures, that number is a little bit higher, the 1.3 and 1.371. I don't know if you noticed that there on the bottom for fiscal year 18-19 and fiscal year 19-20. So that's where we're short. And historically, we've been in the black, even though we've been budgeting with more staff than we can technically afford. We're allowing the department heads to be able to hire people. So that's been kind of our saving grace with that, because it's been so hard to hire people. But we didn't want to not have the ability for somebody to hire. And so that has been, we've been, budgeting, and we've been in the black for the most. But the last few years we haven't, and we've kind of taken that, your thought, Supervisor Kosmicki, about let's start spending some money, right? And so that's, those funds there are the, fixed assets, some trucks. We're starting to just, okay, we need to deal with some of these old things that we have, right? Also, we had the landslide. I don't know if you recall that. So we had to address the landslide and a few other things that we actually had to account for. So those are just some examples of, where, what we had to spend a little bit more than what we budgeted for was unanticipated, even beyond what we had planned for. We are addressing that, and we are trying to get that, the funding back to replenish that fund. Also, there's been increasing of litigation costs. There's been a lot of that as well, and other things that have actually increased in that area. So, go to the next slide. And general fund expenditures by function. As you can see here, it's similar, and you'll notice the same thing. It's public protection and general fund. The public protection is taking most of the expenditures there. Next slide. And the general fund balances. This is something I think we can probably now take a stop and ponder a little bit over. Supervisor Kosmicki, he had asked, "Hey, what can we do? Let's start tackling some of what can we do? Let's spend." Let's just say 50%, right, of our general fund. So this right here gives you kind of an idea of where we stand, a little bit over 26 million total. But when you actually look at, the committed, assigned, restricted, you'll notice that we have some obligations that are tied to our general fund balances. We have our Trindell Pool balance of insurance, our insurance that we have, that's actually that actually makes up our assigned. We have teeter funds as well that make up that. And then under our restricted, we have PARs that we have allocated there, about 3.5 mil within that section. And so there's some things that we have that we are committed to, or that have assignment to, where we really can't do anything. But the unassigned, I think that's really kind of the area that we could address when we create that policy. We can look at 50% of that number, I think would be safe to say, and to address some of these needs that we've been talking about. There's a lot of needs. It's not just the roads, there's quite a few other things, but we could definitely address the roads and leverage money to address some of those. And that's what we've been doing with the Measure G, SB1, and then we can probably even do that with this if the board so chooses. This is just an option for the board for consideration through the budget process. But you see here, there's about 8.8 million, which we have here that, depending on whatever the policy is, allows us to put some money to some of the projects that you guys were requesting, or that you were requesting. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on. So we have the capital revenue sources. So we have the major road funding. We've already heard most of this. I don't want to really repeat it, but there is probably some good things to highlight here. We have the HUDA that was talked about, the Measure G, the SB1. as well as the landfill depletion fees. That's something we didn't really talk about too much. There's some funding there. And we have, that was one thing that Supervisor Medina had mentioned for Best Road to actually address it. So we're using some of these funds to address Best Road and other roads that we use for the thoroughway for the landfill. Also to John Smith, the realignment. So those are just options that we have available, as well as, the traffic impact fee funds. So we'll go to the next slide, this one right here, capital funding sources. Here's obviously like the general fund, the transfers made for cash flow for the renovation projects. So there's obviously an obligation that we have to have for some of these, for projects, renovation projects and other things, that we actually have to put up money up front, and then we eventually get reimbursed. The capital leases, we have some debt there with regards to the energy conservation project, solar project, lighting, HVAC I just mentioned earlier. So that project went underway, but there's a total savings of the life of that project. There's millions of dollars of savings ultimately to the county for this money being spent for PG&E over the life of the project. So it's definitely worth it, and we have been realizing that savings and augmenting the PG&E bills, or what our obligation was to subsidize the actual, or to actually address the payments for this. So that's been a good thing. So go ahead and go on to the next slide. Here's the COPs. As you can see here, we have the participation of certificate of participation of bonds. So we've actually spent a lot of time going to S&P to go ahead and get rated. We've done really a good job with that. We've been rated the AA rating, and been very good for our county, because we've had some really low rates within our COPs. So with the jail expansion and the behavioral health building, I believe it was I think 2.4% on the behavioral health building on that 10.5 million, which is incredible. It showed a huge savings to our community, because obviously taxpayer money, and as well as the jail expansion as well. So the jail expansion was about $26 million. The state was putting in about $15 million, and the county is basically paying the difference for that. So there's about $3.5 million of funding that was that's in-kind funds or payments out of the general fund up front, and then the difference there is $7.5 million. That's within the COP, which is also, just so the board is aware, is also being paid through the AB 109. So AB 109 through the CCP. Yeah, I forgot the acronym there, but yeah, they actually that committee, that board, actually is committed funding to go ahead and service this particular COP, a portion of it, a good portion of it. And so that's a good thing. So it's a really good thing. All right, so we'll continue on. And here we go. So the impact fees. I wanted to share this with you. As you can see here, here's a list of the impact fees and the balances associated with it. We have a county fire, 1.1 mil. Just as an FYI, we have Rosa Murata property that I know was discussed prior to COVID about moving forward with a fire station there, and actually utilizing these funds to build that fire station. But obviously with COVID, a lot of things have been put on ice, and it's been kind of tough to get to a lot of these projects. But that is definitely one item that we probably need to revisit, Mr. Chair, and possibly kind of spin up the ad hoc again and discuss that again. with your board and move forward with it if the board so chooses. We have plans kind of drawn up. There's been a lot of work that's been done on it. I know that there were some concerns with the floodplain, so they were going to raise the facility. But there's definitely been some work with that, and there's obviously some money here for that. It has to be a county facility, county land, to invest these impact fees into that. And then we have, obviously these other impact fees, and, we have, I mentioned earlier about traffic impact fees. There's going to be portions of that going to 156, going to 25, going to some of these bigger projects, as well as some of the other programming locally that we'll be addressing as well. So, we'll continue on. So what we did is we wanted to kind of present to you some scenarios, I think you already got the point, but I think it's good to discuss that with you. Is this particular scenario is a road crew scenario that we just did. We thought, you know what, this is a need that our county, we need to invest in road crews. So let's go ahead and do an example, kind of a case study for your board. So we have the background here. It talks about, where the funds historically have come from, the county need, obviously everyone knows the need, and, the reason for the request, everyone knows that. So this is the FTE count that we're looking at as an example to add, and this is what the cost would be associated with that add, or those FTEs, approximately. So, continue. And here you have the normal funding source that we were talked about earlier today. Benny talked about it. We've talked about it at length. Continue. And so let's go back. Actually, let's go back for a sec. So with that, where we stand from a budgetary point of view, and I think even scenario 2, there's going to be. Go to the other slide. I'm sorry. Yeah, there you go. There's options that we can do. We haven't really talked about cannabis or hemp yet. We're spinning those up. There's been some cannabis facilities that we're working on, or that are being worked on. There's hemp as well. We haven't received any funding yet. There are some potential revenue sites that could be used. That's finding money or special areas of funding that we might be able to look at for ongoing. I think the key really to take from this or glean from this is what Edgar just shared with you, that ramp up of costs associated with an employee. So really, I think at the end of the day, we have to have some source of revenue, ongoing revenue for staff. That's what it needs to equate to. It can't be one-time money. So, for instance, Supervisor Kosmicki, you had requested, hey, we got to do something with these roads. We got to, tackle this. Supervisor Bob Tiffany said, hey, what about the contract we had before? Let's do something like that. That's perfect example of one-time money. Let's get Granite Rock or Chapin or whoever. Let's tackle those things with the one-time money, because we're not tackling this ongoing. Once we start doing ongoing, then we're going to get in trouble down the road. Then we might have to do layoffs, and we don't want to have that happen in our county. So that's really kind of the mindset I'm hoping to share with you, to think about and ponder over. With those one-time monies, I think those are great places to address. The fixing the buildings, those safety issues, some of those one-time monies, great to deal with that. It's the ongoing staffing that we really have to work diligently, work really hard at. What can we do to increase our revenue so we can get ongoing staffing or additional staffing? We know the staffing that we have now, those costs are continually rising. So we have to deal with that plus additional staff, it's really important. So I just wanted to share that with you. The similar example with the library, it's very similar, same thing. We're looking at increasing the size of the building, and with that is going to come an increase of staffing. It's just logical. Just like the courthouse. I think doubled in size, right? Well, there was a need for additional security. I think you were part of the process with the state Supervisor Medina, that we had to go lobby the state to address funding those additional safety folks that were out there for, handling all the, the exits and the entrances to that building. So there's definitely going to be a need for additional staffing. And, one of the things that I had written down here, but we had already talked about, is maybe leveraging, obviously for the building itself, leveraging, our senators or legislation or even some of our, general fund that we have to possibly match other funding that we may be able to receive to expand that building, just to get the building. But again, it kind of goes back to that same mirror image of the road crew, where we really have to look at, ongoing revenue to address staff. And there's other options, though. There can be volunteers. I know that there's a lot of volunteers with the Friends of the Library. There's other things. So we can look at, I know that San Jose State University has programs, and other universities, Monterey Bay, they actually have programs for their, juniors and seniors to come out and do special programs. So there's probably other options that we can look at, but obviously we have to address unions. We have to do, there's a lot of things. So we can look at the internship programs, which is fine. Yeah, so just to point, if we decide to go that direction, which I'm hoping that we do, and I think the board, has been wants to do that, to expand the library. It's how are we going to do it strategically? And I think that's really going to be a conversation for later, not today, but we definitely have to address staffing with that. So next one is local development. We'll go ahead and continue. And, this is kind of a nexus to kind of some of the, the needs that we have, and how do we address revenue. This is just one form of potential revenue, not all forms, but this just kind of gives you, obviously, that, increased home supply. But to be quite honest with you, or increased market values, you just heard today that, those values may go down, with Prop 19. We don't know, not necessarily the market, the home value, but the revenue that we receive might go down. That's kind of more the key point there. And then, obviously the increased home supply, that's obviously a burden on general services, on county government. There's definitely more work that needs to be done with that, and Prop 13, you've heard that presentations from more than one person today. So go ahead and continue on to the next slide. So here's some scenarios that we drafted for you. And one of them is just kind of a highlight of the of homes, so of developing homes. So we have 200 family homes in this particular case study or example. Sunnyside Estates, and the assessed value is about $118 million, and the average home is about $600K. It's just a kind of a rough number there. When you look at the property tax amount, it's about $1.1 million total. But when we look at the county and what the county receives, they receive in this particular case about $260K. Next slide actually highlights and breaks it down through the TRA that was discussed today. That TRA really defines that 1%. So when you go through this and you start looking at it, you look at, potential districts or potential, different agencies that receive funding from that. This is that $1 bill, so to speak, that was shared with us from our assessor, Tom Slavich, and discussed with our auditor. This right here is the TRA breakdown, which when you look at it, it's 0.21, not 11%. So this particular TRA, there's 380 plus in our county that have a complete breakout of the 1%. And they're all going to vary. Some have, you may live in Sunny Slope Water District versus maybe you live in the Aromas Water District. You're going to have different obligations within your within your taxes that you owe. So in this particular case, the general fund actually receives a little bit more based on this being not really in the city area, right? If you go to the next slide, under normal conditions, if it were in the city limits, you're going to probably have a 0.11% or 11%. Now it's 130,000 as an example. It's just rude, just a kind of a brief example. Not necessarily that same one, but it just gives you an idea based on the value, based on the home value, the assessed value, and then the percentage offset depending on the TRA. And that's really kind of what I wanted to share with you. It just depends on the TRA and what location that you're at and what that money is going to be. So in our case, that can be cut almost in half. And if you have 1,000 homes that are maybe in that 11% bracket, it's definitely a lot less money that the county would be receiving. But guess what? The county still has an obligation to take care of 3.5 or 3.4 residents within that household on an average. So depending on that's usually a rule of thumb whenever there's studies done on development. And that is a lot of residents. If there's 1,000 residents times 3.5, let's just do a roundabout figure. There's, over 3,000. So there's more opportunity for individuals to, that we may have to deal with probation. It can be, the DA may have to do more work. Whatever it may be, there's going to be potentially more work and assessed values. There's going to be, Tom's going to be, hey, there's more homes, I need more people to address the assessments and so on and so forth. So, one person covers that. And then, it's not a lot of, if that, with Edgar just shared with you, those costs are rising for each employee. And those costs are rising for today's employees versus maybe employees that were employed here 15 years ago or 10 years ago. So go ahead and go to that scenario 3. So scenario 3, again, this is just something that was presented really to the county some time back on a commercial development project. It's just a straight example of it. It's about 8.7 million square feet. Just kind of a vague, high level point of view here with this versus housing. The generation of sales tax and property tax, about 47 million. The demand on services are going to be much lower because there's not that many people within the housing and within this area. And so that's going to be about 9 million, and then the net, a revenue surplus about 38.3 million. So that's just an idea. Obviously, whatever commercial development or whatever industrial development, whatever it may be, it can vary by size. It can vary by a lot of different things. But what I would probably am encouraging you to glean from this is just the cost or the demand for county services is much less when it's compared to housing. That's just what I wanted to share with you and to share. This particular study was from what was it? Applied Development Economics, and so just gives you an example of a potential commercial development. Go to the next slide. So, what to ponder over, in the future. We've talked about this already. There's, the JCC. There's discussions of, obviously the state is doing the same thing that they did with the jail and or the prison, with kind of handing that down to the county. The same thing with the youth now, and so there can be potentially millions of dollars per year, depending on the situation that may occur, or situations that may occur within our community with youth. Per year, that may rise. CalPERS, we just talked a little bit about that. These are just rough figures. The fire contract is definitely $100,000 a year. That's. Off the top of my head, I don't want to give you a wrong answer. But we'll come back with that. I'll get you the numbers on that. I think we're over 2 now. I think we're 2.1, 2.2. So that's rising every year, $100,000 every year. And then we have services and supplies that obviously, it can go up because costs are going up for materials and supplies. And then Eggert has talked about wages. And then we have, obviously infrastructure maintenance. And I'll tell you, I think historically, for decades, we really haven't been investing. I think that's something we really need to start addressing and putting a program together with RMA to start really just being focused on putting money to our infrastructure and our needs. So the next item, and so this is a comparison to that based on revenues. The AV is about 7% historically, other than the Great Recession, as you saw earlier. And so that's approximately 500 to 700,000 a year. That's basically what it accumulates to in the general fund for all of the operations that we're responsible for. The sales tax, as you saw, there was an increase because of fire claim. I think it was approximately $400,000 is what was infused, but we actually lost revenue on our sales tax this year. But that number was pretty big, and which really kind of helped us kind of get a little bit more than what we got last year, which is about $150,000 more from last year. So, but just to keep in mind that sales tax, there's options with that, as we talked about earlier, either raising the tax or addressing some sort of commercial kind of something that deals with sales tax, where we'll raise that sales tax number up. And then that we just talked about that, the potential reduction of the property tax revenue. It just really depends on how things go at Prop 19. So when you look at these numbers as a whole, and then you look at the numbers that we need to put out, they're far different. And right now, we're kind of at the nexus right now from an operational point of view. We're right there at that kind of even with what we have. But anything that we, moving forward, we're going to have to do something to generate more revenue. That's just a plain, or, and I hate to say this, but, we have to really look at services and addressing, either reducing our services or changing things or looking. And we've done a lot of things to cut cost. We've looked at a lot of things. But, I think at this point, we've vetted a lot of that out. And I think, really we need to probably spend some more time in a study session with, I think what was mentioned earlier, to kind of review this and maybe getting the community involved as well. I think will be a really good thing for them to understand. Because I don't think they understand the situation and the services that they use and what those costs are. It's, I think, really important to share that. So that's all I had for my presentation, and I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any additional questions from anyone? Supervisor Tiffany?
Well, just a comment. Ray just said they don't understand, and I think what they also don't understand, because unless you're in the middle of it, it's not readily something you think about, is that, we talk about businesses and commercial and industrial growth and how critical that is, and we're going to have a presentation by the EDC on all that, but if it's not in the unincorporated area of the county, it does not, unless there's some kind of a, sharing agreement in certain situations, it does not, that revenue doesn't flow to the county. And so there's just really limited situations where we can, I'm all for bringing in business and industrial development, bringing in more jobs. If it's in the city of Hollister, city of San Juan Bautista, that's great. This is my community, it doesn't matter. But from a county standpoint, and we're the ones that provide a lot of these services, it makes a big difference. And I don't think the general public understands that. And I think that there has to be a lot of education to address that. So anyway, just comment I would make.
Supervisor Hernandez, any questions?
No questions. I definitely wanted to chime in and agree with Supervisor Tiffany. I think there's definitely some wisdom in creating a healthy dialogue with the public so that they understand not only the county issues that we're dealing with, but what does support look like for San Benito County, because everybody has their own ideas of what we need, but something that would create a consistent message, I think, to support, ultimately to create a two-way dialogue for for us to be able to a certain extent, use them as the sounding board with whatever plan the Board of Supervisors supports that it references the needs of the community. Those are my only comments, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you. Supervisor Gonzalez?
Just to reiterate, I'm not really looking happily at the options that you presented in terms of the third one, reducing services. That's not going to go well. But I think a major component, and what I'm taking away from this, is that we definitely need to educate the community of the resources that are coming in, the expenditures are going out, and how we are trying to do the best to service their needs. And I think we all five of us up here need to focus on the education aspect, because just going through the various presentations, I personally learned a lot today. And I did my homework and so forth, but just hearing the presentations, we need to be very vocal about what's going on, and we have to convey the messages that we need commercial, industrial development in order to raise revenue. And we really need that message to be heard. And I look forward to the economic development presentation shortly, because it sounds like it's a nice segue for the next one. Thank you.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, a few things. One, I think the presentation reiterated as far as housing growth goes that, housing growth is not necessarily a winner when it comes to revenue. And, there is a certain level of growth that a community needs, I think, to grow in a smart way, especially to support future commercial and industrial. But we are a county, and I think it makes it additionally hard on a county when you build larger subdivisions in unincorporated areas that aren't near services. It adds a lot of additional costs that maybe sometimes aren't considered. As far as commercial, industrial, I'll talk a little bit more when the EDC presentation happens, but just in general, I'm a believer we have a lot of potential here to do things in a smart way that the public can, we can work with the public. I truly believe that. And then just a couple of quick things. The habitat impact fees, I noticed, were $1.27 million. You don't have to go on, extensively, but what's going on there as far as, where does that money go toward? What can we use that for?
Yeah, so I know we actually had a presentation on last Tuesday with RMA. They're actually going to be moving forward with an item for that, a study. That's part of it to address our needs within our community with habitat. So there's going to be a portion of that, if not a good portion of that money being expended for the study. When we come back, we will come back to your board to execute that. It was just more of a discussion item, if I recall. And I do know we had talked with the UC system as well to go ahead and move forward with something. That was one thing, but RMA, I think wants to go a different direction, so which is fine. We just need to get it done. So that's been, we haven't done anything with that for a while, so that we need to address it. It's very important.
That's all. Thank you.
Any public comment?
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. We have no speakers via Zoom at this time.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any comments from anyone else? Okay, we'll bring up do you want to take a 2-minute break, or do you want to continue to?
Your call.
It's up to the board here.
We'll keep going.
Peter, you're at home, so.
So we'll invite.
I'm good.
We'll bring up the Economic Development Corporation.
Yeah. Mark Fuentes, Executive Director of EDC.
Thank you, Mark.
Mark, for coming down.
Who switches the slides for me?
You are, so it's completed.
Okay.
Just
this
press
one?
the arrows.
All right.
Well, good afternoon, and to the chair and to the board, thank you for the opportunity to be here today and talk to you folks a little bit. I just want to start off by telling you I am not going to read every word on every slide. So we'll go through them and hit the highlights and hopefully make the points and have the discussion that we need to have. Again, just for the record, I'm the Executive Director of the EDC here for this presentation. Just as kind of a way of a background, frame of reference, if you will, these are the primary documents, policy documents that guide the EDC. Primarily, it's the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, lovingly referred to as the CEDS, along with the Memorandum of Agreement, the MOUs, with both the county and the city of Hollister. This slide we put in because I think it does a good job of sort of identifying truly the big picture, if you will, and how economic development efforts fit in with the county as a whole, as well as the county and the two cities as our local government partners. Just a couple of things to highlight. In this particular slide, you can see for economic development, they talk about resources, overcoming barriers, and strategic mindset. And that is something that Kathy and I pretty much do on a daily basis. I think it's good that it's highlighted here. In terms of the successful businesses, I just want to highlight, based on the long discussion and I think important discussion you've had today, taxes. When we look at businesses and business development, that's what we're all about, but we also understand the importance of one of the results, which is revenue to our governmental partners. Excuse me. This is our mission statement. The EDC had a retreat in early December that was attended by Supervisor Hernandez, and I appreciate his input. And one of the results of that is we had a slight change to our mission statement, and so we wanted to show that to you here today. Also, just wanted to highlight that the board of the EDC has 11 members. Aaron Johnston is president, and Gillian is vice president. We were asked to talk about the last 2 years. 2019 we can talk about fairly quickly. You can see listed here some of the activities that the EDC was involved with in 2019, but really the main task that was completed all the way at the bottom was the recruitment and hiring of the EDC director, which is myself. I started working just about a year ago. I think I started February 2nd of last year. And we started meeting with folks and talking to stakeholders and learning about resources. And then, like everyone else, our world was turned upside down with COVID-19, and specifically with the very first shelter-in-place order. So what happened was we had to define our role, if you will, and this was done, frankly, in a bit of an informal way, but definitely in consultation and in conjunction with the other business organizations as well as the county. So we immediately began to research and promote and issue press releases about these new programs and new resources that the county businesses had, and through the CARES Act. It was primarily the PPP and the other SBA loans. Excuse me. We updated our website, we distributed this information, and We also work closely with the business organization as partners in terms of how we got that information out to their organizations and to the businesses that they work with and represent. Excuse me. We also work directly with county staff on a direct mail out, and that was done in both English and Spanish. This was about all of the health issues related to COVID, but also specifically to give information as soon as possible to the businesses in both English and Spanish. As a follow-up to that, and this was something that Kathy really worked on with Dulce, facilitated and moderated 11 business-specific forums with county staff. So I don't know if you recall these, but there was a number of these, and we had quite a bit of participation, and we'll get to that in a minute. And then on an ongoing basis, many direct calls from local businesses about resources and reopening questions. When can I reopen, et cetera, et cetera. So in effect, we work directly with county staff to get the word out, to have people understand that we're plenty of resources available and where to find them. Now we'd like to talk about some of the major accomplishments. Oh, thank you. Oh, bless you. Excuse me. Oh, all right, back up. Always have to have a plan B, right? Sure. So you just heard a mention of fire clay. Let's talk about that for a minute, because frankly an amazing and wonderful story. If you're not familiar with fire clay tile, I encourage you to go to their website and take a look at this local business. When I first came to the EDC, and I believe there had already been a couple of meetings with the county, but there was some concern that fire clay might actually move. I can tell you that they were being courted by other states actively, but they have been in the county and Aromas for a long time. The company has sort of grown organically, if you will, over the years. And they knew that they really needed and wanted to expand. And so they began working with county staff on that and what their expansion plans would be. And in the meantime, in doing our research and talking to Eric, that's the CEO there, Fire Clay Tile is not your ordinary tile company. Much to my surprise, I soon found out that they are an extremely high-end product. They have product that costs $20 a square foot, $25 a square foot, $28 a square foot. And it occurred to me immediately, going back to the previous slide and always on the lookout for revenue, that they were also generating sales tax. And when I talked to the county, I found out that they were not listed on the county's top 25 sales tax generators, which made no sense to me until I soon realized what the alternative was. Fire Clay Tile, in addition to, they sell direct, you order online, but they have also had for many years, I don't believe it's open now, they have had a showroom in San Francisco, in San Francisco's design district. They do a lot of projects in Northern California. Again, if you go online, you'll see some of the restaurants in San Francisco that have used fire clay tile, et cetera, et cetera. So it occurred to me that what had transpired was, fire clay tile, they're just in business. They don't know the rules and regulations of sales tax in California. They've got a major showroom in San Francisco. They probably hired a software company to set up their sales software, et cetera, et cetera. and I'm pretty sure that they made the point of sale in San Francisco. So when we talked to Eric about his project, that was one of the things that I talked to him about. And I just want you to know, he did it on his own. Nobody sent a letter and asked him. I told him what was going on. I told him what the impact would be. I told him it would be a big benefit to the county, and he made the switch on his own to have Aromas and frankly their corporate headquarters as the as the point of sale. We continue to work with them. They are in the middle of starting on their construction, and hats off to RMA staff. The conditional use permit was processed fairly expeditiously, I believe, and it put Fire Clay on the path to doing their expansion here in San Benito County. The very, very interesting thing about their expansion plans is that because of the way that they grew over the years, literally sort of organically, and just to give you one example, they had a warehouse that they were using that was 15 miles away. So if they had product that had to go to a warehouse, they had to go that far. Then if they needed the product to ship, they had to go get it and bring it back. So the expansion plans for Fire Clay, and again, this is based on my discussions with Eric, you can look at the plans and see what the square footage expansion is, but the key piece of information is Eric believes that this expansion is going to enable them to produce 3 times what they produce now. And I think it's likely that that's going to happen within a 5-year period. So, as you may know, sales tax is confidential information, particularly for an individual company. So I do not know, I can kind of guess, but I do not know what their current sales tax is to the county. But I think it's a very, very, very reasonable expectation that whatever that number is, it's going to double or triple in the next 5 years as they grow into the expansion that they're doing right now. So it's a wonderful company. Eric has plans in the works to make the company 40% employee-owned. He's also, all of the processes that they do are very quote-unquote green with how they recycle and reuse, et cetera, et cetera. So it's an amazing company, and I've really enjoyed the opportunity to work with them. And like I said, we continue to work with them. And the point is that if we're working with a company and they go to planning and they get their approval, that's not the end of the story. We continue to work with them until the day the doors are open or the expansion is completed. Right now, we're looking at helping them to try to find funding for the railroad crossing improvements that they need to do. It turns out that there is some federal funding available, but because it's railroad, it goes through the PUC and that whole process. And right now, one of my tasks right now is to get a handle on what that whole process works so we can help Fire Clay try to get funding for those improvements. So I would just say that unlike CalPERS, I believe you're getting a very good return on your investment in the EDC just based on Fire Clay alone. The second thing I wanted to highlight is the revolving loan fund. This had been around for a few years and just, I guess, was kind of dormant. I really don't know too much about it other than to tell you that, we found out about it and started figuring out what we could do and how we could hopefully bring it back to the front. But at the same time, because of COVID-19, there's plenty of through the PPP and the small business loans, those types of loans are available and probably have better terms than this revolving loan fund. So I did some research and I found out, no big surprise, Monterey County has virtually the same type of program, okay? I talked to the staff over there and I asked them, what are you doing? I mean, you know, again, just threw this out. We're in the middle of COVID. What these businesses really need are like micro loans, small loans, you know, so they're not a big obligation, number one, but yet it gets cash to them fast and help them through this terrible time. What Monterey County did is they went to the EDA and they got approval to do a micro loan program out of the revolving loan fund. In the case of San Benito County, and specifically, if you go back and look at the agreement that was done at the time when it was funded, the city of Hollister was involved as well. That agreement was specifically with the provider, which is Access Plus Capital out of Fresno. Access Plus Capital has the agreement to administer these funds. So after talking to Monterey, I said, okay, what are you guys doing? Okay, we're going to do this, this, and this. Okay. Call the guy at the EDA office in Seattle, Washington. Yep, that's what Monterey County's doing. I said, well, what about, how long is that going to take? He said, they sent me an email. I responded to an email the next day, and it was done. I talked to Access Plus Capital, basically gave them the entire model. Here's what you need to do. You just call the EDA, and then you can create a microloan program with these funds. And that's what got done. And I think right now there's probably about $500,000 still available in that fund. But again, we looked at something, tried to think strategically, how can we take a resource, frankly make it better, and make it available to county businesses. So that's, that's what we did with that. One of the other big issues for the county is broadband. And we heard about a company, Etheric Networks, that was looking to do some things in the county. And again, hats off to RMA staff. Etheric Networks just recently received their permit last week or the week before. And they are going to be providing, or an option for providing service for broadband in the county. And if you give me just a second here. Basically what they do, it's called RF, it's radio frequency. So instead of laying the fiber and the cost, they in effect set up towers within the county. And then as long as your location has a direct line of sight to that tower, you can receive the broadband service. So that's kind of the gist of what they're working on. And again, after doing some of the research, one of the first things you see is that this is what's being used in rural counties because it's much more efficient, and yet the service is pretty close to the high-speed broadband as well. David Sullivan is the gentleman with the company, and I checked in with him this morning, find out how things were going. And I want to read you what he sent me because it's some interesting news. Dear Mark and Kathy, we've started marketing to San Benito County, and we are planning to deploy a tower near the water tower in San Juan Bautista in the late spring time frame that will open up that area as well. And that project will have fiber connections to the tower. This should also serve Aromas as well. So we have that second piece, and then they're also looking at a third piece and I'm sorry, I don't know the technical terms here, but basically bring LTE wireless service in summer, fall of 2021 to various neighborhoods. His comment is, this should help the school children in San Benito County. So we have a company now that not only has gotten their approval for, in effect, their first tower, they're already planning the second tower to be available to service, in effect, additional areas that the first tower wouldn't be able to reach, and there may literally be a third phase that they're working on as well. So this isn't going to solve every problem regarding broadband, but we're making big steps, and we're pretty, frankly, pretty excited about that. And then finally, this is pretty much on an ongoing basis. We have various business recruiting outreach that we do. And what we're finding is that, you know, San Benito County has some very interesting small businesses. We talked to John Reed at American Casting a few days ago. And what we're finding is that in places like San Jose and Milpitas, you've got small manufacturers, and they're just getting priced out. And so they're looking, and many of them are looking in this direction. And so that's something that we continue to do, but in particular, there's one company, I'm not going to mention the name, but they're working with a local developer on a project. It's a build-to-suit. I think it's about 15,000 square feet. And that company will move from Milpitas to Hollister. So, and we have a few more of those, but they're just kind of in the works right now. A tax incentive that we are able to offer when we talk to folks about building or moving to San Benito County.